edited by Joseph Dunn and P.J. Lennox. The Glories of Ireland.
Although it does not appear that Irish immigrants settled in the province of New York in such large numbers as in other sections, yet as far back as the third quarter of the 17th century, Irish names are found on the records of the colony. O'Callaghan, the eminent archivist and historian, refers to Dr. William Hayes, formerly of Barry's Court, Ireland, as one of New York's physicians in the year 1647, and from the same authority we learn that there were settlers and Indian fighters in New Netherland named Barrett, Fitzgerald, Dowdall, Collins, and Quinn in 1657. In records relating to the war with the Esopus Indians 1663, and in fact as early as 1658, frequent references are made to Thomas the Irishman, whose name was Thomas Lewis, a refugee from Ireland to Holland after the Cromwellian War. Lewis is on record in 1683 as one of the wealthiest merchants of New York and a large owner of real estate in the present downtown portion of the city. Such names as Patrick Hayes, John Daly, John Quigley, and Dennis McCarty appear among its businessmen between 1666 and 1672, and in a census of the city of New York of the year 1703, we find people named Flynn, Walsh, Dooley, Gillen, Carroll, Ken, Gurney, Hart, Mooney, Moran, Lynch, Carney, and others, all free men of the city of New York. In the poll list of the city from 1741 to 1761, more than 100 such names appear, while among the advertisers in the New York newspapers, all through the 18th century, I find a large number of characteristic Irish names. One would scarcely expect to find an Irishman in the old Dutch settlement of Beverwyck as early as 1645, yet such is the case, for Jan Andriessen, the Irishman van Dublin, John Anderson, the Irishman from Dublin, is mentioned as the owner of considerable landed property in the neighbourhood of Albany and Catskill, and in every mention of this ancient pioneer, he is referred to as the Irishman. At Albany, between 1666 and 1690, we find people named Connell, Daly, Larkin, Shaw, Hogan, and Finn, all Irishmen, and in Jonathan Pearson's Genealogies of the First Settlers of the Ancient County of Albany, and in his Genealogies of the First Settlers of the Patent and City of Schenectady, I find 135 distinctive Irish names. These were mostly merchants, farmers, artisans, millers, and backwoodsmen, the pioneers, who, with their Dutch neighbours, blazed the trail of civilization through that section, rolled back the savage red man, and marked along the banks of the Hudson and Mohawk rivers the sites of future towns and cities. In the rate lists of Long Island between 1638 and 1675, I find Kelly, Dalton, Whalen, Condon, Berry, Powers, Quinn, Kane, Sweeney, Murphy, Riley, as well as Norman English and Anglo-Irish names that are common to Irish nomenclature. Hugh O'Neill was a prominent resident of Newtown, Long Island, in 1655. In a report to the Lord President, dated September 6, 1687, Governor Dongan recommended that natives of Ireland be sent to colonize here, where they may live and be very happy. Numbers of them evidently accepted the invitation, for many Irishmen are mentioned in the public documents of the province during the succeeding 20 years. That the Irish continued to settle in the province all through the 18th century may be seen from the announcements in the New York newspapers of the time, and other authentic records. The most important of these, in point of numbers and character of the immigrants, were those made in Orange County in 1729 under the leadership of James Clinton from Longford, and at Cherry Valley in Otsego County 12 years later. On the Orange County assessment and Revolutionary rolls, and down to the year 1800, there is a very large number of Irish names, and in some sections they constituted nearly the entire population. In the northwestern part of New York, Irishmen are also found about the time of the Franco-English War. They were not only among those settlers who followed the peaceful pursuits of tilling and building, but they were the men behind the guns who held the marauding Indians in check and repelled the advances of the French through that territory. In this war, Irish soldiers fought on both sides, and in the journals of the Marquis of Montcalm may be seen references to the English garrison at Oswego, which in August 1756 surrendered to that same Irish brigade by which they had been defeated 11 years before on the battlefield of Fontenoy. In the manuscripts of Sir William Johnson are also found some interesting items indicating that Irishmen were active participants in the frontier fighting about that time, and in one report to him, dated May 28, 1756, from the commandant of an English regiment, reference is made to the great numbers of Irish Papists among the Delaware and Susquehanna Indians who have done a world of prejudice to English interests. The early records, with hardly an exception, contain Irish names, showing that the exiles from Erin came to the province of New York in considerable numbers during the 18th century. The baptismal and marriage records of the Dutch Reformed and Protestant churches of New York City, of the Dutch churches at Kingston, Albany, Schenectady, and other towns, the muster rolls of the troops enrolled for the French, Indian, and Revolutionary Wars, the land grants and other provincial records at Albany, the newspapers, the town, county, and family histories, and other early chronicles, supplemented by authoritative publications, such as those of the New York Historical and Genealogical and Biographical Societies. These are the depositories of the evidence that thousands of Irish people settled in the province of New York and constituted no inconsiderable proportion of the total population. The majority of the Irish residents of New York, whose marriages are recorded in the Dutch Reformed Church, were, doubtless, of the Catholic faith, but as it was necessary to comply with the established law, and also so that their offspring might be legitimate, they could be bound in wedlock only by a recognized minister of the gospel. As there was no Catholic church in New York prior to 1786, the ceremony had to be performed in the Dutch Reformed or Protestant Church. Many of these Catholics were refugees from Ireland on account of the religious persecutions. Like the people of Ireland in all ages, they were devoted to their religion, and while no doubt they eschewed for a while association with the established churches, yet as time went on, they and their children were gradually drawn into religious intercourse with the other sects, until eventually they became regular communicants of those churches. The variations which from time to time were wrought in their names brought them further and further away from what they had been. In their new surroundings, both social and religious, they themselves changed, so that their children, who in many cases married into the neighboring Dutch and French families, became as wholly un-Irish in manner and sentiment as if they had sprung from an entirely different race. That fact, however, does not admit of their being now included in the category Anglo-Saxon. In a work entitled Names of Persons for Whom Marriage Licenses Were Issued by the Secretary of the Province of New York, previous to 1784, compiled by Gideon J. Tucker, when Secretary of State, and taken from the early records of the Office of the Secretary of State at Albany, we find ample corroboration of the church records. Page after page of this book looks more like some record of the province of Munster than of the province of New York. It is a quarto volume printed in small type in double columns, and there are 11 pages wholly devoted to persons whose names commence with Mac, and 3 to the O's. Nearly every name common to Ireland is here represented. New York, as a province and as a state, is much indebted to Irish genius. Ireland gave the province its most noted governor in the person of Thomas Dongan from County Kildare, and in later years Sir William Johnson from County Meath, governor of the Indians from New York to the Mississippi. It gave the state its first governor, George Clinton, son of an immigrant from County Longford, and to the city its first mayor after the Revolution, James Duane, son of Anthony Duane from County Galway. Fulton, an Irishman's son, gave America priority in the conquest of the seas. Christopher Collis, a native of Cork, was the originator of the grand scheme which united the waters of the Atlantic and the lakes, one of the greatest works of internal improvement ever effected in the United States, while the gigantic project was carried to a successful end through the influence and direction of Governor DeWitt Clinton, the grandson of an Irishman. Many of the pioneer settlers of New Jersey were Irish. As early as 1683, a colony from Tipperary in Ireland, located at Cohansey in Salem County, and in the same year a number of settlers, also described as from Tipperary, Ireland, located in Monmouth County. In the county records of New Jersey, Irish names are met with frequently between the years 1676 and 1698. Several of the local historians testify to the presence and influence of Irishmen in the early days of the colony, and in the voluminous New Jersey archives may be found references to the large number of Irish redemptioners, some of whom, after their terms of service had expired, received grants of land, and in time became prosperous farmers and merchants. Perhaps the most noted Irishman in New Jersey in colonial days was Michael Kearney, a native of Cork and ancestor of General Philip Kearney of Civil War fame, who was secretary and treasurer of the province in 1723. All through the west and southwest, Irishmen are found in the earliest days of authentic history. Along the Ohio, Kentucky, Wabash, and Tennessee rivers, they were the pioneers who first trod the wilderness of that vast territory. As early as 1690, an Irish trader named Doherty crossed the mountains into what is now Kentucky, and we are told by Filson, the noted French historian and explorer of Kentucky, that the first white man who discovered this region, 1754, was one James McBride, who, in all probability, was an Irishman. The first white child born in Cincinnati was a son of an Irish settler named John Cummins. The first house built on its site was erected by Captain Hugh McGarry, while the McGarrys, Dentons, and Hogans formed the first domestic circle in Kentucky. Prior to the Revolution, Indian traders from western Pennsylvania had penetrated into this region, and we learn from authentic sources that no small percentage of those itinerant merchants of the West were Irishmen. Among the leading and earliest colonists of the Bluegrass State, who accompanied Daniel Boone, the ubiquitous Irish were represented by men bearing such names as Mooney, McManus, Sullivan, Drennan, Logan, Casey, Fitzpatrick, Dunleavy, Cassidy, Duran, Doherty, Lynch, Ryan, McNeil, McGee, Riley, Flynn, and the noted McAfee brothers, all natives of Ireland or sons of Irish immigrants. Irishmen and their sons figured prominently in the field of early Western politics. In the Kentucky legislature, I find such names as Connor, Cassidy, Cleary, Conway, Casey, Cavan, Doolin, Doherty, Geohagan, Mayer, Morrison, Moran, McMahon, McFall, McClanahan, O'Bannon, Powers, and a number of others evidently of Irish origin. On the bench, we find O'Hara, Boyle, and Barry. Among the many distinguished men who reflected honor upon the West, Judge William T. Barry of Lexington ranks high for great ability and lofty virtues. Simon Kenton, famed in song and story, who battled with the Indians in 100 encounters and wrested Kentucky from the savage, was an Irishman's son, while among its famous Indian fighters were Colonels Andrew Hines, William Casey, and John O'Bannon, Majors Bulger, McMullen, McGarry, McBride, Butler, and Cassidy, and Captains McMahon, Malarkey, Doyle, Phelan, and Brady. Allen, Butler, Campbell, Montgomery, and Rowan counties, Kentucky, are named after natives of Ireland, and Boyle, Breckinridge, Carroll, Casey, Davies, McGoffin, Kenton, McCracken, Meade, Menifee, Clinton, and Fulton counties were named in honor of descendants of Irish settlers. In the councils of the first territorial legislature of Missouri were Sullivan, Cassidy, Murphy, McDermott, McGrady, Flaherty, McGuire, Dunn, and Hogan, and among the merchants, lawyers, and bankers in the pioneer days of St. Louis, there were a number of Irishmen, the most noted of whom Mullanphy, Gilhuley, O'Fallon, Connor, O'Hara, Dillon, Rankin, McGinnis, and Walsh. In all early histories of Missouri towns and counties, Irish names are mentioned, and in many instances they are on record as the first settlers. And so it was all through the West, in Ohio, Indiana, Iowa, and Illinois, across the rolling prairies and the mountains, beyond the Mississippi and the Missouri. In the earliest days of colonization of that vast territory, we can follow the Irish trek in quest of new homes and fortunes. They were part of that irresistible human current that swept beyond the ranges of Colorado and Kansas and across the Sierra Nevada until it reached the Pacific, and in the forefront of those pathfinders and pioneers we find Martin Murphy, the first to open a wagon trail to California from the east. The names of Don Timoteo Murphy, of Jasper O'Farrell, of Dolans, Burkes, Breens, and Hallerans are linked with the annals of the coast while that territory was still under Spanish rule, and when Fremont crossed the plains and planted the Bear flag beyond the Sierras, we find Irishmen among his trusted lieutenants. An Irishman, Captain Patrick Connor, first penetrated the wilderness of Utah. A descendant of an Irishman, Hall J. Kelly, was the explorer of Oregon. Philip Nolan and Thomas O'Connor were foremost among those brave spirits whose daring and persistency finally added the Lone Star State to the American Union, and the famous Arctic explorer, scientist, and scholar Dr. Elisha Kent Kane was a descendant of John O'Kane, who came from Ireland to the province of New York in 1752. To form any reliable estimate of the numerical strength of the Irish and their descendants in the United States would, I believe, be a hopeless task, and while several have attempted to do so, I am of the opinion that all such estimates should be discarded as mere conjecture. Indeed, there is no standard or fixed rule or principle by which a correct judgment of the racial composition of the early inhabitants of the United States can now be formed, and the available statistics on the subject are incomplete and confusing. The greatest obstacle in determining this question is found in the names of the immigrants themselves. With names such as Smith, Mason, Carpenter, and Taylor, White, Brown, Black, and Gray, Forest, Wood, Mountain, and Vale, and other names that are similarly derived, The first thought is that they are of English origin, yet we know that for centuries past such names have been numerous in Ireland, and there are many Irish families so named who are of as pure Celtic blood as any bearing the old Gaelic patronymics. By a law passed in the second year of the reign of Edward IV, natives of Ireland were forced to adopt English surnames. This act was substantially as follows. An act that Irishmen dwelling in the counties of etc. shall go apparelled like Englishmen, and wear their beards in English manner, swear allegiance and take English surnames, which surnames shall be of one town, as Sutton, Chester, Trim, Skrin, Cork, Kinsale, or colours, as white, black, brown, or arts or sciences, as smith or carpenter, or office, as cook, butler, etc. And it is enacted that he and his issue shall use his name under pain of forfeiting of his goods yearly, etc. This act could be enforced only upon those Irish families who dwelt within the reach of English law, and as emigrants from those districts, deprived of their pure Celtic names, came to America in an English guise and in English vessels, they were officially recorded as English. Moreover, numbers of Irish frequently crossed the Channel and began their voyage from English ports, where they had to take on new names, sometimes arbitrarily and sometimes voluntarily, for purposes of concealment, either by transforming their original names into English or adopting names similar to those above referred to. These names were generally retained on this side of the Atlantic, so as not to arouse the prejudice of their English neighbours. In complying with the statute above quoted, some Irish families accepted the rather doubtful privilege of translating their names into their English equivalents. We have examples of this in such names as Summers, anglicised from McGoran, presumably derived from the Gaelic word signifying summer; Smith from McGowan, meaning the son of the smith; Jackson and Johnson, a literal translation from McShane, meaning the son of John; and Whitcomb from Kiernan, meaning literally a white comb. In addition to this, in the case of some of those Irish immigrants whose family names were not changed in Ireland, their descendants appear in a much disguised form in the colonial records, through the mistakes of clergymen, court clerks, registrars, and others who had difficulty in pronouncing Gaelic names. Letters became inserted or dropped, and the names were written down phonetically. In the mutations of time, even these names became still further changed, and we find that the descendants of the Irish themselves, after the lapse of a generation or two, deliberately changed their names, usually by suppressing the Milesian prefixes Mac and O. Thus we have the Laughlin and Claflin families, who are descended from a McLaughlin, an Irish settler in Massachusetts in the 17th century; the Bryans from William O'Brien, a captain in Sarsfield's army, who, after the fall of Limerick in 1691, settled in Pasquotank County, North Carolina, and one of whose descendants is William Jennings Bryan, now Secretary of State; the Dunnells of Maine from an O'Donnell, who located in the Saco Valley; and at the Land Office at Annapolis I have found the descendants of Roger O'Dew, who came to Maryland about 1665, recorded under the surnames of Roger, Dew, and Dewey. I find Dennis O'Deeve, or O'Dear, written down on the Talbot County, Maryland, records of the year 1667, with his name reversed, and today his descendants are known as Dennis. Many such instances appear in the early records, and when we find a New England family rejoicing in the name of Navalis, we know that the limit has been reached, and while we cannot admire the attempt to disguise an ancient and honourable name, we are amused at the obvious transposition of Sullivan. Thus we see that, numerous though the old Irish names are on American records, they do not by any means indicate the extent of the Celtic element which established itself in the colonies, so that there is really no means of determining exactly what Ireland has contributed to the American Commonwealth. We only know that a steady stream of Irish immigrants has crossed the seas to the American continent, beginning with the middle of the 17th century, and that many of those exiles from Erin or their sons became prominent as leaders in every station in life in the new country. Nor is the first census of the United States any criterion in this regard, for the obvious reason that the enumerators made no returns of unmarried persons. This fact is important when we consider that the Irish exodus of the 18th century was largely comprised of the youth of the country. Although the first census was made in 1790, the first regular record of immigration was not begun until 30 years later, and it is only from the records kept after that time that we can depend upon actual official figures. During the decade following 1820, Ireland contributed more than 40% of the entire immigration to America from all European countries, and the Irish emigration statistics show that between 1830 and 1907, the number of people who left Ireland was 6,049,432, the majority of whom came to America. The Westminster Review, volume 133, page 293, in an article on the Irish Americans, puts a series of questions as follows. Is the American Republic in any way indebted to those Irish citizens? Have they, with their large numbers, high social standing, great places of trust, contributed aught to her glory, or added aught to her commercial greatness, refined her social taste, or assisted in laying the foundations of the real happiness of her people, the real security of her laws, the influence of her civic virtues, which more than anything else give power and permanency to a nascent and mighty nation? The answer is unquestionably affirmative. We have only to look back on the past and to scan the present state of American affairs to feel certain of this. If it be further asked, does this statement stand the test of strict investigation? The answer must also be in the affirmative, for in almost every line of progress, the Irish in America have contributed their share of leaders and pioneers, thus proving that there are characteristics among even the poor Irish driven to emigration for an existence that are as capable of development as those possessed by any other race. When we scan the intellectual horizon, we see many men of great force of character, preachers and teachers, statesmen and scholars, philanthropists and founders of institutions, scientists and engineers, historians and journalists, artists and authors, lawyers and doctors, of Celtic race and blood, while in the industrial field, as builders of steamships and railroads, and promoters of public works, as merchants, manufacturers, and bankers, and in all other fields of endeavor, we find the American Irish controlling factors in the upbuilding of the Republic. Of the signers of the Declaration of Independence, Thornton, Taylor, and Smith were natives of Ireland. McKean, Reed, and Rutledge were of Irish parentage. Lynch and Carroll were grandsons of Irishmen. Whipple and Hancock were of Irish descent on the maternal side, and O'Hart, Irish pedigrees, declares that Robert Treat Paine was a great-grandson of Henry O'Neill, hereditary Prince of Ulster, who changed his name to that of one of his maternal ancestors so as to save his estates. It was an Irishman who first read the immortal document to the public, an Irishman first printed it, and an Irishman published it for the first time with facsimiles of the signatures. At least 6 American presidents had more or less of the Celtic strain. President Jackson, whose parents came from County Down, more than once expressed his pride in his Irish ancestry. Arthur's parents were from Antrim, Buchanan's from Donegal, and McKinley's grandparents came from the same vicinity. Theodore Roosevelt boasts among his ancestors 2 direct lines from Ireland, and the first American ancestor of President Polk was a Pollock from Donegal. The present occupant of the White House, Woodrow Wilson, is also of Irish descent. Among the distinguished vice presidents of the United States were George Clinton and John C. Calhoun, sons of immigrants from Longford and Donegal, respectively, and Calhoun's successor as chairman of the Committee on Foreign Relations was John Smiley, a native of Newtownards, County Down. Among American governors since 1800, we find such names as Barry, Brady, Butler, Carroll, Clinton, Conway, Carney, Connolly, Curtin, Collins, Donaghy, Downey, Early, Fitzpatrick, Flanagan, Geary, Gorman, Hannigan, Kavanagh, Kearney, Logan, Lynch, Murphy, Moore, McKinley, McGill, Meagher, McGrath, Mahone, McCormick, O'Neill, O'Farrell, Orr, Roan, Filey, Sullivan, Sharkey, Smith, Talbot, and Welsh, all of Irish descent. Today, we have as governors of states Glynn in New York, Dunn in Illinois, Walsh in Massachusetts, O'Neill in Alabama, Burke in North Carolina, Carey in Wyoming, McGovern in Wisconsin, McCreary in Kentucky, and Tenner in Pennsylvania. And not alone is the governor of the last-mentioned state a native of Ireland, but so also are its junior United States Senator, the Secretary of the Commonwealth, and its Adjutant General. In the political life of America, many of the sons of Ireland have risen to eminence, and in the legislative halls at the national capital, the names of Kelly, Fitzpatrick, Broderick, Casserly, Farley, Logan, Harlan, Hannigan, Adair, Barry, Rowan, Gorman, Kennedy, Lyon, Fitzgerald, Fair, Sewell, Kernan, Butler, Moore, Regan, Mahone, Walsh, and Flanagan are still spoken of with respect among the lawmakers of the nation. William Darrah Kelly served in Congress for 50 years, and it remained for James Shields to hold the unique distinction of representing 3 different states at different times in the Senate of the United States. Senator Shields was a native of County Tyrone. In the judiciary have been many shining lights of Irish origin. The Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court is Edward D. White, grandson of a '98 rebel, and one of his ablest associates is Joseph McKenna. No more erudite or profound lawyer than Charles O'Connor has adorned his profession, and it can be said with truth that his career has remained unrivaled in American history. James T. Brady, Daniel Doherty, Thomas Addis Emmet, and Charles O'Neill were among the most eminent lawyers America has known, while the names of Dennis O'Brien, Chief Justice of the New York Court of Appeals, John D. O'Neill, who occupied a like elevated place on the bench of South Carolina, John D. Phelan of the Alabama Supreme Court, Richard O'Gorman, Charles P. Daly, Hugh Rutledge, Morgan J. O'Brien, and others of like origin are household words in the legal annals of America. There is no state in the Union where an Irish-American lawyer has not distinguished himself. The history of medicine in the United States is adorned with the names of many physicians of Irish birth or blood. Several Irish surgeons rendered valuable services in the army of the Revolution, among whom are found Drs. McDonough, McHenry, McCloskey, McCalla, Burke, Irvine, and Williamson. Dr. John Cochrane was appointed by Washington Surgeon General of the Army. Dr. James Lina of Charleston a native of Ireland, became Surgeon General of South Carolina in recognition of his valuable services to the Patriot Army. Dr. John McKinley, a native of Ireland, who was a famous physician in his day, became the first governor of Delaware. Dr. Ephraim McDowell is known in the profession as the father of ovariotomy, as is Dr. William J. McNevin, the father of American chemistry. Dr. John Byrne of New York had a worldwide fame, and his papers on gynecology have been pronounced by the medical press as the best printed in any language. One of the most conspicuous figures in medicine in the United States was Dr. Jerome Cochran of Alabama, Drs. Junius F. Lynch of Florida, Charles McCreary of Kentucky, Hugh McGuire and Hunter McGuire of Virginia, Matthew C. McGannon of Tennessee, and James Lynch, Charles J. O'Hagan, and James McBride of South Carolina are mentioned prominently in the histories of their respective localities as the foremost medical men of their times. While in Wisconsin, the pioneer physician was Dr. William H. Fox, and in Oregon, Dr. John McLaughlin. Among New York physicians who achieved high reputations in their profession were Drs. Thomas Addis Emmett, Frank A. McGuire, Daniel E. O'Neill, Charles McBurney, Isaac H. Riley, Alfred L. Carroll, Howard A. Kelly, Joseph O'Dwyer, and James J. Walsh. These and many others of Irish descent have been honored by medical societies as leaders and specialists, while it can be said that no surgeon of the present day has achieved such a worldwide reputation as Dr. John B. Murphy of Chicago. Among experts in medico-legal science, the names of Drs. Benjamin W. McCready and William J. O'Sullivan of New York stand out prominently, and among the most noted contributors to medical journals in the United States and recognized as men of great professional skill and authorities in their respective specialties have been Drs. F. D. Mooney of St. Louis, Thomas Fitzgibbon of Milwaukee, John D. Hanrahan of Rutland, James McCann and James H. McClelland of Pittsburgh, John A. Murphy and John McCurdy of Cincinnati, John Keating of Philadelphia, John H. Murphy of St. Paul, John W. C. O'Neill of Gettysburg, and Arthur O'Neill of Meadville, Pennsylvania. Indeed, it can be said that American medical science owes an incalculable debt to Irish genius. Theodore Vail, the presiding genius of the greatest telephone system in the world, is Irish, and so is Carty, its chief engineer. Morse, the inventor of the telegraph, was the grandson of an Irishman. Henry O'Reilly built the first telegraph line in the United States, and John W. Mackey was the president of the Commercial Cable Company. John P. Holland, the inventor of the submarine torpedo boat, was a native of County Clare, and McCormick, the inventor of the reaping and mowing machine, was an Irishman's grandson. Sons of Irishmen have stood in the front rank of American statesmen and diplomats who represented their country abroad. To mention but a few, Richard O'Brien, appointed by Jefferson, American representative at Algiers, James Kavanagh, minister to Portugal, and Louis McLean, minister to England in 1829, and afterwards Secretary of State in 1832. In recent years, an O'Brien has represented American interests in Italy and Japan, a Cairns in Austria, an Egan in Chile, and another of the same name in Denmark, an O'Shaughnessy in Mexico, a Sullivan in Santo Domingo, and an O'Rear in Bolivia. Among historians were John Gilmary Shea, author of numerous historical works, Dr. Robert Walsh, a learned historian and journalist of the last century, whose literary labors were extensive, McMahon and McSherry, historians of Maryland, Burke of Virginia, O'Callaghan, Hastings, and Murphy of New York, Ramsey of South Carolina, and Williamson of North Carolina, all native Irishmen or sons of Irish immigrants. In the field of American journalism have been many able and forcible writers of Irish birth or descent. Hugh Gain, a Belfast man, founded the New York Mercury in 1775. John Dunlap founded the first daily paper in Philadelphia. John Daly Burke published the first daily paper in Boston, and William Duane edited the Aurora of Philadelphia in 1795. All these were born in Ireland. William Coleman, founder of the New York Evening Post in 1801, was the son of an Irish rebel of 1798. Thomas Fitzgerald founded the Philadelphia Item, Thomas Gill the New York Evening Star, Patrick Walsh the Augusta Chronicle, Joseph Medal the Chicago Tribune, Henry W. Grady edited the Atlanta Constitution, Michael D. edited the Detroit Evening News for nearly 50 years, Richard Smith the Cincinnati Gazette, Edward L. Godkin the New York Evening Post, William Laffin the New York Sun, and Horace Greeley the New York Tribune. All of these were either natives of Ireland or sprung from immigrant Irishmen, as were Oliver of the Pittsburgh Gazette, O'Neill of the Pittsburgh Dispatch, John Keating of Memphis, William D. O'Connor, and many other shining lights of American journalism during the last century. Fitzjames O'Brien was a bright particular star in the journalistic firmament. John McGann achieved fame as a war correspondent. Patrick Barry of Rochester, an extensive writer on horticultural and kindred subjects, was a recognized leader of his craft in the United States, and William Darby, son of Patrick and Mary Darby, and Michael Toomey, were the ablest American geographers and writers on abstruse scientific subjects. In the field of poetry we have had Theodore O'Hara, the author of that immortal poem, The Bivouac of the Dead, John Boyle O'Reilly, Thomas Dunn English, author of Ben Bolt, Father Abram Ryan, the poet-priest of the South, James Whitcomb Riley, Eleanor Donnelly, M. F. Egan, T. A. Daly, and Joseph I. C. Clark, president of the American Irish Historical Society. To recount the successful men of affairs of Irish origin, it would be necessary to mention every branch of business and every profession, recalling but a few: Daniel O'Day, Patrick Farrelly, John and William O'Brien, Alexander T. Stewart, John Castry, Joseph J. O'Donoghue, William R. Grace, John McConville, Hugh O'Neill, Alexander E. Orr, William Constable, Daniel McCormick, and Dominic Lynch, all of New York, were dominant figures in the world of business. Thomas Mellon of Pittsburgh, John R. Walsh and the Cudahy brothers of Chicago, James Phelan, Peter Donahue, Joseph A. Donahoe, and John Sullivan of San Francisco, William A. Clark and Marcus Daly of Montana, George Meade, the Mises and the Nesbits, Thomas Fitzsimmons and Thomas Dolan of Philadelphia, Columbus O'Donnell and Luke Tiernan of Baltimore. All these have been leading merchants in their day. Few American financiers occupy a more conspicuous place than Thomas F. Ryan, and no great industrial leader has reached the pinnacle of success upon which stands the commanding figure of James J. Hill, both sons of Irishmen. The names of Anthony N. Brady, Eugene Kelly, James S. Stranahan, and James A. Farrell, President of the United States Steel Corporation, are household words in business and financial circles. John Keating, the first paper manufacturer in New York, 1775. Thomas Fay, the first to manufacture wallpaper by machinery, who won, for his distinction, the first gold medal of the American Institute. John and Edward McLaughlin of New York, for many years the leading publishers of illustrated books, and John Bannigan of Providence, one of the largest manufacturers of rubber goods in America, were natives of Ireland. John O'Fallon and Brian Melanphy of St. Louis, and John McDonough of Baltimore, who amassed great wealth as merchants, were large contributors to charitable and educational institutions. William W. Corcoran, whose name is enshrined in the famous Art Gallery at Washington, contributed during his lifetime over $5 million to various philanthropic institutions, and one of the most noted philanthropists in American history, and the first woman in America to whom a public monument was erected, was an Irish woman, Margaret Howery of New Orleans. Irishmen have shown a remarkable aptitude for the handling of large contracts, and in this field have been prominent John H. O'Rourke, James D. Leary, James Coleman, Oliver Byrne, and John D. Crimmins in New York, John B. MacDonald, the builder of New York subways, George Law, projector and promoter of public works, steamship and railroad builder, and John Roach, the famous shipbuilder of Chester, Pennsylvania. John Sullivan, a noted American engineer 100 years ago, completed the Middlesex Canal, and John McL. Murphy, whose ability as a constructing engineer was universally recognized, rendered valuable service to the United States during the Civil War. Among pioneer shipbuilders in America are noted Patrick Tracy from Wexford and Simon Forrester from Cork, who were both at Salem, Massachusetts during the period of the Revolution and rendered most valuable service to the patriot cause, and the O'Briens, Kavanaghs, and Sewells in Maine. But it is not in the material things of life alone that the Irish have been in the van. Thousands of Americans have been charmed by the operas of Victor Herbert, a grandson of Samuel Lover, and with lovers of music the strains of Patrick Sarsfield Gilmore's band still linger as a pleasant memory. Edward A. MacDowell, America's most famous composer, was of Irish descent. The colossal statue of America on the dome of the national Capitol was executed by Thomas Crawford, who was born in New York of Irish parents in 1814. Henry Inman, one of the very best of portrait painters, was also born in New York of Irish parents. John Singleton Copley, the distinguished artist, came to Boston from County Clare in 1736. Thompson, the sculptor, was born in Queens County. Another noted sculptor was William D. O'Donovan of Virginia, and Augustus St. Gaudens, one of the greatest sculptors of modern times, was born in Dublin. Other sculptors of Irish race have been elsewhere mentioned. Among America's most talented artists and portrait painters may be mentioned George P. Healy, William J. Hennessy, Thomas Moran, Henry Pelham, Henry Murray, John Neagle, and William McGrath, all of Irish birth or descent. Ireland has given many eminent churchmen to the United States. The three American cardinals, Gibbons, Farley, and O'Connell, stand out prominently, as do Archbishops Carroll, Hughes, McCloskey, Kenrick, Ryan, Ireland, Glennon, Corrigan, and Keane, all of whom have shed luster on the Church. History has given to an Irishman, Francis McKeamy of Donegal, the credit of founding Presbyterianism in America, while among noted Presbyterian divines of Irish birth were James Waddell, known as the blind preacher of the wilderness, Thomas Smith, John Hall, Francis Allison, William Tennant, and James McGrady, all men of great ability and influence in their day. Samuel Finley, president of Princeton College in 1761, was a native of Armagh, and John Blair Smith, famous as a preacher throughout the Shenandoah Valley and the first president of Union College, 1795, was of Irish descent. Among the pioneer preachers of the western wilderness were McMahon, Doherty, Quinn, Burke, O'Cool, Delaney, McGee, and many others of Irish origin. Irishmen and their sons have founded American towns and cities, and the capital of the state of Colorado takes its name from General James Denver, son of Patrick Denver, an emigrant from County Down in the year 1795. 65 places in the United States are named after people bearing the Irish prefix O, and upwards of 1,000 after the Macs, and there are 253 counties of the United States and approximately 7,000 places called by Irish family or place names. There are 24 Dublins, 21 Waterfords, 18 Belfasts, 16 Tyrones, 10 Limericks, 9 Antrims, 8 Sligos, 7 Derrys, 6 Corks, 5 Kildares, and so on. Immigrant Irishmen have also been the founders of prominent American families. One of the most ancient of Irish patronymics, McCarthy, is found in the records of Virginia as early as 1635, and in Massachusetts in 1675, and all down through the successive generations, descendants of this sept were among the leading families of the communities where they located. In Virginia, the McCormick, Meade, Lewis, Preston, and Lynch families. In the Carolinas, the Cantys, Neils, Bryans, and Butlers. And in Maryland, the Carrolls and Dulaneys are all descended from successful Irish colonizers. Even from this very incomplete summary, we can see that Irish blood, brain, and brawn have been a valuable acquisition to the building of the fabric of American institutions, and that the sons of Ireland merit more prominent recognition than has been accorded them in the pages of American history. The Pharisees of history may have withheld from Ireland the credit that is her due, but thanks to the never-failing guidance of the records, we are able to show that at all times, whether they came as voluntary exiles or were driven from their homes by the persecutions of government, her sons have had an honorable part in every upward movement in American life. Testimony adduced from the sources from which this imperfect sketch is drawn cannot be called into question, and its perusal by those who so amusingly glorify the Anglo-Saxon as the founder of the American race and American institutions would have a chastening influence on their ignorance of early American history, and would reopen the long vista of the years, at the very beginning of which they would see Celt and Teuton, Saxon and Gaul, working side by side, solidifying the fulcrum of the structure on which this great nation rests.
The Irish in Canada, by James J. Walsh, M.D., Ph.D., Lit.D., Sc.D. When Wolfe captured Quebec and Canada came under British rule, some of the best known of his officers and several of his men were Irish. After the peace was signed, many of them settled in Canada, not a few of them marrying French wives, and as a consequence there are numerous English, Scotch, and English names among the French-speaking inhabitants of Lower Canada. Two of Wolfe's officers, Colonel Guy Carleton, born at Strabane in the county Tyrone, and General Richard Montgomery, born only 7 miles away at Convoy in the same county, were destined to play an important role in the future history of Canada. Montgomery was in command of the Revolutionary Army from the colonies when it attempted to take Quebec, and Carleton, who had been a trusted friend of General Wolfe, was in command of the Canadian forces. The two men were the lives of their respective commands, and with the death of Montgomery, Carleton's victory was assured. Carleton was made Governor-in-Chief of Canada, and during the trying years of the early British rule of New France and the American Revolution, his tact did more than anything else to save Canada for the British. Bibeau, the French historian, says, quote, "The man to whom the administration of the government was entrusted had known how to make the Canadians love him, and this contributed not a little to retain, at least within the bounds of neutrality, those among them who might have been able, or believed themselves able, to ameliorate their lot by making common cause with the insurgent colonies." End quote. Shortly after being made governor, Carleton went to England and secured the passage of the Quebec Act through the English Parliament, which gave the Canadian French assurance that they were to be ruled without oppression by the British government. Subsequently, in 1786, Carleton, as Lord Dorchester, became the first Governor-General of Canada, being given jurisdiction over Nova Scotia and New Brunswick, as well as Upper and Lower Canada, and to him, more than to any other, is due the early loyalty to the British Crown in the Dominion. After the army, the next important source of Irish population in Canada were the Loyalists, who, after the Revolution, removed from the United States to the British dominions in America. There were probably many thousands of them, more than enough to make up for the French who left Canada for France when the territory passed over to England. Among the Irish Loyalists who went to Canada was the Reverend John Stuart, who had become very well known as a missionary in the Mohawk Valley before the Revolution, and who, though born a Presbyterian, was destined to win the title of the Father of the Church of England in Upper Canada. When the first Canadian Parliament met in December 1792, Edward O'Hara was returned for Gaspé in Lower Canada, and D'Arcy McGee could boast that henceforward Lower Canada was never without an Irish representative in its legislative councils. When the question of settling Upper Canada with British colonists came up, Colonel Talbot, a County Dublin man, was the most important factor. He obtained a large grant of land near what is now London and attracted settlers into what was at that time a wilderness. The tract settled under his superintendence now comprises 29 townships in the most prosperous part of Canada. The Maritime Provinces had been under British rule before the fall of Quebec and contained a large element of Irish population. In Newfoundland in 1753, out of a total population of some 13,000, Davin says that there were nearly 5,000 Catholics, chiefly Irish. In 1784, a great new stimulus to Irish immigration to Newfoundland was given by Father O'Connell, who in 1796 was made Catholic bishop of the island. Newfoundland, for its verdure, the absence of reptiles, and its Irish inhabitants, was at this time called Transatlantic Ireland, and Bonnycastle says that more than one half of the population was Irish. In 1749, Governor Cornwallis brought some 4,000 disbanded soldiers to Nova Scotia and founded Halifax. 10 years later, it was described as subdivided into Halifax proper, Irish Town, or the southern, and Dutch Town, or the northern suburbs. The inhabitants numbered 3,000, one-third of whom were Irish. They were among the most prominent men of the city and province. In the Privy Council for 1789 were Thomas Corcoran and Charles Morris. Morris was the president of the Irish Society, and Matthew Cahill the Sheriff of Halifax in that year. A large number of Irish from the north of Ireland settled in Nova Scotia in 1763, calling their settlement Londonderry. They provided a fortunate refuge for the large numbers of Irish Presbyterians who were expelled from New England by the intolerant Puritans the following year. They also welcomed many Loyalists who came from New York and the New England states after the acknowledgement of the independence of the American colonies by Great Britain. Between the more eastern settlers around Halifax and those in the interior, the greater part of the population of Nova Scotia was probably Irish in origin. It was in the Maritime Provinces that the first step in political emancipation for Catholics under British rule was made. In 1821, Lawrence Kavanagh, a Roman Catholic, was returned to the Assembly of the province for Cape Breton. He would not subscribe to the Declaration on Transubstantiation in the oath of office tendered him, and as a consequence was refused admittance to the Assembly. But he was elected again and again, and 6 years afterwards, Judge Haliburton, better known by his nom de plume of Sam Slick, in an able speech, seconded the motion to dispense with the declaration, and Kavanagh was permitted to take the oath without the declaration. The War of 1812 brought over from Ireland a number of Irish soldiers serving in the British Army, many of whom, after the war, settled down and became inhabitants of the country. They were allotted farmlands and added much to Canada's prosperity. A type of their descendants was Sir William Hingston, whose father was at this time a lieutenant adjutant in the Royal 100th Regiment, the Dublins. Sir William's father died when his son was a mere boy, but the lad supported his mother, worked his way through the medical school, saved enough money to give himself 2 years in Europe, and became a great surgeon. He was elected 3 times Mayor of Montreal, serving 1 term with great prestige under the most trying circumstances. He afterwards became a senator of the Dominion and was knighted by Queen Victoria. Prince Edward Island was settled mainly by the Scotch and French, and yet many Irish names are to be found among its old families. It was ceded to Great Britain in 1763, and the first governor appointed was Captain Walter Patterson, whose niece, Elizabeth Patterson, was married to Jerome Bonaparte in Baltimore in 1803. Captain Patterson was so ardent an Irishman that through his influence he had an act passed by the Assembly changing the name of the island to New Ireland, but the home government refused to countenance the change. At this time, the island was known as St. John's, and the name Prince Edward was given to it in honour of the Duke of Kent in 1789. One of the most popular governors of the island was Sir Dominick Daly, knighted while in office. He was a member of a well-known Galway family, and first came to America as secretary to one of the governors. He afterwards became provincial secretary for Lower Canada. Canada suffered from the aftermath of the revolutions which took place in Europe during the early part of the 19th century. The year 1837 saw 2 revolutions, one in Upper, the other in Lower Canada, though neither of them amounted to more than a flash in the pan. As might be expected, there were not a few Irish among the disaffected spirits who fostered these revolutions. Their experience at home led them to know how little oppressed people were likely to obtain from the British government, except by a demonstration of force. There were serious abuses, especially the family compact, the lack of anything approaching constitutional guarantees in government, and political disabilities on the score of religion. However, most of the Irish in Canada were ranged on the side of the government. Sir Richard Bonnycastle, writing in 1846, said, quote, "The Catholic Irish, who have been long settled in the country, are by no means the worst subjects in this transatlantic realm, as I can personally testify, having had the command of large bodies of them during the border troubles of 1837–8. They are all loyal and true." End quote. Above all, Bonnycastle pledged himself for the loyalty of the Irish Catholic priesthood. One of the Irishmen who came into prominence in the rebellions of 1837 was Edmund Bailey O'Callaghan, the editor of The Vindicator, the newspaper by means of which Papineau succeeded in arousing much feeling among the people of Lower Canada and fomented the Revolution. O'Callaghan escaped to the United States and settled at Albany, where he became the historian of New York State. To him, more than to any other, we owe the preservation of the historical materials out of which the early history of the state can be constructed. Rare volumes of the Jesuit Relations, to the value of which for historical purposes he had called special attention, were secured from his library for the Canadian Library at Ottawa. Towards the middle of the 19th century, when the population of Ireland reached its highest point of over 8 million, the pressure on the people caused them to emigrate in large numbers, and then the famine came, to drive out great crowds of those who survived. In proportion to its population, Canada received a great many more of these Irish emigrants than did the United States. Unfortunately, the conditions on board the emigrant sailing vessels in those days cost many lives. They were often becalmed and took months to cross the ocean. My grandmother, coming in the 30s, was 93 days in crossing, landing at Quebec after 7 weeks on half rations, part of the time living on nothing but oatmeal and water. Ship fever, the dreaded typhus, broke out on her vessel as on so many others, and more than half of the passengers perished. Many, many thousands of the Irish emigrants thus died on shipboard, or shortly after landing. In 1912, the ancient order of Hibernians erected near Quebec a monument to the victims. In spite of the untoward conditions, emigration continued unabated, and in 1875, in the population of Ontario, Quebec, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, it was calculated that the Irish numbered 846,414, as compared with 706,369 English, and 549,946 Scotch, Hatton quoted by Davin in The Irishman in Canada. It had become clear that Canada would prosper more if united than in separate provinces jealous of each other. The first move in this direction came from the maritime provinces, where the Irish element was so much stronger than elsewhere, and when a conference of the leading statesmen of these provinces was appointed to be held at Charlottetown, PEI, September 1864, representatives of Upper and Lower Canada asked to be allowed to be present, to bring forward a plan for a federation of all the British provinces in North America. The British North America Act was passed and received the royal assent, the Queen appointing July 1st, 1867, as the formal beginning of the Dominion of Canada. Among the men who were most prominent in bringing about federation, and who came to be known as the Fathers of Confederation, were several distinguished Irishmen. Thomas D'Arcy McGee was the best known, and probably did more than any other Canadian to make the idea of Confederation popular by his writings and speeches. He had come to Canada as a stranger, edited a newspaper in Montreal, and was elected to the Assembly after a brief residence, in spite of the opposition cries of Irish adventurer and stranger from abroad, and was subsequently elected 4 times by acclamation, and was Minister of Agriculture and Education, and Canadian Commissioner to the Paris Exposition of 1867. His letters to the Earl of Mayo, pleading for the betterment of conditions in Ireland, were quoted by Gladstone during the Home Rule movement as, quote, a prophetic voice from the dead coming from beyond the Atlantic, end quote. Another of the Fathers of Confederation was the Honourable Edward Whalen, born in the County Mayo, who as a young man went to Prince Edward Island, where he gained great influence as a popular journalist. He was an orator as well as an editor, and came to have the confidence of the people of the island, and hence was able to do very much for federation. A third of the Fathers of Confederation from the Maritime Provinces was the Honourable, afterwards Sir Edward Kenny, who, when the first cabinet of the new Dominion was formed, was offered and accepted one of the portfolios in recognition of the influence which he had wielded for Canadian union. At all times in the history of Canada, the Catholic hierarchy has been looked up to as thoroughly conservative factors for the progress and development of the country. After the Irish immigration, most of the higher ecclesiastics were Irish by birth or descent, and they all exerted a deep influence not only on their own people, but on their city and province. One of the Fathers of Confederation was Archbishop Connolly of Halifax, of whom the most distinguished Presbyterian clergyman of the lower provinces said the day after his death, quote, I feel that I have not only lost a friend, but as if Canada had lost a patriot. In all his big-hearted Irish fashion, he was ever at heart, in mind, and deed, a true Canadian. End quote. Among his colleagues of the hierarchy were such men as his predecessor Archbishop Walsh, Archbishop Lynch, the first Metropolitan of Upper Canada when Toronto was erected into an archbishopric, Bishop Hogan of Kingston, Archbishop Hannon of Halifax, Archbishop Walsh of Toronto, and Archbishop O'Brien of Halifax, all of whom were esteemed as faithful Canadians, working for the benefit of their own people more especially, but always with a larger view of good for the whole Commonwealth of Canada. The Irish continued to furnish great representative men to Canada. The first governor, Guy Carleton, was Irish, and his subsequent governor-generalship as Lord Dorchester did much to make Canada loyal to Great Britain. During the difficult times of the Civil War in the United States, Lord Monck, a Tipperary man, was the tactful Governor-General, quote, like other Irish governors, singularly successful in winning golden opinions, end quote, Davin. Probably the most popular and influential of Canada's Governors-General was Lord Dufferin, another Irishman. Some of the most distinguished of Canadian jurists, editors, and politicians have been Irishmen, and Irishmen have been among her great merchants, contractors, and professional men. In our own time, Sir William Hingston among the physicians, Sir Charles Fitzpatrick among the jurists, and Sir Thomas George Shaughnessy among the administrative financiers are fine types of Irish character.
The Irish in South America by Marion Mulhall. 1. From the Spanish Conquest to the War of Independence. South America, although comparatively little known until recent times to the outside world, contains much to interest the missionary, the scientist, the historian, the traveler, and the financier. The 20th century will probably see hundreds following in the footsteps of their predecessors. In the meantime, the brilliant achievements of numerous Irish men and women in that part of the world are falling into oblivion, and call for a friendly hand to collect the fragments of historical lore connected with their exploits. This paper will cover 3 periods. 1. From the Spanish Conquest to the War of Independence. Here the principal actors were maritime explorers, buccaneers, and mercantile adventurers. 2. The War of Independence from 1810 to 1826. In this period, Irishmen performed feats of valor worthy to rank with those in Greek or Roman history. 3. Since the independence, a period of commercial and industrial development in which Irishmen have played a foremost part. It has been said that George Barlow, the companion of Sebastian Cabot, was an Irishman. Cabot was the first Britisher to sail up the Rio de la Plata, and gave it its name just 35 years after the discovery of America. Barlow was in the service of the King of Spain, and in that country met Cabot, who had been appointed Pilot Major to His Majesty in the year 1518. In 1577, we read of the famous Admiral Drake's expedition to the River Plate, which he reached on April 14, 1578. Evidently, it was a successful one in the opinion of Queen Elizabeth, for on Drake's return to Plymouth, September 26, 1580, she came aboard his ship and knighted him. There seem to have been 3 Irishmen on this expedition, Fenton, Merrick, and Ward. Fenton, who was in command of 2 vessels, was attacked by a Spanish squadron between Brazil and the River Plate, and the battle continued by moonlight until one of the Spaniards was sunk. The Spanish historian adds that Fenton might have sunk another of the enemy's ships, but refrained because there were several women on board. Lozana, in his history, mentions a revolution in Paraguay in 1555, which was headed by an Irishman named Nicholas Colman. This revolution was quickly suppressed by the Spanish viceroy, Irala, but Colman led a second revolution in 1570, when Captain Riguelin was the governor of Guayra. The mutineers named Colman for their chief, put their treasures into canoes, and floated down the Parana until their boats were capsized by some rapids, probably the falls of Apipe in Misiones. The viceroy, on hearing of the revolt, sent troops to bring back the fugitives, and the latter were treated with unusual clemency. Lozana describes Colman as a daring, turbulent buccaneer. For 15 years, he seems to have played an important part in Guayra. His subsequent fate is unknown. In 1626, an expedition commanded by James Purcell, an Irishman, established itself on the island of Tucojos, in the mouth of the Amazon. Captain Charles O'Hara was sent by Governor Arana from Montevideo in March 1761 to destroy the old landmarks of Rio Negro and Ching between the dominions of Portugal and Spain. The officer next under him was Lieutenant Charles Murphy, afterwards Governor of Paraguay. This expedition suffered great hardships. Several of the expeditions of the privateers of the 18th century sailed from Ireland. Dampier, a skillful navigator, went on a cruise to intercept the Spanish galleons returning from the River Plate with booty supposed to be worth £600,000 sterling. He sailed from Kinsale in September 1703 with 2 vessels, and no doubt amongst the crews were many Irishmen. It was on this expedition that Alexander Selkirk, a Scotch sailor, was put on shore at Juan Fernandez in 1704, where he remained until rescued by Captain Rogers, who commanded the Duke, a vessel of 320 tons, which sailed from Cork on September 1, 1708, touched by chance at Juan Fernandez and found the original of Defoe's remarkable story Robinson Crusoe, who presented a wild appearance dressed in his goatskins. In 1765, Captain McNamara, with 2 vessels called the Lord Clive and the Ambuscade, mounting between them 104 guns, attempted to take Colonia in front of Buenos Aires from the Spaniards. Having shelled the place for 4 hours, McNamara expected every moment to see a white flag hoisted, when, by some mishap, the Lord Clive took fire and 262 persons perished. The Spaniards fired upon the poor fellows in the water, only 78 escaping to land. McNamara was seen to sink. His sword was found a few years ago by a Colonia fisherman, who presented it to the British consul at Montevideo. Most of the Irish names still extant in the Argentine provinces, such as Sarsfield, Carroll, and Butler, are probably derived from these captives. Among the descendants of the survivors of McNamara's expedition may be mentioned the ablest lawyer ever known in Buenos Aires and for many years Prime Minister, the late Dr. Velez Sarsfield, and also Governor O'Neill. The year 1586 saw an expedition of a very different character, consisting of the first Jesuits sent to convert Paraguay, under the direction of Father Thomas Field, an Irishman, and son of a Limerick doctor. Their vessel fell into the hands of British privateers off the Brazilian coast, but the sea rovers respected their captives, and after sundry adventures the latter landed at Buenos Aires, whence they proceeded overland to Cordoba. The year following they set out for Paraguay, where Father Field and his companions laid the foundation of the Jesuit Commonwealth of Misiones, which had such wonderful development in the following 2 centuries as to cause Voltaire to admit that, quote, "the Jesuit establishment in Paraguay seems to be the triumph of humanity," unquote. Another Irish Jesuit, Father Thaddeus Ennis, appears in authority in Misiones shortly before the downfall. In 1756, when Spain ceded San Miguel and other missions to Portugal, Father Ennis was entrusted with the removal lower down to Parana of such tribes as refused to become Portuguese subjects. Yet another Jesuit, Father Falconer, son of an Irish Protestant doctor in Manchester, who had himself studied medicine, was one of the most successful travelers and missionaries of the 18th century. Among his friends in London was a ship captain who traded from the coast of Guinea to Brazil, carrying slaves for the company recently established by Queen Anne's patent, and he it doubtless was who prevailed on the young physician to try a seafaring life. In one of his voyages as ship surgeon, from Guinea to Buenos Aires, he fell ill at the latter port, and, there being no hotels, he had the good fortune to enjoy the hospitality of the Jesuit superior, Father Mahoney, whose name proclaims his Irish nationality. Such was the impression made on Falconer by the kindness of the Jesuits, that he shortly afterwards was received into the church and entered as a novice in the College of St. Ignatius at Buenos Aires. He spent the first years of his missionary career in Misiones and Tucumán. Later on he was dispatched by his superior to Patagonia, and his success there during 27 years was almost equal to what has already been mentioned of Father Field in Paraguay. He converted many tribes and traversed nearly every part of Patagonia from Rio Negro to Magellan's Straits and as far inland as the Andes. He knew most of the Indian tongues, and by his winning manners and knowledge of medicine gained a great influence over the savages. When he published his life and travels, such was the effect of his book upon the King of Spain that he at once ordered surveys and settlements to be made along the Patagonian coast, which Father Falconer represented as exposed to seizure by the first adventurer who should land there. Father Falconer's book has been translated into French, German, and Spanish. He returned to England and died at Spetchley, Worcestershire, near the end of the 18th century. In 1774, the Bishop of Ayacucho was Dr. James O'Fellan, who rebuilt the old Cathedral of Pasco. His father was an Irish officer in the Spanish Army. 2. The War of Independence. Towards the close of the 18th century, the Pitt administration lent a willing ear to a Venezuelan patriot, General Miranda, who proposed that Great Britain should aid South America to expel the Spanish rulers and set up a number of independent states. Spain, being the ally of France and paying an annual subsidy to Napoleon, it became, moreover, the object of England to seize the treasure ships periodically arriving from the River Plate. Hostilities having broken out in Europe in 1803, an English squadron under an Irish commander, Captain Moore, captured in the following year some Spanish galleons laden with treasure at the mouth of the River Plate. In June 1806, Major General William Carr Beresford, with a British squadron, cast anchor about 12 miles from Buenos Aires, and, with a force of only 1,635 men, took possession of that city of 60,000 inhabitants. The indignation which such a humiliation at first caused among the people was in large measure calmed by the manifesto which the conquering commander issued on the occasion. In the memoirs of General Belgrano, we read, quote, "It grieved me to see my country subjugated in this manner, but I shall always admire the gallantry of the brave and honorable Beresford in so daring an enterprise." Unquote. Beresford was, however, unable to hold his ground, for the Spaniards got together an army of 10,000 men and retook the city. Beresford was made prisoner, but after 5 months' detention, he and his brother officers, among whom was another Irishman, Major Fay, managed to escape. Thus ended the expedition of this brave general, who nevertheless had covered himself and his little army with glory, for he held Buenos Aires as a British colony for 45 days, and had he been properly supported from home, the result would, in all probability, have been vastly different. General Beresford was one of the most distinguished men of his time. He was the illegitimate son of the Marquis of Waterford, entered the army at 16, and served in every quarter of the globe. After his defeat at Buenos Aires, he captured Madeira and was made governor of that island. In 1808, he successfully covered the retreat of Sir John Moore to Corunna, a difficult feat for which he received a marshal's baton and was made commander-in-chief in Portugal. In 1811, he defeated Marshal Soult at Albuera and subsequently took part in the victories of Salamanca and Vitoria. For these services, he was made Duke of Elvas, and the British government conferred on him in 1814 the title of Baron Beresford of Albuera and Dungannon. The same year, he was sent as minister to Brazil, and on his return was created Viscount. He married the widow of Thomas Hope, the banker, and settled down on his estates in Kent, where he died in 1854. The brilliancy of Beresford's achievement in capturing Buenos Aires with a handful of men had dazzled the minds of English statesmen, who felt that 10,000 British troops were enough to subdue the whole of the vast continent of South America. In May 1807, an expedition comprising several frigates and transports with 5,000 troops appeared off Montevideo from England. A month later, Lieutenant General Whitlock arrived with orders to assume the chief command, and among his officers were the gallant Irishman, Major Vandeleur, who commanded a wing of the 88th Regiment, and Lieutenant Colonel Nugent of the 38th. Whitlock endeavored but failed to retake Buenos Aires. During the siege, a small detachment of Spanish troops under Colonel James Butler, after a terrific conflict in which they sold their lives dearly, were all killed. Agreeably to Colonel Butler's request, his remains were buried on the spot he had so valiantly defended, and his tombstone was visible there until 1818. It is a remarkable fact that several of the South American countries, Mexico, Peru, and Chile, were governed by viceroys of Irish birth in the critical period preceding the independence, although Spanish law forbade such office to any but Spaniards born. It was in recognition of gallant services in Spain, in combination with the Duke of Wellington, that General O'Donoghue was made Viceroy of Mexico in 1821. But the elevation of the great Viceroy of Peru, Ambrose O'Higgins, was due to the splendid talents of administration already displayed by him during 20 years of service in Chile. He was born at Summerhill, County Meath, about 1730. An uncle of his was one of the chaplains at the court of Madrid, and at his expense O'Higgins was educated at a college in Cadiz. He then entered the Spanish Engineer Corps, and in 1769 was given the command of the commission sent to Chile to strengthen the fortifications of Valdivia. He was made Captain General of Chile in 1788, was subsequently created Marquis of Osorno, and in 1796 was nominated Viceroy of Peru, a position which he held until his death in 1801. The great Viceroy left only one son, Bernard O'Higgins, who succeeded General Carreras in the supreme command of the Patriot Army against the Spaniards in 1813. In 1817, O'Higgins took a principal part in the victory of Chacabuco and was almost immediately appointed Supreme Director of Chile, with dictatorial powers. During his administration, which lasted 6 years, he gave every proof of his fitness for the position. But alas, it was the misfortune of South America to surpass the republics of antiquity in the ingratitude shown towards its greatest benefactors. It is then not surprising to find that the father of his country, as O'Higgins is affectionately styled, was deposed by a military revolution and obliged to take refuge in Peru, from which country he never returned. General Miller and Lord Cochrane, in their memoirs, give frequent testimony to the honesty and zeal of Bernard O'Higgins. He was always treated as an honored guest in Lima, in which city he died on October 24, 1842. He left a son, Demetrio O'Higgins, a wealthy landowner, who contributed large sums for the Patriot Army against Spain. Among other Irish commanders in Chile and Peru, who, during the War of Independence, fought their way to dignity and rank, was General McKenna, the hero of Membrillar. He was born in 1771 at Cloer, County Tyrone. His mother belonged to the ancient Irish sept of O'Reilly, whose estates were confiscated after the fall of Limerick in 1691. General Thomond O'Brien, who won his spurs at the Battle of Chacabuco, seems to have been born in the south of Ireland about 1790. He joined the army of San Martin and accompanied that general through the campaigns of Chile and Peru until the overthrow of the Spanish regime and the proclamation of San Martin as protector of Peru. On the day, July 28, 1821, when independence was declared at Lima, the protector took in his hand the standard of Pizarro and said, quote, "This is my portion of the trophies," unquote. Then, taking the state canopy of Pizarro, a kind of umbrella always borne over the viceroys in processions, he presented it to General O'Brien, saying, quote, "This is for the gallant comrade who fought so many years by my side in the cause of South America," unquote. The inscription on the canopy in O'Brien's hand says that it was brought to Peru on Pizarro's second journey from Spain. Little did the viceroys think that its last owner would be an Irishman. General O'Connor, one of the most distinguished soldiers of the War of Independence, played an important part in the final victory of Ayacucho. For his gallantry on that day, he was promoted to the rank of general by the commander-in-chief, General Bolivar. After the War of Independence, he became Minister of War in Bolivia. General O'Connor went to South America as an ensign in the Irish Legion under General Devereux. He claimed direct descent from Roderick O'Connor, last King of Ireland, 1186. Captain Esmond also fought in the War of Independence. He was brother to the then Baronet Sir Thomas Esmond of County Wexford. In later years, Captain Esmond was employed by the Peruvian government to report on some proposed canals at Tarapaca. The vessel in which he embarked was never more heard of. Colonel Charles Carroll had served in Spain, but joined the Chilean army after independence was gained. He was one of the most popular officers in the army and met with a sad fate. Being sent with too small a detachment against the savage Indians, their commander, Benavides, cut his forces in pieces and murdered all the officers in a most cruel manner. O'Carroll had his tongue cut out and was then butchered. Lieutenant Colonel Moran, who commanded the Colombian Legion at the Battle of Ayacucho, probably came out in the Legion of General Devereux. Colonel, afterwards General O'Leary, was first aide-de-camp to General Bolivar, the Liberator, and received his last breath. He was nephew to the famous Father Arthur O'Leary. Bolivar employed him on various missions of great trust and says, quote, "He acquitted himself with great ability," unquote. After the war, General O'Leary was appointed British Chargé d'Affaires in Bogota and died in Rome in 1868. General Arthur Sandys, a native of Dublin, was entrusted with an important garrison in Peru on the close of the War of Independence. Admiral Brown, the distinguished commander and hero of the War of Independence, whose exploits may be ranked, like those of Nelson, above all Greek, above all Roman fame, was born at Foxford, County Mayo, in Ireland, on the 22nd of June, 1777. His father emigrated with his family to Pennsylvania. A ship captain, who was about to sail from Philadelphia, offered to take the intelligent Irish boy with him, and the offer was promptly accepted. During 20 years, he seems to have voyaged to many countries. At one time we find him at Archangel. Brown had been in Buenos Aires just 2 years when the Patriot government offered him command of a squadron to commence hostilities against the Spanish Navy, then mistress of all the coasts and waters of South America. On the memorable 8th of March, 1814, Brown sailed out of the port of Buenos Aires with 3 ships to commence a campaign, which was destined to destroy the Spanish Navy in this part of the waters of the New World. With him went his fellow countrymen, Captains Seaver and Kearney. Brown's next exploits were against Spanish shipping in the Pacific, and his entirely successful campaign at sea against Brazil, in which he gained the mastery by his wonderful skill, courage, and perseverance, keeping at bay the great naval power of that country, which consisted at one time of 50 war vessels, with his few, small, ill-supplied, and ill-armed craft. After these great exploits, Brown spent some months among the wild scenery of Mayo, so dear to him in boyhood, and, returning to Buenos Aires, devoted himself to the quiet life of a country gentleman. He died surrounded by his family and friends on May 3, 1857, and the day of his funeral was one of national mourning. His widow erected a monument to his memory in the Recoleta Cemetery. and in 1872, the municipality of Buenos Aires granted a site for a public statue on the Paseo Julio, which so often rang with the plaudits of the people as they welcomed this great Irishman returning from victory. No brighter pages occur in the history of the New World than those which commemorate the gallantry and self-devotion of the Irish soldiers who aided South Americans to throw off the yoke of Spain. In 1819, an Irish legion of 1,729 men arrived under the command of General Devereux, a Wexford landowner called the Lafayette of South America, to fight in the campaign of General Bolivar. Devereux was distinguished for his great bravery. After the War of Independence, he returned to Europe, being commissioned to form a company for mining operations in Colombia, which country had appointed him envoy extraordinary to various European courts. Colonel Ferguson and Captain Talbot were both Irishmen, and among the last survivors of Devereux's legion. It is computed that 1/3 of the Irishmen who came out under General Devereux died in hospital. It was this legion which won the decisive Battle of Carabobo, June 26, 1821, going into action 1,100 strong and leaving 600 on that hard-fought field. Among the officers who composed Bolivar's Albion Rifles, we find the Irish names of Piggott, Talon, Peacock, Felon, O'Connell, McNamara, Fanshawe, French, Reynolds, Byrne, and Haig, and the medical officer was Dr. O'Reilly. We find mention in General Millar's memoirs of Dr. Moore, an Irishman, who attended Bolivar in most of his campaigns, and was devotedly attached to the person of the liberator. Lieutenant Colonel Hughes, Major Maurice Hogan, Lieutenant William Keogh, Captain Lawrence McGuire, Lieutenant Colonel S. Collins also served in the struggle for independence. The period of independence found a small number of Irish residents in Buenos Aires, mostly patrician families, such as Dillon, McMurrough, Murphy, French, O'Gorman, Orr, Butler, and O'Shea, who had been exiled or had fled from Ireland and obtained the King of Spain's permission to settle in Spanish America. The descendants of these families are now so intermarried in the country that they have mostly forgotten the language and traditions of their ancestors, but they occupy high positions in political, legal, and commercial circles. 3. The period after the Declaration of Independence. A remarkable influx of settlers from Ireland occurred between 1825 and 1830 to work in the saladeros or salt mines of the Irish merchants Brown, Dowdall, and Armstrong. Previous to this, a few Irish mechanics and others had come from the United States. In 1813, Bernard Kieran came from New Brunswick. He seems to have devoted himself to science, as the papers mention his discovery of a comet in the Magellan Clouds on March 19, 1830. His son, James Kiernan, became editor of the government paper Gazzetta Mercantile in 1823, and held this post for 20 years. His death occurred in 1857. There is reason to believe that the first Irishman who landed in Buenos Aires in the 19th century, exclusive of Beresford's soldiers, was James Coyle, a native of Tyrone, who came in the Agréable in 1807 and died in 1876 at the age of 86. In 1830, some survivors of an Irish colony of 300 persons in Brazil made their way to Buenos Aires. They had come out from Europe on the bark Reward in 1829. The banker, Thomas Armstrong, who arrived in Buenos Aires in 1817, occupied the foremost place for half a century in the commerce of that city. He was of the ancient family of Armstrong in the King's County, one of whose members was General Sir John Armstrong, founder of Woolwich Arsenal. Having married into the wealthy family of Villanueva, he became intimately connected with all the leading enterprises of the day, such as railways, banks, loans, etc. He took no part in politics, but interested himself in charities of every kind. In 1865, another Irishman, James P. Cahill, introduced into Peru from the United States the first complete machinery for sugar growing and refining. Still another Irishman, Peter Sheridan, was one of the chief founders of the sheep farming industry in Argentina. His family claimed descent from the same stock in County Cavan as Richard Brinsley Sheridan, the great statesman and dramatist. Sheridan died at the age of 52 in 1844 and was succeeded in the estancia, or sheep farming business, by his nephew James, whose brother, Dr. Hugh Sheridan, had served under Admiral Brown. The number and wealth of the Irish estancieros or sheep farmers in Argentina have never been exactly ascertained, but after the old Spanish families they are the most important. It would be impossible to give all the Irish names to be met with. Some of them own immense tracts of land. Men whose fathers arrived in Argentina without a shilling are today worth millions. Their estancia houses display all the comforts of an American or English home. Their hospitality is proverbial, and most of them have built on their land fine schools and beautiful little chapels, in which the nearest Irish priest officiates. Many of the partidos or districts of the various provinces of Argentina may be compared to Irish counties, the railway stations being called after the owners of the land on which they are situated. Among the earliest families settled in Argentina in the farming industries, we find Dugans, Torneys, Harringtons, O'Briens, Dowlings, Gaynors, Murphys, Moores, Dillons, O'Rourkes, Kennys, Raths, Caseys, Norrises, O'Farrells, Browns, Hams, Duffys, Ballasties, Gayans, and Garrigans. Dr. Santiago O'Farrell, son of one of the earliest Irish pioneers, holds a foremost position among the distinguished lawyers of the present day. An Irish engineer, Mr. John Coghlan, gave Buenos Aires its first waterworks. The British hospital has at present for its leading surgeon a distinguished Irishman, Dr. Luke O'Connor. A son of Peter Sheridan, educated in England, has left the finest landscapes of South America by any artist born in America. He died at Buenos Aires in his 27th year, 1861. Among the public men of Irish descent 50 years ago in Buenos Aires are to be mentioned the distinguished lawyer and politician Dalmacio Velez Sarsfield and John Dillon, Commissioner of Immigration. Dillon was the first to start a brewery in Buenos Aires, for which purpose he brought out workmen and machinery from Europe. All of his sons occupied distinguished positions. Richard O'Shea, president of the Chamber of Commerce in Buenos Aires, was born at Seville of an old Irish family banished by William III. Among the many valuable citizens of Buenos Aires who perished during the cholera of 1868 was Dr. Leslie, a native of Cavan, whose benevolence to the poor was unceasing. Henry O'Gorman, for some years chief of police in Buenos Aires, and afterwards governor of the penitentiary, was descended from an Irish family which went to Buenos Aires in the 18th century. His brother, Canon O'Gorman, was one of the dignitaries of the archdiocese and director of the Boys' Reformatory. General Donovan, son of an Irish Dr. Donovan of Buenos Aires, had command of one of the sections of the new Indian frontier. The first Irish chaplain was Father Burke, a venerable friar mentioned by Mr. Love in 1820 as over 70 years of age and much esteemed. When Rivadavia suppressed the orders in 1822, he allowed Father Burke to remain in the convent of Santo Domingo. After his death, the Irish residents in 1828 petitioned Archbishop Murray of Dublin for a chaplain. Accordingly, the Reverend Patrick Moran was selected, and he arrived in Buenos Aires in 1829. He died in the following year and was succeeded by the Reverend Patrick O'Gorman from Dublin, who continued as chaplain during 16 years till his death in 1847. The year 1843 is memorable for the arrival of Reverend Anthony Fahey, with whose name the advancement of the Irish in Argentina will be forever identified. This great patriarch was born at Loughrea, County Galway, in 1804, and made his ecclesiastical studies at St. Clement's Convent of Irish Dominicans at Rome. Being sent to the western states of America, he passed 10 years in Ohio and Kentucky, after which, on the invitation of the Irish community of Buenos Aires, and by permission of the superior of his order, he came to the River Plate at a time when the prospects of the country and the Irish residents were far from promising. The history of the Irish community since that time is in some measure a recital of the labors of Father Fahey. He it was who helped his countrymen to choose and buy their lands, which are now of such enormous value. Their increasing numbers and prosperity in the camp districts obliged him to endow each of the provincial partidos with a resident chaplain. Most of these clergymen were educated in Dublin and soon showed their zeal not merely in religious but also in social spheres. Irish reading rooms, libraries, and schools sprang up and laid the foundation for the refined Irish life of the present day in those districts. Among other services, Father Fahey founded the Irish Convent, bringing out some Sisters of Mercy under Mrs. Mary Evangelist Fitzpatrick from Dublin, to whom he gave it in charge. Father Fahey died in harness in 1871 of yellow fever. He attended a poor Italian woman, and on returning home was at once taken ill. He lasted only 3 days and expired peacefully, a martyr to his sacred calling. He died so poor that Mr. Armstrong had to discharge for him some small debts, and 5 others of his countrymen paid his funeral expenses. A fitting memorial of the deceased priest, the Fahey College for Irish Orphan Boys in Argentina, has been erected in Buenos Aires, and a magnificent monument of Irish marble carved in Ireland also perpetuates his fame. The priests still living who were co-workers with Father Fahey and appointed by him to various partidos are Monsignor Samuel O'Reilly, deservedly beloved by his parishioners, and the Reverend Father Flannery, whose appointment to San Pedro brought a great influx of Irish farmers into that district. Among those who have gone to enjoy their eternal reward are the brothers, Reverend Michael and Reverend John Leahy, both of whom were indefatigable during the yellow fever in Buenos Aires. Reverend Father Mulady, Reverend Patrick Lynch, Reverend James Curran, and Monsignor Curley were also among the Irish priests of that time. The Fahey College is entrusted to the care of the Marist brothers, who are largely Irish. The community of Holy Cross of the Passionist Fathers, who have as provincial the distinguished North American scholar Father Fidelis Kent Stone, is almost entirely composed of Irish and Irish Americans. They have several establishments in various provinces of Argentina. Irish priests are to be met with all over the country. In Patagonia and the Chaco, we also find a number of Protestant missionaries sent out by the Irish branch of the South American Missionary Society. Archdeacon Dillon succeeded Father Fahey as Irish chaplain in Buenos Aires, and, although by birth and education an Irishman, he became one of the principal dignitaries of the archdiocese. He was for some time professor of theology in the Ecclesiastical Seminary of Buenos Aires, and accompanied Archbishop Escalada as theologian to the Vatican Council in 1869. He was the founder of the Southern Cross in 1874, the Irish weekly paper which is now so ably edited by the gifted Irishman Mr. Gerald Foley. The first daily paper to appear in English in South America was The Standard, founded in 1861 by Michael G. Mulhall, the distinguished statistician, and is still one of the leading papers in the country. In conducting it, Michael G. Mulhall was joined by his brother Edward T. Mulhall in 1862, and for many years it was continuously under their care. The Standard still remains in the Mulhall family, and has for its editor a cousin of the former editors, Mr. John Mulhall, who wisely directs its course. The Argentina, an important paper in Spanish, was founded a few years since by Edward T. Mulhall, Jr., a brilliant son of the late Edward Mulhall of the Standard. The Hiberno Argentine Review, a new Irish weekly, is edited by another able Irishman, James B. Sheridan. In Rio de Janeiro, the Anglo-Brazilian Times was founded in 1864 by an Irishman, Mr. Scully, who also wrote an important book on Brazil. Ireland had also its representatives in South American diplomacy and the making of treaties. As early as 1809, Colonel James Burke was sent by Lord Strangford, British minister at Rio, on a confidential mission to Buenos Aires to negotiate the establishment of a separate kingdom on the River Plate, with the Princess Charlotte as queen. In 1867, Mr. Gould, an Irishman, British chargé d'affaires, endeavored to mediate between the allies, Brazil and Argentina, and President Lopez of Paraguay, but without success. Stephen H. Sullivan, British chargé d'affaires for Chile, signed the Treaty of Commerce and Navigation between England and Chile on the 10th of May, 1852. He was afterwards appointed British minister at Lima, where he was murdered. The late Chilean ministers to Buenos Aires and London, William Blest Gana and Albert Blest Gana, were the sons of an Irish Dr. Blest from Sligo, who settled in Chile. In 1859, George Fagan signed a treaty with General Guido for compensation of losses to British subjects during the civil wars after the independence. The mining industry had among its pioneers brave sons of Erin. J.O. French went to Buenos Aires in 1826, and after an arduous mountain journey arrived at the foot of the Cerro Morado, where he found auriferous ores. Chevalier Edmund Temple, an Irish gentleman who had served in Spain in a dragoon regiment, also landed in Buenos Aires in 1826 and started across the Pampas, then almost uninhabited, until he came to the mountainous country where the Potosi mines were situated. In one of the defiles he lost his favorite horse, and in his book he bids a touching farewell to the friendly steed which had shared with him so many toils and dangers. Temple's successor in the Argentine mining provinces was Major Richard Seaver, a member of an old County Dublin family. Several books of travel in South America have been published by Irish writers during the last 50 years. McCann's Travels in the Argentine Provinces, 1846-49, contains much that is valuable concerning the history and manners of the country. Major Richard Seaver issued in 1863 an interesting narrative of his crossing the Andes. Consul Hutchinson, an Irishman, published in 1864 his book Argentine Gleanings, which was followed by another in 1869 called South American Recollections. Robert Crawford, an Irish engineer, led an expedition from Buenos Aires in November 1871 across the Indian Pampas and over the pass of the Planchon in the Andes to survey an overland route to Chile, and subsequently published an interesting account of his journey. The first book printed and published in English in South America was the Handbook of the River Plate, written by Michael G. Mulhall and published by the Standard in 1861. The same author also published the Rural Code of Buenos Aires in 1867 and the Handbook of Brazil in 1877. In 1871, he published an account of his travels among the German colonies in Rio Grande do Sul. 20 years ago, the writer of this sketch published Between the Amazon and the Andes and The Story of the Jesuit Missions of Paraguay. These books derive special interest from the fact that she was the first foreign woman ever seen in Cuyaba, the capital of Mato Grosso, whither she accompanied her husband 2,500 miles from either the Atlantic or the Pacific seaboard. They arrived as far as the Diamantina Mountains beyond Cuyaba and saw the little rivers which form the sources of the mighty Amazon. Casting a glance over South America, we see in every country and province evidences of Irish genius employed not only in fighting, but in the development of natural resources. To quote Consul Cooper's report to the Foreign Office in London, quote, "The progress of Buenos Aires is mainly due to the industrious Irish sheep farmers," unquote. No other nationality contributed so largely to the export trade of the country. At one time, it was shown by the tables of Mr. Dugan and other wool exporters that the quantity of this staple industry yearly sold by Irishmen in Buenos Aires exceeded that sold by all other nationalities. In later years, the Irish sheep farmers in the province of Buenos Aires have turned their lands into wheat lands, and the great industries of the country, sheep and cattle, have been moved to the outside camps, especially to that wonderful grazing region in the Andine valleys recently visited by Colonel Roosevelt and his party. It may be interesting to mention that at the first English races ever held in South America, on November 6, 1826, the principal event, in which 10 horses ran, was easily won by an Irish horse with the appropriate name of Shamrock.
The Irish in Australasia, by Brother Leo, FSc, M.A. Should one be called upon to give in brief the history of the Irish in the land of the Southern Cross, he could do nothing more to the purpose than to relate the story of the Holy House of Australia. The episode, indeed, is characteristic not merely of the Irish in Australia, but of the Irish in every land and clime where they have striven and conquered. On the 14th of November, 1817, there landed in Sydney an Irish Cistercian father, Jeremiah F. Flynn. He had heard in Rome of the spiritual destitution of the Irish Catholics in Australia, and he secured the permission of his superiors to minister to the needs of his compatriots in the Antipodes. Shortly after his arrival, he celebrated Mass in the house of an Irishman named William Davis, who had been transported for making pikes for the insurgents in the days of '98, and then, on the first opportunity that presented itself, he sought the authorization of the colonial governor to exercise the functions of his sacred ministry. Far from hospitable was the reception accorded him by Governor Macquarie. The priest was told, with the bluntness characteristic of British officialdom, that the presence of no popish missionary would be tolerated in the settlement, and that the profession of the Protestant form of belief was obligatory on every person in the penal colony. With the example of the priesthood hunted down like wolves before him, Father Flynn saw but one consistent course to pursue. His fellow Catholics, his fellow Irishmen, were in sore need of his help. That help they must receive, even though the civil powers refused their sanction. So for several months he went about as secretly as he could, hearing confessions, offering the holy sacrifice, and breaking the bread of good counsel. During this trying period, Davis was his host and defender and friend. Eventually the presence of the priest was detected. He was arrested and promptly sent back to England. Before the ship sailed, he tried repeatedly to return to the house of Davis, where the Blessed Sacrament was preserved in a cedar clothes press, but the surveillance of his captors was strict and unsleeping. So in the dwelling of the convict Irishman, the sacred species remained. Before this unwanted repository, Davis kept the light ever burning day and night, and day and night crept the loyal Irishmen of the settlement to kneel in prayer before the impoverished shrine. The Holy House of Australia, as the Davis dwelling came to be known, remained the only Catholic church in the colony until 1821, when two Irish priests, Father John Joseph Terry of Cork and Father Philip Connolly of Kildare, were permitted to attend to the spiritual needs of the Irish Catholics. Their coming marked the beginning of religious toleration in Australia and the termination of the sufferings and sacrifices of the Irish colonists, several of whom had had to pay dearly for their religious convictions. Davis himself had been twice flogged and once imprisoned for refusing to attend Protestant service. Today, on the site of the Holy House of Australia, stands the Church of St. Patrick. Davis gave the land and the sum of £1,000 to the church, and his fellow exiles contributed according to their means. This episode in the history of the Irish in Australia pays a touchingly eloquent tribute to the spirit of loyalty to God and country, which has characterised the sons and daughters of St. Patrick everywhere whither their feet have strayed. It is the spirit which has made the Irish play so conspicuous a role in the civic and commercial history of Australasia. Originally known as New Holland, Australia became an English penal colony after the outbreak of the Revolutionary War in the United States of America. An Irish element came into the colony in the last decade of the 18th century when, during the Orange Reign of Terror, upwards of 1,000 people from the west of Ireland were deported by the Ulster magistrates and by Lord Corhampton, the notorious Satanides, who was charged with the pacification of Connaught. And during the first 3 decades of the 19th century, the stream of Irish transportation flowed on. As a result of the Tithes agitation, the Charter and Reform movements, the Combination Laws and the Corn Laws, many more Irishmen were forced across the sea. It was not until 1868 that the convict system was permanently abolished. It is difficult for us of a later day to realise the meaning of that word, transportation. Let us form some conception of what the Irish exiles suffered from the graphic picture painted in colours, sombre but not untrue, by one who knew from first-hand experience the lot of the political prisoner. Writes Dr. Ullathorne in The Horrors of Transportation, "Take any one of you, my dear readers, separate him from his wife, from his children, from all those whose conversation makes life dear to him. Cast him on the ends of the earth. Let him there fall among reprobates who are the last stain and disgrace of our common nature. Give him those obscene-mouthed monsters for his constant companions and consolers. Let the daily vision of their progress from infamy to infamy, until the demon that inspires them has exhausted invention and the powers of nature together, be his only example. House him at night in a bark hut on a mud floor, where he has less comfort than your cattle in their stalls. Awake him from the troubled dreams of his wretched wife and outcast children, to feel how far he is from their help, and take him out at sunrise, work him under a burning sun and a heartless overseer, and the threat of the lash until the nightfall. Give him not a penny's wages but sorrow. Leave him no hope but the same dull, dreary round of endless drudgery for many years to come. Let him see no opening by which to escape, but through a long, narrow prospect of police courts, of jails, of triangles, of death cells, and of penal settlements. Let him all the while be clothed in a dress of shame that shows to every living soul his degradation. And if he dare to sell any part of that clothing, then flog him worse than any dog. And thus, whilst severed from all kindness and all love, whilst the stern harsh voice of his taskmaster is grating in incessant jars within his ear, take all rest out of his flesh, and plant the thorn. Take all feeling out of his heart, and leave the withered core. Take all peace out of his conscience, and leave the worm of remorse. And then let any one come and dare to tell me that the man is happy because he has bread and meat. Is it not here, if ever there was such a case, where the taste of bread is a taste of misery, and where to feed in prolonged life is to feed and lengthen our sorrow? And in pondering these things, do not those strong words of sacred scripture bring down their load of truth in heavy trouble to our thoughts, that their bread is loathsome to their eye, and their meat unto their soul? But the bright side of the story of the Irish in Australia and New Zealand unfolds in the subsequent years. The men who had been sent forth from Erin with the brand of the convict upon them became the founders of a new commonwealth. To them were joined the numerous voluntary settlers who, attracted by the natural resources of the island continent, and especially by the gold discoveries of the 50s, migrated to Queensland, Victoria and New South Wales. When in 1858 William E. Gladstone sought to establish a new colony to be known as North Australia, he opened a fresh field for Irish initiative. As a result of his effort, there stands today, on a terrace overlooking Port Curtis, the city of Gladstone, the terminal of the Australian railway system. It was here, according to Cardinal Moran, that in 1606 Mass was first celebrated in Australia, when the Spaniards sought shelter in the harbour of the Holy Cross. The first government resident at Gladstone was Sir Maurice Charles O'Connell, a relative of the great liberator. He was 4 times acting governor of Queensland. The list of Irish pioneer settlers in Australasia is a lengthy one. The name of Thomas Poynton stands out prominently. He was a New Zealand pioneer who had married an Irish girl in Sydney. The devotion of Poynton and his wife to the faith of their fathers is evidenced by the fact that he several times made the long journey from his home to Sydney to interest the church authorities in the wants of the New Zealand Irish Catholics, and that she twice made the same arduous trip to have her children baptised. Thomas Mooney has the distinction of being the first Irish pioneer in Western Australia, and yet another Irishman, Cassidy by name, carried out a policy of benevolent assimilation by marrying the daughter of a Maori chief. Among the pioneer ecclesiastics were Father William Kelly of Melbourne and Father John McEncroe, a native of Tipperary and a Maynooth man, who for 30 years and more was a prominent figure in the religious and civic life of New South Wales. Father John Brady, another pioneer priest, became Bishop of Perth. Irish names occupy a conspicuous and honoured place in the roster of the Australian episcopate. Notable on the list are Bishop Francis Murphy of Adelaide, who was born in County Meath, and Archbishop Daniel Murphy of Sydney, a native of Cork, the man who delivered the eulogy on the occasion of Daniel O'Connell's funeral at Rome. But scant reference can here be made to the illustrious primate of Australia, Cardinal Moran, Archbishop of Sydney from 1884 to 1911, who was such a potent force in the land of his adoption, and whose masterly History of the Catholic Church in Australasia puts him in the forefront of ecclesiastical historians. On his death, he was succeeded in the See of Sydney by another Irishman, Archbishop Michael Kelly of Waterford. Archbishop O'Reilly of Adelaide is a recognised authority on music, and has written several pamphlets on that subject. A Galway man, Dr. T.J. Carr, a great educator, is now, 1914, Archbishop of Melbourne, and Clare man, Dr. J.P. Clune, holds sway in Perth. Irish men in Australia have figured largely in the iron and coal industries, in the irrigation projects, in the manufacturing activities, and in the working of the gold mines. But they have likewise distinguished themselves in other fields of endeavour. Prominent on the bead roll of Australian fame stand the names of Sir Charles Gavan Duffy, 1816 to 1903, founder of the Nation newspaper in Dublin, member of the British House of Commons, and afterwards Premier of Victoria and Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, and his sons, John Gavan Duffy and Frank Gavan Duffy, public-spirited citizens and authorities on legal matters. The Currans, father and son, active in the public life of Sydney, were afterwards members of the British Parliament. Distinguished in the records of the Australian judiciary are Judges Quinlan, Casey, Brennan and O'Dowd. The Reverend J. Milne Curran, FGS, is a geologist who has achieved more than local fame. Other Irishmen who have loomed large in Australasian affairs are Daniel Brophy, John Cumin, Augustus Leo Kenny, James Coughlin, Sir Patrick Buckley, Sir John O'Shaughnessy, and Nicholas Fitzgerald. Louis C. Brennan, C.B., who was born in Ireland in 1852, emigrated to Australia when a boy and, while working in a civil engineer's office in Melbourne, conceived the idea of the Brennan torpedo, which he afterwards perfected, and then, in 1897, sold the invention to the British Admiralty for £110,000. Another Brennan, Frank by name, is president of the Knights of Our Lady of the Southern Cross, and has been a Labour member of the Federal Parliament since 1911. A third, Christopher John, is assistant lecturer in modern literature in the University of Sydney, and a fourth, James, of the Diocese of Perth, was made a Knight of St. Sylvester by Pius X in 1912. Young Australia and New Zealand may be as the world goes, but already both have much to their credit in the domains of music, art and literature. And here, as usual, the Irish have been to the fore. In the writing of poetry, history and fiction, the Celtic element has been especially distinguished. Not to speak of the writers mentioned elsewhere in this sketch, scores of Irish men and women have been identified with the development of an Australian literature, which, though delightfully redolent of the land whence it sprang, nevertheless possesses the universal note which makes it a truly human product. Many years ago, one of the most gifted of Irish Australian singers, Eva of the Nation, voiced a tentative plaint. O barren land, O blank bright sky, methinks it were a noble duty to kindle in that vacant eye the light of spirit, beauty, to fill with airy shapes divine thy lonely plains and mountains, the orange grove, the bower of vine, the silvery lakes and fountains, to wake the voiceless, silent air to soft melodious numbers, to raise thy lifeless form so fair from those deep spellbound slumbers. Oh, whose shall be the potent hand to give that touch informing, and make thee rise, O southern land, to life and poesy warming? Mrs. O'Doherty herself, who long lived in that Queensland which she thus apostrophised, helped in no uncertain way to answer her own question. So did John Farrell, the author of the truly remarkable Jubilee Ode of 1897 and of a collection of poems which include the well-known How He Died. And so, long before, had the non-Catholic Irishman, Edward O'Shaughnessy, who went to Australia as a convict but who laughed in lockstep and made music with his chains. James Francis Hogan, author and journalist, was born in Tipperary in 1855, and shortly afterward was brought by his parents to Melbourne, where he received his education. On his return to Ireland, he was elected to represent his native country in Parliament. He is an authority on Australian history, and in his book on the Gladstone Colony has given us a fine specimen of modern historical method. With him must be mentioned Roderick Flanagan, whose History of New South Wales appeared in 1862. Other Irish names distinguished in Australasian literature are those of the New Zealand poet Thomas Bracken, Roderick Quinn, Desmond Byrne, J.B. O'Hara, the eccentric convict writer George Barrington Waldron, Victor J. Daly, Bernard O'Dowd, Edwin J. Brady, the Reverend J. J. Malone, and the Reverend W. Kelly. Finally, the Irish in Australia have done more than their share in the work of education and social service. Under Irish auspices, several of the Catholic teaching congregations, including the Christian Brothers and the Presentation Nuns, were introduced, and their work has borne goodly fruit. A mighty power for good is the Hibernian Australasian Benefit Society. The organisation, which was founded in 1871, has spread rapidly and has a large active membership. Truly, the land of the Southern Cross is not the dimmest jewel in the coronet of Ireland's glories.
The Irish in South Africa by A. Millard Atteridge. The tide of emigration from Ireland has set chiefly towards America and Australia. In South Africa, therefore, the Irish element among the colonists has never been a large one. But despite its comparatively small numbers, it has been an important factor in the life of South Africa. Here, as in so many other countries, it has been the glory of the sons of Aaron to be a missionary people. To their coming is due the very existence of the Catholic Church in these southern lands. When Dr. Ullathorne touched at the Cape on his way to Australia in 1832, he found at Cape Town a single priest for the whole of South Africa, an English Benedictine, who soon afterwards returned to Europe in broken health. Few Irish immigrants had by that time found their way to the Cape. They began to arrive in numbers only after the famine year. The founder of the Catholic hierarchy in South Africa was the Irish Dominican Patrick R. Griffith, who in 1837 was sent to Cape Town by Gregory XVI as the first Vicar Apostolic of Cape Colony. His successors at the Cape, Bishops Grimley, Leonard, and Rooney, have all been Irishmen, and 9 in every 10 of their flock have from the first been Irish by birth or descent. In the earlier years of Bishop Griffith's episcopate, there was a large garrison in South Africa on account of the Kafir Wars. Many of these soldiers were Irishmen. At Grahamstown in 1844, the soldiers of an Irish regiment stationed there did most of the work of building St. Patrick's Church, one of the oldest Catholic churches in South Africa. They worked without wages or reward of any kind, purely out of their devotion to their faith, giving up most of their leisure to this voluntary labor. 10 years after Bishop Griffith's appointment, Pius IX separated Natal and the eastern districts of Cape Colony from Cape Town and erected the Eastern Vicariate Apostolic. Once more, an Irish prelate was the first bishop, Aidan Devereux, who was consecrated by Bishop Griffith at Cape Town in the Christmas week of 1847. The great emigration from Ireland had now begun, and a stream of immigrants was arriving at the Cape. Bishop Devereux fixed his residence at Port Elizabeth, and of his 4 successors up to the present day, 3 have been Irish. Bishop Moran, who went out to Port Elizabeth in 1854, was consecrated at Carlow in Ireland by Archbishop, afterwards Cardinal Cullen. The 3rd Vicar Apostolic was Bishop Reichard's, and the present bishop is another Irishman, Dr. Hugh McSherry, who received his consecration from the hands of Cardinal Logue at St. Patrick's Cathedral at Armagh. Until the discovery of the diamond deposits in what is now the Kimberley district some 40 years ago, the Irish immigrants had chiefly settled in the ports and along the coast. But among the crowds who went to seek their fortunes at the diamond fields were large numbers of adventurous Irishmen. The mission church, established at Kimberley, became the center of a new bishopric in 1886, when the Vicariate of Kimberley, which for some time included the Orange Free State, was established, and an Irish oblate, Father Anthony Guerin, was appointed its first bishop. He was succeeded in 1901 by his namesake and fellow countryman, the present Bishop Matthew Guerin. The gold discoveries on the Witwatersrand about Johannesburg produced another rush into the interior in the days after the First Transvaal War. A great city of foreign immigrants, the Uitlanders grew up rapidly on the upland, where a few months before there had been only a few scattered Boer farms. Irishmen from Cape Colony and Natal, from Ireland itself, and from the United States, formed a large element in the local mining and trading community. They were mostly workers. Few of them found their way into the controlling financier class, which was largely Jewish. The Irish were better out of the circle of international gamblers, whose intrigues finally produced the terrible 2 years' bloodshed of the Great South African War. Many engineers of the mines were Irish Americans. Huge consignments of mining machinery arrived from the United States, and many of the engineers who came to fit it up remained in the employ of the mining companies. Until after the war, the Transvaal and Johannesburg had depended ecclesiastically on the Vicar Apostolic of Natal. But in 1904, a Transvaal vicariate was erected, and once more the first bishop was an Irishman, Dr. William Miller, OMI. We have seen how Irish the South African episcopate has been from the very outset. Most of the clergy belong to the same missionary race, as also do the nuns of the various convents, and the Christian brothers who are in charge of many of the schools. Of the white Catholic population of the various states of the South African Union, the greater part are Irish. There are about 25,000 Irish in Cape Colony, in a total population of over 2 million. There are some 7,000 in Natal, 1,500 in Kimberley, and about 2,000 in the Orange River Colony. In the Transvaal, chiefly in and about Johannesburg, there are some 12,000 Irish. A few thousand more are to be found scattered in Griqualand and Rhodesia. As has been already said, the total numbers are not large in proportion to that of the population generally, and they belong chiefly to the industrial and trading classes. The most notable names among them are those of prelates, priests, and missionaries, who have founded and built up the organization of the Catholic Church in South Africa. But there are some names of note also in civil life. Sir Michael Galway was for many years Chief Justice of Natal. The Honourable A. Wilmot, who has not only held high official posts, but has also done much to clear up the early history of South Africa, is Irish on the mother's side. Mr. Justice Shiel is a judge of the Cape Courts. Eyre and Woodbine are Irish names among the makers of Rhodesia. And amongst those who have done remarkable work in official life may also be named Sir Geoffrey Lagden, Sir William St. John Carr, and the Honourable John Daverin. Lagden was for many years British resident in Basutoland, the Switzerland of South Africa, where the native tribes are practically independent under a British protectorate. Griffith, the paramount chief of the Basuto nation, has been a Catholic since 1911. Sir Geoffrey's tactful policy and wise counsels did much to promote the prosperity of this native state, and during the trying days of the South African War, he was able to secure the neutrality of the tribesmen. In the Boer Wars, Irishmen fought with distinction on both sides. General Colley, who fell at Majuba in the First Boer War, was a distinguished Irish soldier. Another great Irishman, General Sir William Butler, has written the story of Colley's life. Butler himself was in command of the troops at the Cape before the Great War. If his wise counsels had been followed by the government, the war would undoubtedly have been avoided. He refused to have any part in the war-provoking policy of Rhodes and Chamberlain, and warned the home government that an attack on the Dutch republics would be a serious and perilous enterprise. When the war came, England owed much to the enduring valor of Irish soldiers and to the leadership of Irish generals. One need only name General Hart of the Irish Brigade, General French, who relieved Kimberley, and who is now, 1914, Field Marshal and Commander-in-Chief of the British Army in France, General Mann, who raised the siege of Mafeking, Colonel Moore of the famous Connacht Rangers, now, 1914, Commandant and Chief Military Advisor of the Irish National Volunteers, and finally Lord Roberts, who took over the chief command and saved the situation after the early disasters. Lord Kitchener, who acted as Roberts' chief of staff, succeeded him in the command and brought the war to an end by an honourable treaty with the Boer leaders, is a native of Ireland, but of English descent, and he passed most of his boyhood in Ireland, in County Kerry, where his father had bought a small property. I used to know an Irish Franciscan lay brother who told me he had taught the future soldier many games when he was quite a little fellow. Of the regiments which took part in the war, none won a higher fame than the Munster and the Dublin Fusiliers and the Connacht Rangers. It was in recognition of their splendid valour that the new regiment of Irish Guards was added to the British Army. But the majority of Irishmen sympathized with the Boer republics, and many of them fought under the Boer flag. Of these were legally British subjects, but many were naturalized burghers of the Transvaal, and many more were United States citizens, Irish Americans from the Rand gold mines. There were two small Irish brigades under the Boer flag, those of MacBride and Lynch, the latter now a member of the British House of Commons, and an engineer corps commanded by Colonel Blake, an American. At the very first battle before Ladysmith, it was one of the Irish brigades that kept the Boer guns in action, bringing up ammunition under a rain of shell fire. During the Boer retreat and Roberts' advance on Pretoria, Blake's engineers were always with the Boer rear guard and successfully destroyed every mile of the railway as they went back. Blake had served in the United States Cavalry, had learned mining while on duty in Nevada, and had then gone to seek his fortune in Johannesburg. The great leader of the Boer armies, now the Prime Minister of the new South Africa, which has happily arisen out of the storm of war, has Irish connections. Louis Botha lived before the war in the southeast Transvaal, not far from Laing's Nek, and near neighbours of his were a family of Irish settlers bearing the honoured name of Emmet. The Emmets and the Bothas were united by ties of friendship and intermarriage, and one of the Emmets served with Louis Botha during the war. The Irish colonists of South Africa kept their love for faith and fatherland. But as in the United States, they have thoroughly and loyally thrown in their lot with the new country of which they have become citizens. Few in number though they are an important factor in the new dominion. for their national tradition inspires them with civic patriotism, and their religion gives them a high standard of conduct and puts before them, as guides in the work of life and the solution of the problems of the day, the Christian principles of justice and charity.
Irish Language and Letters by Douglas Hyde, LL.D., MRIA. The Celtic languages consist of two divisions, A, the Gaelic or Irish division, and B, the Cymric or Welsh division. Between them they comprise A, Irish, Scotch Gaelic, and Manx, and B, Welsh, Armorican, and Cornish. All these languages are still alive, except Cornish, which died out about 100 years ago. Of all these languages, Irish is the best preserved, and it is possible to follow its written literature back into the past for some 1,300 years, while much of the most interesting matter has come down to us from pagan times. It has left behind it the longest, the most luminous, and the most consecutive literary track of any of the vernacular languages of Europe, except Greek alone. For centuries, the Irish and their language were regarded by the English as something strange and foreign to Europe. It was not recognized that they had any relationship with the Greeks or Romans, the French, the Germans, or the English. The once well-known statesman, Lord Lyndhurst, in the British Parliament, denounced the Irish as aliens in religion, in blood, and in language. Bopp, in his great comparative grammar, refused them recognition as Indo-Europeans, and Pott, in 1856, also denied their European connection. It was left for the great Bavarian scholar, John Caspar Zeuss, to prove to the world in his epoch-making Grammatica Celtica, published in Latin in 1853, that the Celts were really Indo-Europeans, and that their language was of the highest possible value and interest. From that day to the present, it is safe to say that the value set upon the Irish language and literature has been steadily growing amongst the scholars of the world, and that in the domain of philology, Old Irish now ranks close to Sanskrit for its truly marvelous and complicated scheme of word forms and inflections, and its whole verbal system. The exact place which the Celtic languages, of which Irish is philologically far the most important, hold in the Indo-European group has often been discussed. It is now generally agreed upon that, although both the Celtic and Teutonic languages may claim a certain kinship with each other, as being both of them Indo-European, still the Celtic is more nearly related to the Greek and the Latin groups, especially to the Latin. All the Indo-European languages are more or less related to one another. We Irish must acknowledge a relationship, or rather a very distant connecting tie, with English. But to trace this home, Irish must be followed back to the very oldest form of its words, and English must be followed back to Anglo-Saxon, and, when possible, to Gothic. The hard mutes, p, t, k, of Celtic, and for that matter of Sanskrit, Zend, Greek, Latin, Slavonic, and Lithuanian, will be represented in Gothic by the corresponding soft mutes, b, d, g, and the soft mutes in Celtic by the corresponding hard mutes in Gothic. Thus we find the Irish dia, god, in the Anglo-Saxon Tiw, the god of war, whose name is perpetuated for all time in Tuesdag, now Tuesday, and we find the Irish dead in the Anglo-Saxon Toth, now tooth, and so on. But of all the Indo-European languages, Old Irish possesses by far the nearest affinity to Latin, and this is shown in a great many ways, not in the vocabulary merely, but in the grammar, which for philologists is of far more importance, as, for example, the be future, the passive in are, the genitive singular and nominative plural of o stems, etc. Thus the Old Irish for man, nominative fer, genitive fir, dative fir, accusative fern, plural nominative fir, genitive fern, is derived from the older forms viros, viri, viro, viron, nominative plural, viri, genitive plural, viron, which everyone who knows Latin can see at a glance correspond very closely to the Latin inflections vir, viri, viro, virum, nominative plural viri, etc. So much for the language. When did this language begin to be used in literature? This question depends upon another. When did the Irish begin to have a knowledge of letters? When did they begin to commit their literature to writing? And whence did they borrow their knowledge of this art? The oldest alphabet used in Ireland, of which remains exist, appears to have been the Ogham, or Ogham, which is found in numbers of stone inscriptions dating from about the 3rd century of our era on. About 300 such inscriptions have already been found, most of them in the southwest of Ireland, but some also in Scotland and Wales, and even in Devon and Cornwall. Wherever the Irish Gael planted a colony, he seems to have brought his Ogham writing with him. The Irishman who first invented the Ogham character was probably a pagan who obtained a knowledge of Roman letters. He brought back to Ireland his invention, or, as is more likely, invented it on Irish soil. Indeed, the fact that no certain trace of Ogham writing has been found upon the European continent indicates that the alphabet was invented in Ireland itself. An inscription at Killeen Cormac, County Kildare, survives, which seems to show that the Roman alphabet was known in Ireland in pagan times. Ogham is an alphabet suitable enough for chiseling upon stones, but too cumbrous for the purposes of literature. For this, the Roman alphabet must have been used. The Ogham script consists of a number of short lines, straight or slanting, and drawn either below, above, or through one long stem line. This stem line is generally the sharp angle between two faces or sides of a long, upright, rectangular stone. Thus, 4 cuts to the right of the long line stand for S, to the left of it they mean C, passing through it, half on one side and half on the other, they mean Z. The device was rude, but it was applied with considerable skill, and it was undoubtedly framed with much ingenuity. The vowels, occurring most often, are also the easiest to cut, being scarcely more than notches on the edge of the stone. The inscription generally consists of the name of the dead warrior over whom the memorial was raised. It usually begins on the left corner of the stone facing the reader, and is to be read upwards, and is often continued down on the right-hand angular line as well. The language of the Ogham inscriptions is very ancient, and nearly the same forms occur as in what we know of Old Gaulish. The language, in fact, seems to have been an antique survival, even when it was first engraved in the 3rd or 4th century. The word forms are probably far older than those used in the spoken language of the time. This is a very important conclusion, and it must have a far-reaching bearing upon the history of the earliest epic literature. Because if forms of language, much more ancient than any that were then current, were employed on pillar stones in the 3rd or 4th century, it follows that this obsolescent language must have survived either in a written or a regularly recited form. This immediately raises the probability that the substance of Irish epic literature, which was written down on parchment in the 6th or 7th century, really dates from a period much more remote, and that all that is purely pagan in it was preserved for us in the same antique language as the Ogham inscriptions before it was translated into what we now call Old Irish. The following is the Ogham alphabet as preserved on some 300 ancient pillars and stones in the probably 9th century treatise in the Book of Ballymote and elsewhere. Each letter consists of 1 to 5 parallel strokes in increasing order as follows. Above the stem line, H, D, T, C, Q. Below the stem line, B, L, V, S, N. Diagonally across it, M, G, NG, Z, R, vertically across it in short notches, A, O, U, E, I. There are a great many allusions to this Ogham writing in the ancient epics, especially in those that are purely pagan in form and conception, and there can be no doubt that the knowledge of letters must have reached Ireland before the island became Christianized. With the introduction of Christianity and of Roman letters, the old Ogham inscriptions, which were no doubt looked upon as flavouring of paganism, quickly fell into disuse and disappeared, but some inscriptions, at least, are as late as the year 600 or even 800. In the thoroughly pagan poem, The Voyage of Bran, which such authorities as Zimma and Kuno Maya both consider to have been committed to parchment in the 7th century, we find it stated that Bran wrote the 50 or 60 quatrains of the poem in Ogham. Cuchulainn constantly used Ogham writing, which he cut upon wands and trees and standing stones, for Queen Maeve's army to read, and these were always brought to his friend Fergus to decipher. Cormac, King of Cashel, in his glossary, tells us that the pagan Irish used to inscribe the wands they kept for measuring corpses and graves with Ogham characters, and that it was a source of horror to anyone even to take it in his hand. St. Patrick, in his Confession, the authenticity of which no one doubts, describes how he dreamt that a man from Ireland came to him with innumerable letters. In Irish legend, Ogma, one of the Tuatha De Danann, who was skilled in dialects and poetry, seems to be credited with the invention of the Ogham alphabet, and he probably was the equivalent of the Gaulish god Ogmios, the god of eloquence, so interestingly described by Lucian. We may take it then that the Irish pagans knew sufficient letters to hand down to Irish Christians the substance of their pagan epics, sagas, and poems. We may take it for granted also that the greater Irish epics, purely pagan in character, utterly untouched in substance by that Christianity which so early conquered the country, really represent the thoughts, manners, feelings, and customs of pagan Ireland. The effect of this conclusion must be startling indeed to those who know the ancient world only through the medium of Greek and Roman literature. To the Greek and to his admiring master, the Roman, all outside races were simply barbarians, at once despised, misinterpreted, and misunderstood. We have no possible means of reconstructing the ancient world as it was lived by the ancestors of some of the leading races in Europe, the Gauls, Spaniards, Britons, and the people of all those countries which trace themselves back to a Celtic ancestry, because these races have left no literature or records behind them, and the Greeks and Romans, who tell us about them, saw everything through the false medium of their own prejudices. But now, since the discovery and publication of the Irish sagas and epics, the descendants of these great races no longer find it necessary to view their own past through the coloured and distorting glasses of the Greek or the Roman, since there has now opened for them, where they least expected to find it, a window through which they can look steadily at the life of their race, or of one of its leading offshoots, in one of its strongholds, and reconstruct for themselves with tolerable accuracy the life of their own ancestors. It is impossible to overrate the importance of this for the history of Europe, because neither Teutons nor Slavs have preserved pictures of their own heroic past dating from pagan times. It is only the Celts, and of these the Irish, who have handed down such pictures drawn with all the fond intimacy of romance, and descriptions which exhibit the life of Western Europeans at an even earlier culture stage in the evolution of humanity than do the poems of Homer. This conclusion, to which a study of the literature invites us, falls in exactly with that arrived at from purely archaeological sources. Professor Ridgway of Cambridge University, working on archaeological lines, expresses himself as follows, quote, "From this survey of the material remains of the Latin period found actually in Ireland, and from the striking correspondence between this culture and that depicted in the Táin Bó Cúailnge, and from the circumstance that the race who are represented in the epic as possessing this form of culture, resemble in their physique the tall, fair-haired, grey-eyed Celts of Britain and the continent, we are justified in inferring, 1. That there was an invasion or invasions of such peoples from Gaul in the centuries immediately before Christ, as is described by the Irish traditions, and 2. That the poems themselves originally took shape when the Latin culture was still flourishing in Ireland. But as this could hardly have continued much later than AD 100, we may place the first shaping of the poems not much later than that date, and possibly a century earlier." End quote. This conclusion would make the earliest putting together of the Irish epics almost contemporaneous with Augustus Caesar. So much for the history and growth of Irish letters.
Native Irish Poetry by Professor Georges Dautin. Note: this chapter was written in French by Monsieur Dautin, who is a distinguished professor and dean at the University of Renac, France. The translation into English has been made by the editors. By the year 1200 of the Christian era, a time at which the other national literatures of Europe were scarcely beginning to develop, Ireland possessed, and had possessed for several centuries, a Gaelic poetry, which was either the creation of the soul of the people, or else was the work of the courtly bards. This poetry was at first expressed in rhythmical verses, each containing a fixed number of accented syllables and hemistichs separated by a pause. Christlim, Christreum, Christ indechat, Christ indium, Christ isum, Christ uasum, Christ desum, Christ uasum. This versification, one of the elements of which was the repetition of words or sounds at regular intervals, was transformed about the 8th century into a more learned system. Thenceforward, alliteration, assonance, rhyme, and a fixed number of syllables constituted the characteristics of Irish verse. Misa ochus panguraban, hichtar nachar friasandan, bitamen ma samfriserlich, women maken in sechtherd. As we see, the consonants in the rhyme words were merely related. L, R, N, NG, M, DH, GH, BH, MH, CH, TH, F could rhyme together just as could GG, DD, BB. Soon the poets did not limit themselves to end rhymes, which ran the risk of becoming monotonous, but introduced also internal rhyme, which set up what we may call a continuous chain of melody. Is harem dore, ara rede agone, sa homad a engelhind, o shind go athorele. This harmonious versification was replaced in the 17th century by a system in which account was no longer taken of consonantal rhyme or of the number of syllables. The rules of Irish verse have nothing in common with classical Latin meters, which were based on the combination of short and long syllables. In Low Latin, indeed, we find occasionally alliteration, rhyme, and a fixed number of syllables, but these novelties are obviously of foreign origin and date from the time when the Romans borrowed them from the nations which they called barbarous. We cannot prove, beyond yea or nay, that they are of Celtic origin, but it is extremely probable that they are, for it is among the Celts both of Ireland and of Wales that the harmonizing of vowels and of consonants has been carried to the highest degree of perfection. This learned art was not acquired without long study. The training of a poet, filet, lasted 12 years or more. The poets had a regular hierarchy. The highest in rank, the olam, knew 350 kinds of verse and could recite 250 principal and 100 secondary stories. The olams lived at the court of the kings and the nobles, who granted them freehold lands. Their persons and their property were sacred, and they had established in Ireland schools in which the people might learn history, poetry, and law. The bards formed a numerous class of a rank inferior to the filet. They did not enjoy the same honors and privileges. Some of them even were slaves. According to their standing, different kinds of verse were assigned to them as a monopoly. The Danish invasions in the 9th century set back for some time the development of Irish poetry, but when the Irish had driven the fierce and aggressive sea rovers from their country, there was a literary renaissance. This was in turn checked by the Anglo-Norman invasion in the 12th century, and thereafter the art of versification was no longer so refined as it had formerly been. Nevertheless, the bardic schools still existed in the 17th century, more than 400 years after the landing of Strongbow, and in them students followed the lectures of the olams for 6 months each year, or until the coming of spring, exercising both their talents for composition and their memory. A catalogue of Irish poets, which has recently been made out, shows that there were more than 1,000 of them. We have lost many of the oldest poems, but the Irish scribes often modernized the texts which they were copying. Hence the language is not always a sufficient indication of date, and it is possible that, under a comparatively modern form, some very ancient pieces may have been preserved. Even if the poems attributed to Amergin do not go back to the 10th century BC, as has been claimed for them, they are in any case old enough to be archaic, and certain poems of the mythological cycle are undoubtedly anterior to the Christian era. We have reason to believe that there have been preserved some genuine poems of Finn mac Humall, 3rd century, a hymn by St. Patrick, d. 461, some greatly altered verses of St. Columcille, d. 597, and certain hymns written by saints who lived from the 7th to the 9th century. The main object of the most celebrated of the ancient poets up to the end of the 12th century was to render history, genealogy, toponymy, and lives of saints readier of access and easier to retain by putting them into verse form, and it is the names of those scholars that have been rescued from oblivion, while lyric poetry, having as its basis nothing more than sentiment, has remained for the most part anonymous. After the Anglo-Norman invasion, the best poet seems to have been Don Cadach Morodali, d. 1244. Of later date were Teig MacDere, 1570 to 1652, Teig Dal O'Higgin, d. 1615, and Eochadech O'Hussey, who belonged to the 17th and 18th centuries. The new school, which abandoned the old rules, and whose inspiration is now personal, now patriotic, is represented by Céine, Keens or laments, Abran, hymns, or Aislingi, visions, composed among others by Geoffrey Keating, D.C. 1650, David O'Brodar, c. 1625 to 1698, Egan O'Reilly, c. 1670 c. 1734, John MacDonnell, 1691 to 1754, William O'Heffernan, F.L. 1750, John O'Twomey, 1706 to 1775, and Andrew McGrath, D.C. 1790. The greatest of the 18th century Irish poets was Owen Roe O'Sullivan, c. 1748 to 1784, whose songs were sung everywhere, and who, in the opinion of his editor, Father Dineen, is the literary glory of his country, and deserves to be ranked among the few supreme lyric poets of all time. If, in order to study the subjects treated by the poets, we lay aside didactic poetry and confine ourselves to the ancient poems from the 7th to the 11th century, we shall find in the latter a singular variety. They were at first dialogues or monologues, now found incorporated with the sagas of which they may have formed the original nucleus. Thus, in the Voyage of Bran, we have the account of the Isles of the Blessed and the discourse of the King of the Sea. In the expedition of Loger mac Crenachan, the brilliant description of the fairy hosts. In the death of the sons of Unsech, the touching farewell of Deirdre to the land of Scotland, and her lamentation over the dead bodies of the 3 warriors. And in the lay of Fothard Canaan, the strange and thrilling speech of the dead lover, returning after the battle to the tryst appointed by his sweetheart. Other poems seem never to have figured in a saga, like the Song of Crede, daughter of Gwaire, in which she extols the memory of her friend Dinartach and the affecting love scenes between Lladin and Cuirtear, or like the bardic songs designed to distribute praise or blame. The funeral panegyric on King Niall in alternate verses, the song of the Sword of Carroll, and the satire of Maconglinne against the monks of Cork. Religious poetry comprised lyric fragments, which were introduced into the lives of the saints, and there formed a kind of Christian saga, or else were based on Holy Writ, like the Lamentation of Eve, hymns in honor of the saints, like the hymn to Saint Michael by Mael Isu, pieces such as the famous hymn of Saint Patrick, and philosophic poems like that keen analysis of the flight of thought which dates from the 10th century. At a time when the poets of other lands seem wholly engrossed in the recital of the deeds of men, one of the great and constant distinguishing marks of poetry in Ireland, whether we have to do with a short note set down by a scribe on the margin of a manuscript, or with a religious or profane poem, is a deep, personal, and intimate love of nature expressed not by detailed description, but more often by a single picturesque and telling epithet. Thus we have the hermit, who prays God to give him a hut in a lonely place beside a clear spring in the wood, with a little lark to sing overhead. Or we have Marban, who, rich in nuts, crabapples, sloes, watercress, and honey, refuses to go back to the court to which the king, his brother, presses him to return. Now we have the description of the summer scene, in which the blackbird sings and the sun smiles. Now the song of the sea and of the wind, which blows tempestuously from the 4 quarters of the sky. Again the winter song, when the snow covers the hills, when every furrow is a streamlet, and the wolves range restlessly abroad, while the birds, numbed to the heart, are silent. Or yet again the recluse in his cell, humorously comparing his quest of ideas to the pursuit of the mice by his pet cat. This deep love of inanimate and animate things becomes individualized in those poems in which every tree, every spring, every bird is described with its own special features. If we remember that these original poems, which, before the 12th century, expressed thoughts that were scarcely known to the literature of Europe before the 18th, are besides clothed in the rich garb of a subtle harmony, what admiration, what respect, and what love ought we not to show to that ancient Ireland which, in the darkest ages of Western civilization, not only became the depositary of Latin knowledge and spread it over the continent, but also had been able to create for herself new artistic and poetic forms.
Irish Heroic Sagas by Eleanor Hull. Ireland has the unique distinction of having preserved for mankind a full and vivid literary record of a period otherwise, so far as native memorials are concerned, clouded in obscurity. A few fragmentary suggestions derived from ancient stone monuments or from diggings in tumuli and graves are all that Gaul or Britain have to contribute to a knowledge of that important period just before and just after the beginning of our era, when the armies of Rome were overrunning Western Europe and were brought, for the first time, into direct contact with the Celtic peoples of the West. Almost all that we know of the early inhabitants of these countries comes to us from the pens of Roman writers and soldiers, Posidonius, Caesar, Diodorus, Tacitus. We may give these observers credit for a desire to be fair to peoples they sometimes admired and often dreaded. But conquerors are not always the best judges of the races they are engaged in subduing, especially when they are ignorant of their language, unversed in their lore and customs, and unused to their ways. Valuable as are the reports of Roman authorities, we feel at every point the need of checking them by native records. But the native records of Gaul, and in large part also those of Britain and Wales, have been swept away. Caesar is probably right in saying that the Druids, who were the learned men of their race and day, committed nothing to writing. If they did, whatever they wrote has been irrevocably lost. But Ireland was exempt from the sweeping changes, brought about through long periods of Roman and Saxon occupation. No great upheaval from without disturbed the native political and social conditions up to the coming of the Norse and Danes about the beginning of the 9th century. Agricola, standing on the western coast of Britain, looked across the dividing channel and reflected upon the beneficial connection that the conquest of Ireland would have formed between the most powerful parts of the Roman Empire. But fortunately for the literature of Ireland, if not for her history, he never came. The early incursions of the Scoti, or Irish, were eastward into England, Wales, and Gaul, and there seem to have been few return movements towards the west. Ireland pursued her path of native development undisturbed. It is to this circumstance that she owes the preservation of so much of her native literature. A great body of material, historical, religious, poetic, romantic, showing marks of having originated at a very early time, and a great variety and interest. At what period this literature first began to be written down we do not know. Orosius tells us that a traveller named Athicus spent a considerable time in Ireland early in the 5th century, examining their volumes, which tends to prove that there was writing in Ireland before St. Patrick. But the native bard must have made writing superfluous. The man who could, at a moment's notice, recite any one out of the 350 stories which might be called for, besides poetry, genealogies, and travel records, was worth many books. Only few were expert enough to read his writings, but all could enjoy his tales. The earliest written records that we have now existing date from the 7th or 8th century. But undoubtedly there is preserved for us in these materials a picture of social conditions going back to the very beginning of our era. And Covell, with the stage of civilization, known as archaeology, as Latena or Late Celtic. To help his memory, the early Shanashi, or storyteller, grouped his romantic story store under different heads, such as tains, or cattle spoils, feasts, elopements, sieges, battles, destructions, tragical deaths. But it is easy for us now to group them in another way, and to class together the series of tales referring to the Duatha de Danann, or ancient deities, those belonging to the Red Branch cycle of King Conchobar, and Cuchulainn, those relating to Finn and the legends of the kings. The 100 or more tales belonging to the second group are especially valuable for social history on account of the detailed descriptions they give of customs, dress, weapons, habits of life, and ethical ideas. To the historian, folklorist, and student of primitive civilizations, they are documents of the highest importance. It seems likely that the Red Branch cycle of tales, including the epic tale of the Tain or cattle spoil of Cuchulainn, which has gathered around itself a number of minor tales, had some basis of historical fact, and arose in the period of Ulster's predominance to celebrate the deeds of a band of warlike champions who flourished in the north about the beginning of the Christian era. No one who has visited the raths of the Eman Macha near Armagh, where stood the traditional site of the ancient capital of Ulster, or has followed the well-defined and massive outworks of Rath, Kelchair, and the forts of the other heroes, whose deeds the tales embody, could doubt that they had their origin in great events that once happened there. The topography of the tales is absolutely correct. Or again, when we cross over into Connacht, the remains of Rath Cronan, near the ancient palace of the Amazonian queen, Medb, testify to similar events. She it was who, in her pillow talk with her husband, Alia, declared that she had married him only because in him did she find the strange bride gift, which her imperious nature demanded, a man without stinginess, without jealousy, without fear. It was in her desire to surpass her husband in wealth that she sent the combined armies of the south and west into Ulster to carry off a famous bull, the Brown Bull of Cooley, the only match in Ireland for one possessed by her spouse. This raid forms the central subject of the Tain Bo Cualange. The motive of the tale and the kind of life described in it alike show the primitive conditions out of which it had rise. It belongs to a time when land was plenty for the scattered inhabitants to dwell upon, but stock to place upon it was scarce. The possession of herds was necessary not only for food and the provisioning of troops, but as a standard of wealth, proof of position, and a means of exchange. Everything was estimated before the use of money, by its value in kine, or herds, when Med and Ale compare their possessions to find out which of them is better than the other. Their herds of cattle, swine, and horses are driven in. Their ornaments and jewels, their garments and vats and household appliances are displayed. The pursuit of the cattle of neighboring tribes was the prime cause of the innumerable raids which made every man's life one of perpetual warfare, much more so than the acquisition of land or the avenging of wrongs. Hence a motive that may seem to us insufficient and remote as the subject of a great epic arose out of the necessities of actual life. Cattle driving is the oldest of all occupations in Ireland. The conditions we find described in these tales show us an open country, generally unenclosed by hedges or walls. The chariots can drive straight across the province. There are no towns, and the stopping places are the large farmers' dwellings, open inns known as houses of hospitality, fortified by surrounding raths or earthen walls, the only private property in land, in a time when the tribe land was common, that we hear of at this period. Within these borders lay the pleasure grounds and gardens of the cattle sheds for their herds, which the great landowners or chief loaned out to the smaller men in return for services rendered. Here were trained in the arts of industry and fine needlework the daughters of the chief men of the tribe and their foster sisters, drawn from the humbler families around them. The rivers as a rule formed the boundaries of the provinces, and the fords were constantly guarded by champions who challenged every wayfarer to single combat, if he could not show sufficient reason for crossing the borderland. These combats were fought actually in the fort itself, and all wars began in a long series of single hand-to-hand combats between equal champions before the armies as a whole engaged each other. To fight was every man's prime duty, and the man who had slain the largest number of his fellows was acclaimed as the greatest hero. It was the proud boast of the Conall Cernach, the victorious, that seldom had a day passed in which he had not challenged a Connachtman, and a few nights in which a Connachtman's head had not formed his pillow. It shows the primitive savagery of the period that skulls of enemies were worn dangling from the belt, and were stored up in one of the palaces of Iman Macha as trophies of valor. So warlike were the heroes that even during friendly feasts their weapons had to be hung up in a separate house, lest they should spring to arms in rivalry with their own fellows. Yet in spite of this rude barbarism of outward life, the warriors had formed for themselves a high and exacting code of honor, which may be regarded as the first steps toward what in later times and other countries became known as chivalry, save that there is in the acts of Irish heroes a simplicity and sincerity which puts them on a higher level than the obligatory courtesies of more artificial ages. Generosity between enemies was carried to an extraordinary pitch. Twice over in fights with different foes, Conall Cernach binds his right hand to his side in order that his enemy, who had lost one hand, may fight on equal terms with him. The two severest combats sustained by Cuchulainn, the youthful Ulster champion, in the long war of the Táin, are those with Loch the Great and Ferdinand, both first-rate warriors, who had been forced by the wiles of Med into unwilling conflict against their young antagonist. In their youth they had been fellow pupils in the school of the Amazon Sicat, who had taught them both alike the arts of war. When Loch the Great, as a dying request, prays Cuchulainn to permit him to rise, so that he may fall on his face and not backwards toward the men of Erin, lest hereafter it should be said that he fell in flight, Cuchulainn replies, "That I will surely, for it is a warrior's boon thou cravest," and he steps back to allow the wounded man to reverse his position to the ford. The tale of Cuchulainn's combat with Ferdinand had become classic. Nothing more pathetic or more full of the true spirit of chivalry is to be found in any literature. Each warrior estimates nobly the prowess of the other. Each sorrowfully recalls the memory of his old friendships and expeditions made together. When Ferdinand falls, his ancient comrade pours out over him a passionate lament. Each night, when the day's combat is over, they throw their arms round each other's neck and embrace. Their horses are put up in the same paddock, and their charioteers sleep beside the same fire. Each night Cuchulainn sends to his wounded friend a share of the herbs that are applied to his own wounds, while to Cuchulainn Phrygiad sends a fair half of the pleasant, delicate food supplied to him by the man of Erin. We may recall, too, Cuchulainn's act of compassion toward Queen Medb near the close of the Táin. Her army is flying in rout homeward across the Shannon, closely pursued by Cuchulainn. As he approaches the ford, he finds Queen Medb lying prostrate on the bank. Unable any longer to guard the retreat of her army, she appeals to her enemy to aid her, and Cuchulainn, with that lovable boyish delight in acts of supreme generosity, which is always ascribed to him, undertakes to shield the retreat of the disordered host from his own troops and to see them safely across the river, while Medb reposes peacefully in a field hard by. The spirit which actuates the heroes is well expressed by Cuchulainn when his friends would restrain him from going forth to his last fight, knowing that in that battle he must fall. I had rather than the whole world's gold, and then the earth's riches that death had ere now befallen me. So would not this shame and testimony of reproach now stand recorded against me? For in every tongue this noble old saying is remembered: fame outlives life. The Irish tales surpass those of the Arthurian cycle in simplicity, in humor, and in human interest. The characters are not mere types of fixed virtues and vices. They have each a strongly marked individuality, consistently adhered to through the multitude of different stories in which they play a part. This is especially the case with regard to the female characters. Emer, Deirdre, Etain, Grain may be said to have introduced into European literature new types of womanhood, quite unlike in their sprightliness and humor, their passionate affection, and heroic qualities, to anything found elsewhere. Stories about women play a large part in ancient Irish literature. Their elopements, their marriages, their griefs, and tragedies form the subject of a large number of tales. Among the list of tales that any bard might be called upon to recite, the courtships or wooings probably formed a favorite group. They are of great variety and beauty. The Irish, indeed, may be called the inventors of the love tale for modern Europe. The gravest defect of this literature, a defect which is common to all early literature before coming under the chastening hand of the master, is undoubtedly its tendency to extravagance, though much depended upon the individual writer, some being stylists, some not, and all were prone to frequent and grotesque exaggerations. The lack of restraint and self-criticism is everywhere apparent. The old Irish writer seems incapable of judging how to shape his material with the view to presenting it in its best form. Thus we have the feeling, even with regard to the Táin Beau Challenge, that what has come down to us is rather the rough-shaped material of an epic than a completed design. The single stories and the groups of stories that have been handled and rehandled at different times, but only occasionally, as in the story of Deirdre, the sorrowful tale of the sons of Usnech, or in the later versions of the wooing of Emer, or the Book of Leinster version of the wooing of Ferb. Do we feel that a competent artist has so formed his story, the best possible value has been extracted from it? Yet in spite of their defects, the old heroic sagas of Ireland have in them a stimulating force and energy, and an element of fine and healthy optimism, which is strangely at variance with the popular conception of the melancholy of Irish literature, and which, wherever they are known, make them the fountainhead of a fresh creative inspiration. This stimulating of the imagination is perhaps the best gift that a revived interest in the old native romance of Ireland has to bestow.
Irish Precursors of Dante by Sidney Gunn, M.A. One of the supreme creations of the human mind is the Divine Comedy of Dante, and undoubtedly one of its chief sources is the literature of ancient Ireland. Dante himself was a native of Florence, Italy, and lived from 1265 to 1321. Like many great men, he incurred the hatred of his countrymen, and he spent, as a result, the last 20 years of his life in exile with a price on his head. He had been falsely accused of theft and treachery, and his indignation at the wrong thus done him, and at the evil conduct of his contemporaries led him to write his poem, in which he visits hell, purgatory, and paradise, and learns how God punishes bad actions, and how he rewards those who do his will. To the writing of his poem, Dante brought all the learning of his time, all its science, and an art that has never been surpassed, perhaps never equalled. Of course, he did not know any Irish, but he knew Italian, and the then universal tongue of the learned, Latin, in both of which were tales of visits to the other world, and the greater part of these tales, as well as those most resembling Dante's work, in form and spirit, were Irish in origin. All peoples have traditions of persons visiting the realms of the dead. Homer tells of Odysseus going there, Virgil is the same of Aeneas, and the Oriental peoples, as well as the Germanic races, have similar tales. But no people have so many or such finished accounts of this sort as the ancient Irish. In pagan times in Ireland, one of the commonest adventures attributed to a hero was a visit to Tir na Meo, the land of the living, or Tir na Nog, the land of the young. And this supernatural world was reached in some cases by entering a fairy mound and going beneath the ground to it, and in others by sailing over the ocean. Of the literature of pagan Ireland, though much has come down to us, we have only a very small fraction of what once existed. And what we have has been transmitted and modified by persons of later times and different culture, who, both consciously and unconsciously, have changed it, so that it is very different from what it was in its original form. But the subject and the main outline still remain, and we have many accounts of both voyages and underground journeys to the other world. The oldest voyage is, perhaps, that of Maldoun, which Tennyson has transmuted into English under the title The Voyage of Maldoun. This is a voyage undertaken for revenge, but vengeance, as Sir Walter Scott has pointed out in his preface to The Two Drovers, springs in a barbarous society from a passion for justice. And it is this instinct for justice that inspires the Irish hero to endure and to achieve what he does. Christianity has preserved this legend and added to it its own peculiar quality of mercy. And this illustrates one of the characteristics of Ireland's pagan literature. It is imperfectly Christian, and can readily be made to express the Christian point of view. Another voyage of pagan Irish literature is the Voyage of Bran. In this tale, idealism is the inspiration that leads the hero into an unknown world. A woman appears who is invisible to all but Bran, and whose song of the beauteous supernatural land beyond the wave is heard by none but him, so that, after refusing to go with her for the first time she appears, at length he steps into her boat of glass and sails away to view the wonders and taste the joys of the other world. In these tales we have two main elements, one real and one ideal. The real element is the fact that the ancient Irish unquestionably made voyages and visited lands which the fervid Celtic imagination and the lapse of time transformed into the wonderful regions of legends. The stories are thus early geographies, and they show unmistakably a knowledge of Western Europe and of the Canary Islands, or some other tropical regions. Perhaps also some have gone so far as to claim they are reminiscent of voyages to America. The ideal element is no less important as indicating achievement, for it shows that the Irish poets of pagan times had not only realized, but had succeeded in making their national traditions embody the fact that love of justice and aspiration for knowledge are the foundations of all enduring human achievement and all perfect human joy. Christianity therefore found moral and spiritual ideas of a highly developed order in pagan Ireland, and it did not hesitate to adopt whatever in the literature of the country illustrated its own teachings. And not only were these stories of visits to the other world full of suggestions as to ways of enforcing Christian doctrine, but the Irish Church and men of Irish birth were the most active in spreading the faith in the early centuries of its conquest of Western Europe. For these reasons, it is not strange that all the early Christian versions of the spirit world were of Irish origin. We find the earliest in the ecclesiastical history of the Venerable Bede, who died in 735. It is the story of how an Irishman of great sanctity, Perseus by name, was taken in spirit by 3 angels to a place from which he looked down and saw the 4 fires that are to consume the world, those of falsehood, avarice, discord, fraud, and impiety. In this there is the germ of some very fundamental things in Dante's poem. And we know that Dante knew Bede and had probably read his history, for he places him in paradise and mentions him elsewhere in his works. In Bede's work there is also another version, and though in this second case the man who visits the spirit world is not an Irishman, but a Saxon named Drithelm, yet the story came to Bede through an Irish monk named Haengils. So it, too, is connected with Ireland, and it also contains much that is developed further in the Divine Comedy. One of the most celebrated of the works belonging to this class of so-called visionary writings is the Fis, or Vision, which goes under the name of the famous Irish saint Adamnan, who was poetically entitled the High Scholar of the Western World. This particular vision, the Fis Adamnan, is remarkable among other things for its literary quality, which is far superior to anything of the time, and for the fact that it represents the highest level of the school to which it belonged, and that it is the most important contribution made to the growth of the legend within the Christian church prior to the advent of Dante. Another Irish vision of great popularity all over Europe in the Middle Ages is the Voyage of St. Brendan. This is known as the Irish Odyssey, and it is similar to the pagan tales of Muldoon and Bran, except that instead of its hero being a dauntless warrior seeking vengeance or a noble youth seeking happiness, he is a Christian saint in quest of peace, and instead of the perils of the way being overcome by physical force or the favour of some capricious pagan deity, they are averted by the power of faith and virtue. The Voyage of St. Brendan, like its pagan predecessors, has a real and an ideal basis, and in both respects it shows an advancement over its prototypes. It contains some very poetic touches, and is credited with being the source of some of the most effective features of Dante's poem. Its great popularity is shown by the fact that Caxton, the first English printer, published a translation of it in 1483, so that it was among the first books printed in English, and for that reason must have been one of the best-known works of the time. Dante undoubtedly knew it, for he was a great scholar in the learning of his day, and especially in ecclesiastical history and the biography of saints. Another vision of Irish origin that Dante and other writers have borrowed from is that of an Irish soldier named Tundale. He is said to have been a very wicked and proud man who refused to a friend who owed him for 3 horses an extension of time in which to pay for them. For this he was struck down by an invisible hand, so that he remained apparently dead from Wednesday till Saturday, when he revived and told a story of a visit to a world of the dead that has many features later embodied in the Divine Comedy. Tundale's vision is said to have taken place in 1149. Dante probably wrote his poem between 1314 and 1321. The Irish also produced another legend of this sort that was enormously and universally popular, and became the chief authority on the nature of heaven and hell in the story of St. Patrick's Purgatory. St. Patrick was said to have been granted a view of heaven and hell, and a certain island in Lough Derg in Donegal was reputed to be the spot in which he had begun his journey, and there it was said those who desired to purge themselves of their sins could enter, as he had entered, and come back to the world again, provided their faith was strong enough. This legend was probably known in Ireland from a very early time, but it had spread all over Western Europe by the 12th century. Henry of Saltrey, a Benedictine monk of the abbey of that name in England, wrote an account in Latin of the descent of an Irish soldier named Owen into St. Patrick's Purgatory in 1153, and this story soon became the subject of poetic treatment all over Europe. We have several French versions, one by the celebrated French poetess Marie de France, who lived about 1200, and there are others in all the languages of Europe, besides evidence of its wide circulation in the original Latin. Its importance is shown by the fact that it is mentioned by Matthew Paris, the chief English historian of the 13th century, and also by Froissart, the well-known French annalist of the 14th century, while Calderon, the great Spanish dramatist, has written a play based on the legend. Dante undoubtedly knew of Marie de France's version, as well as the original of Henry de Saltrey, and probably others besides. From what has been said, it will be seen that Dante's masterpiece is largely based on literature of Irish origin, but there are other superlative exhibitions of human genius of which the same is true. One of these is the story of Tristan and Isolde. Tristan is the paragon of all knightly accomplishments, the most versatile figure in the entire literature of chivalry, while Isolde is an Irish princess. By a trick of fate, these two drink a love potion inadvertently and become irresistibly enamoured of each other, although Isolde is betrothed to King Mark of Cornwall and Tristan is his nephew and ambassador. The story that follows is infinitely varied, intensely dramatic, delicately beautiful, and tenderly pathetic. It has been treated by several poets of great genius, among them Gottfried of Strasbourg, the greatest German poet of his time, and Richard Wagner. But all the beauty and power in the works of these men existed in the original Celtic form of the tale, and the later writers have only discovered it and brought it to light. The same thing is true of the Arthurian legends and the story of the Holy Grail. Dante knew of King Arthur's fame and mentions him in the Inferno. To Dante, he was a Christian hero, and the historical author may have been a Christian, but much in the story goes back to the pagan Celtic religion. We can find in Irish literature many references that indicate a belief in a self-sustaining, miraculous object similar to the Holy Grail. And the fact that this object was developed into a symbol of some of the deepest and most beautiful Christian truths show the high character of the civilization literature of ancient Ireland.
Irish Influence on English Literature by E.C. Quiggin, M.A. Among the literary peoples of the west of Europe, the Irish, in late medieval and early modern times, were singularly little affected by the frequent innovations in taste and theme which influenced Romance and Teutonic nations alike. To such an extent is this true that one is often inclined to think that far-off Iceland was to a greater degree in the general European current than the much more accessible Erin. During the Age of Chivalry, conditions in Ireland were not calculated to promote the growth of epic and lyric poetry after the continental manner. Some considerable time elapsed before the Norman barons became fully Hibernicized, previous to which their interest may be assumed to have turned to the compositions of the trouvères. In the early Norman period, the poets of Ireland might well have begun to imitate Romance models, but strange to say, they did not, and for this various reasons might be assigned. The flowing verses of the Anglo-Norman were impossible for men who delighted in the trammels of the native prosody, and in the heyday of French influence, the patrons of letters in Ireland probably insisted on hearing the foreign compositions in their original dress, as these nobles were doubtless sufficiently versed in Norman French to be able to appreciate them. But a still more potent factor was the conservatism of the hereditary Irish poet families. A close corporation, they appear to have resented every innovation, and were content to continue the tradition of their ancestors. The direct consequence of this tenacious clinging to the fashions of bygone days rendered it impossible, nay, almost inconceivable, that the literary men of Ireland should have exerted any profound or immediate influence upon England or Western Europe. Yet nowadays few serious scholars will be prepared to deny that the island contributed in considerable measure to the common literary stock of the Middle Ages. We might expect to find that direct influence, as a general rule, can be most easily traced in the case of religious themes. Here, in the literature of vision, so popular in Ireland, a chord was struck which continued to vibrate powerfully until the time of the Reformation. In this branch, the riotous fancy of the Celtic monk caught the medieval imagination from an early period. Bede has preserved for us the story of Fursey, an Irish hermit who died in France, A.D. 650. The greatest Irish composition of this class, with which we are acquainted, the Vision of Adamnan, does not appear to have been known outside the island, but a later work of a similar nature met with striking success. This was the Vision of Tundale to Nudgul, written in Latin by an Irishman named Marcus at Regensburg about the middle of the 12th century. It seems probable that this work was known to Dante, and in addition to the numerous continental versions, there is a rendering of the story into Middle English verse. Closely allied to the visions are the Imrama, or voyages, Latin navigationes. The earliest romances of this class are secular, e.g. Imram Maelduin, which provided Tennyson with the framework of his well-known poem. However, the notorious love of adventure on the part of the Irish monks inevitably led to the composition of religious romances of a similar kind. The most famous story of this description, The Voyage of St. Brendan, found its way into every Christian country in Europe, and consequently figures in the South English Legendary, a collection of versified lives of saints made in the neighbourhood of Gloucester towards the end of the 13th century. The episode of St. Brendan and the whale, moreover, was probably the ultimate source of one of Milton's best-known similes in his description of Satan. Equally popular was the visit of Sir Owain to the Purgatory of St. Patrick, which is also included in the same Middle English Legendary. Ireland further contributed, in some measure, to the common stock of medieval stories which were used as illustrations by the preachers, and in works of an edifying character. When we turn to purely secular themes, we find ourselves on much less certain ground. Though the discussion as to the origins of the romance of Uther's son, Arthur, continues with unabated vigour, many scholars have come to think that the Celtic background of these stories contains much that is derived from Hibernian sources. Some writers in the past have argued in favour of an independent survival of common Celtic features in Wales and Ireland, but now the tendency is to regard all such coincidences as borrowings on the part of Cymric craftsmen. At the beginning of the 12th century, a new impulse seems to have been imparted to native minstrelsy in Wales under the patronage of Griffith ap Cynan, Prince of Gwynedd, who had spent many years in exile at the court of Dublin. Some of the Welsh rhapsodists apparently served a kind of apprenticeship with their Irish brethren, and many things Irish were assimilated at this time, which, through this channel, were shortly to find their way into Anglo-French. Thus it may now be regarded as certain that the name of the fair sword Excalibur, by Geoffrey called Caliburnus, Welsh Calatfilch, is taken from Caladbolg, the far-famed broadsword of Fergus MacRoig. It does not appear that the whole framework of the Irish sagas was taken over, but, as Windisch points out, episodes were borrowed, as well as tricks of imagery. So, to mention but one, the central incident of Sir Gawain and the Green Knight is doubtless taken from the similar adventure of Cuchulainn in Bricria's Feast. The share assigned to Irish influence in the Matière de Bretagne is likely to grow considerably with the progress of research. The fairy lore of Great Britain undoubtedly owes much to Celtic fantasy. Of this, Chaucer at any rate has little doubt, as he writes, "In the old days of the King Arthur, of which that Britons speak in great honour, all was this land fulfilled of faerie. The elf queen with her jolly company danced full oft in many a green maid." And here again there is a reasonable probability that certain features were borrowed from the wealth of story current in the neighbouring isle. Otherwise it is difficult to understand why the Queen of Faery should bear an Irish name, Mab, from Irish Maeve. And curiously enough, the form of the name Rathaf suggests that it was borrowed through a written medium and not by oral tradition. On the other hand, it is incorrect to derive Puck from Irish Puca, as the latter is undoubtedly borrowed from some form of Teutonic speech. So all-embracing a mind as that of the greatest English dramatist could not fail to be interested in the gossip that must have been current in London at the time of the wars in Ulster. References to kerns and gallow-glasses are fairly frequent. He had evidently heard of the marvellous powers with which the Irish bards were credited, for, in As You Like It, Rosalind exclaims, "I was never so berhymed since Pythagoras' time, that I was an Irish rat, which I can hardly remember." Similarly, in King Richard III, mention is made of the prophetic utterance of an Irish bard, a trait which does not appear in the poet's source. Any statements as to Irish influence in Shakespeare that go beyond this belong to the realm of conjecture. Professor Kittredge has attempted to show that in Sir Orfeo, upon which the poet drew for portions of the plot of A Midsummer Night's Dream, the Irish story of Etain and Midir was fused with the medieval form of the classical tale of Orpheus and Eurydice. Direct influence is entirely wanting, and it is difficult to see how it could have been done otherwise. Even in the case of the Elizabethan poet, who spent many years in the south of Ireland, there is no trace of Hibernian lore or legend. Spenser, indeed, tells us himself that he had caused some of the native poetry to be translated to him, and had found that it savoured of sweet wit and good invention. But Ireland plays an infinitesimal part in the Fairy Queen. The scenery round Kilcolman Castle forms the background of much of the incident in Book 5. Marble far from Ireland brought is mentioned in a simile in the second book, where we also read, "As when a swarm of gnats at eventide out of the fens of Allen do arise." But Ireland supplied no further inspiration. The various plantations of the 17th century produced an Anglo-Irish stock which soon asserted itself in literature. As a typical example, we may take the author of The Vicar of Wakefield. At his first school at Lissoy, Oliver Goldsmith came under Thomas Byrne, a regular Shanachie, possessed of all the traditional lore, with a remarkable gift for versifying. It was under this man that the boy made his first attempts at verse, and his memory is celebrated in the deserted village. There, in his noisy mansion, skilled to rule, the village master taught his little school. A man severe he was, and stern to view. Unfortunately, Goldsmith was removed to Elphin at the age of 9, and although he retained an affection for Irish music all his life, his intimate connection with Irish Ireland apparently ceased at this point. Sweet Auburn, loveliest village of the plain, is doubtless full of reminiscences of the poet's early years in Westmeath, but the sentiments, the rhythm, and the language are entirely cast in an English mould. We may mention in passing that it has been suggested that Swift derived the idea of the kingdom of Lilliput from the Irish story of the adventures of Fergus MacLeod among the leprechauns. All that can be said is that this derivation is not impossible, though the fact that the tale is preserved only in a single manuscript rather points to the conclusion that the story did not enjoy great popularity in the 17th and 18th centuries. We have seen that Goldsmith was removed from an Irish atmosphere at a tender age, and this is not the only instance of the frowning of fortune upon the native literature. When the fame of the ancient bards of the Gael was noised from end to end of Europe, it was through the medium of Macpherson's forgeries. Fingal caught the fleeting fancy of the moment in a manner never achieved by the true Ossianic lays of Ireland. The Relics of Irish Poetry, published by Miss Brooke, by subscription in Dublin in 1789, to vindicate the antiquity of the literature of Erin, never went into a second edition. And although some of the pieces contained in that volume have been reprinted in such undertakings of a learned character as the volumes of the Dublin Ossianic Society, J.F. Campbell's Lorna Hain, and Cameron's Reliquiae Celticae, they have aroused little interest among those ignorant of the Irish tongue. During the 19th century, the number of poets who drew upon Ireland's past for their themes increased considerably. The most popular of all is unquestionably the author of the Irish Melodies. But here again, the poet owes little or nothing to vernacular poetry. The mould is English. The sentiments are those of the poet's age. Moore's acquaintance with the native language can have been but of the slightest, and in the case of Mangan, we are told that he had to rely upon literal versions of Irish pieces furnished him by O'Donovan or O'Curry. Of the numerous attempts to reproduce the over-elaboration of rhyme to which Irish verse has ever been prone, Father Prout's Bells of Shandon is perhaps the only one that is at all widely known. When the legendary lore of Iceland became accessible to men of letters, owing to the labours of O'Curry, O'Donovan, and Hennessy, and the publication of various ancient texts by the Irish Archaeological Society, it was to be expected that an attempt would be made by some poet of Erin to do for his native land what the Wizard of the North had accomplished for Scotland. The task was undertaken by Sir Samuel Fergusson, who met with conspicuous success. His most ambitious effort, Congar, deals in epic fashion with the story of the Battle of Moira. Others in similar strain treat the story of Conaire Mór and Deirdre, whilst others, such as the Tain Quest, are more in the nature of ballads. Fergusson did more to introduce the English reading public to Irish story than would have been accomplished by any number of bald translations. His diction is little affected by the originals, and he sometimes treats his materials with great freedom, but his achievement was a notable one, and he has not infrequently been acclaimed as the national poet. It is perhaps invidious to single out any living author for special mention, but this brief survey cannot close without noticing the dramatic poems of W.B. Yeats, the latest poet who attempts to present the old stories in an English dress. His plays, On Byla's Strand, Deirdre, and others, have become familiar to English audiences through the excellent acting of the members of the Abbey Theatre Company. The original texts are now much better known than they were in Fergusson's day, and Mr. Yeats, consequently, cannot permit himself the same liberties. Similarly, it is only during the last 25 years that the language of Irish poetry has been carefully studied, and Mr. Yeats has this advantage over his predecessors that on occasion, e.g. in certain passages in The King's Threshold, he is able to introduce with great effect reminiscences of the characteristic epithets and imagery which formed so large a part of the stock in trade of the medieval bard.
Irish Folklore by Alfred Percival Graves. Among savage peoples there is at first no distinction of a definite kind between good and bad spirits, and when a distinction has been reached, a great advance in a spiritual direction has been made. For the key to the religion of savages is fear, and until such terror has been counteracted by belief in beneficent powers, civilization will not follow. But the elimination of the fear of the unseen is a slow process. Indeed, it will exist side by side with the belief in Christianity itself, after a modification through various stages of better pagan belief. Ireland still presents, in its more out-of-the-way districts, evidence of that strong persistence in the belief in maleficent or malicious influences of the pre-Christian powers of the air, which it seems difficult to eradicate from the Celtic imagination. In the celebrated poem entitled The Breastplate of St. Patrick, there is much the same attitude on the part of Patrick towards the Druids and their powers of concealing and changing, of paralyzing and cursing, as was shown by Moses towards the magicians of Egypt. Indeed, in Patrick's time, a belief in the world of fairies existed even in the king's household, for when the two daughters of King Leary of Ireland, Ethnia the Fair and Fidelma the Ruddy, came early one morning to the well of Clebach to wash, they found there a synod of holy bishops with Patrick. And they knew not whence they came, or in what form, or from what people, or from what country, but they supposed them to be Dwyn Sheich, or gods of the earth, or a phantasm. Colgan explains the term Dwyn Sheich thus: fantastical spirits, he writes, are by the Irish called men of the Sidhe, because they are seen, as it were, to come out of the beautiful hills to infest men, and hence the vulgar belief that they reside in certain subterranean habitations, and sometimes the hills themselves are called by the Irish Sheed or Shida. No doubt, when the princesses spoke of the gods of the earth, reference was made to such pagan deities as Baal, Dagda the Great, or the good god, Aina, the moon, goddess of the water and of wisdom, Manannan MacLear, the Irish Neptune, Crom, the Irish Ceres, and even the benevolent, whose relations to the Irish Oirfih resembled those of Apollo towards Orpheus, and to the allegiance they owed to the elements, the wind and the stars. But besides these pagan divinities and powers, and quite apart from them, the early Irish believed in two classes of fairies. In the first place, a hierarchy of fairy beings, well and ill-disposed, not differing in appearance, to any degree, and at any rate, from human beings. Good spirits and demons, rarely visible during the daytime. And, in the second place, there was the magic race of the Didanan, who, after conquest by the Benesians, transformed themselves into fairies, and in that guise continued to inhabit the underworld of the Irish hills, and to issue thence in support of Irish heroes, or to give their aid against other fairy adversaries. There is another theory to account for the fairy race. It is that they are angels who revolted with Satan and were excluded from heaven for their unworthiness, but were not found evil enough for hell, and therefore were allowed to occupy that intermediate space which has been called the other world. It is still a moot point with the Irish peasantry, as it was with the Irish saints of old, whether, after being compelled to dwell without death among rocks and hills, lakes and seas, bushes and forest, till the day of judgment, the fairies then have the chance of salvation. Indeed, the fairies are themselves believed to have great doubts of a future existence, though, like many men, entertaining undefined hopes of happiness, and hence the enmity which some of them have for mankind, who, they acknowledge, will live eternally. Thus, their actions are balanced between generosity and vindictiveness towards the human race. Mr. W. Y. Evans Wentz, A.M., of Leland Stanford University, California, and Jesus College, Oxford, has received an honorary degree from the latter university for his thesis, The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, Its Psychical Origin and Nature, a most laborious as well as ingenious work, whose object is to prove that the origin of the fairy faith is psychical, and that fairyland, being thought of as an invisible world within which the visible world is immersed as an island in an unexplored ocean, actually exists, and that it is peopled by more species of living beings than this world, because incomparably more vast and varied in its possibilities. This may be added as a fourth theory to account for the existence of fairies, and it may be further stated here that the Irish popular belief in ghosts attributes to some of their departed spirits much of the same violence and malice with which fairies are credited. Mr. Jeremiah Curtin gives striking instances of this kind in his book, The Folklore of West Kerry. It became necessary, therefore, for the Gaels who believed in the preternatural powers of the fairies for good and ill to propitiate them as far as possible. On May Eve, accordingly, cattle were driven into raths and bled there, some of the blood being tasted, the rest poured out in sacrifice. Men and women were also bled on these occasions. The seekers for buried treasure, over which fairies were supposed to have influence, immolated a black cock or a black cat to propitiate them. Again, a cow, suffering from sickness believed to be due to fairy malice, was bled and then devoted to St. Martin. If it recovered, it was never sold or killed. The first new milk of a cow was poured out on a ground to propitiate the fairies, and especially on the ground within a fairy rath. The first drop of any drink is also thrown out by old Irish people. If a child spills milk, the mother says, "That's for the fairies. Leave it to them and welcome." Slops should never be thrown out of doors without the warning, "Take care of water," lest fairies should be passing invisibly and get soiled by the discharge. Eddies of dust upon the road are supposed to be caused by the fairies, and tufts of grass, sticks, and pebbles are thrown into the center of the eddy to propitiate the unseen beings. Some fairies of life size, who live within the green hills or under the raths, are supposed to carry off healthy babes to be made fairy children, their abstractors leaving weak changelings in their place. Similarly, nursing mothers are sometimes supposed to be carried off to give the breast to fairy babes, and handsome young men are spirited away to become bridegrooms to fairy brides. Again, folk suffering from falling sickness are supposed to be in that condition owing to the fatigue caused by nocturnal rides through the air with the fairies, whose steeds are bewitched rushes, blades of grass, straws, fern roots, and cabbage stalks. The latter, to be serviceable for the purpose, should be cut into the rude shapes of horses before the metamorphosis can take place. Iron of every kind keeps away malignant fairies. Thus, a horseshoe nailed to the bottom of the churn prevents butter from being bewitched. Here is a form of charm against the fairies who have bewitched the butter. Every window should be barred. A great turf fire should be lit upon which 9 irons should be placed, the bystanders chanting twice over in Irish, "Come, butter, come. Peter stands at the gate waiting for a buttered cake." As the irons become heated, the witch will try to break in, asking the people to take the irons which are burning her off the fire. On their refusing, she will go and bring back the butter to the churn. The irons may then be removed from the fire, and all will go well. If a neighbor or stranger should enter a cottage during the churning, he should put his hand to the dash, or the butter will not come. A small piece of iron should be sewed into an infant's clothes and kept there until the child is baptized, and salt should be sprinkled over his cradle to preserve the babe from abduction. The fairies are supposed to have been conquered by an iron-weaponed race, and hence their dread of the metal. To recover a spellbound friend, stand on All Hallows' Eve at crossroads or at a spot pointed out by a wise woman or a fairy doctor. When you have rubbed fairy ointment on your eyelids, the fairies will become visible as the host sweeps by with its captive, whom the gazer will then be able to recognize. A sudden gust announces their approach. Stooping down, you will then throw dust or milk at the procession, whose members are then obliged to surrender your spellbound friend. If a man leaves home after his wife's confinement, some of his clothes should be spread over the mother and infant, or the fairies may carry them off. It is good for a woman, but bad for a man, to dream of fairies. It betokens marriage for a girl, misfortune for a man, who should not undertake serious business for some time after such dreaming. Fairy changelings may be recognized by tricky habits, constant crying, and other unusual characteristics. It was customary to recover the true child in the following way. The changeling was placed upon an iron shovel over the fire, when it would go shrieking up the chimney, and the bona fide human child would be restored. It was believed that fairy changelings often produced a set of small bagpipes from under the clothes, and played dance music upon them, till the inmates of the cottage dropped with exhaustion from the effects of the step-dancing they were compelled to engage in. On Samhain Eve, the night before the 1st of November, or, as it is now called, All Hallows Night, or Halloween, all the fairy hills or shees are thrown wide open, and the fairy host issues forth, as mortals who are bold enough to venture near may see. Naturally, therefore, people keep indoors, so as not to encounter the spectral host. The superstition that the fairies are abroad on Samhain night still exists in Ireland and Scotland, and there is a further belief, no doubt derived from it, that the graves are open on that night, and that the spirits of the dead are abroad. Salt, as already suggested, is regarded to be so lucky that if a child falls, he should always be given 3 pinches of salt, and if a neighbour calls to borrow salt, it should not be refused, even though it be the last grain in the house. An infant born with teeth should have them drawn by the nearest smith, and the first teeth, when shed, should be thrown into the fire, lest the fairies should get hold of what had been a part of you. Those who hear fairy music are supposed to be haunted by the melody, and many are believed to go mad or commit suicide in consequence. The fairies are thought to engage in warfare with one another, and in the year 1800 a specially sanguinary battle was believed to have been fought between 2 clans of the fairies in County Kilkenny. In the morning, the hawthorns among the fences were found crushed to pieces and drenched with blood. In popular belief, fairies often go hunting, and faint sounds of fairy horns, the baying of fairy hounds, and the crackling of fairy whips are supposed to be heard on these occasions, while the flight of the hunters is said to resemble in sound the humming of bees. Besides the life-sized fairies, who are reputed to have these direct dealings with human beings, there are diminutive preternatural beings who are also supposed to come into close touch with men. Among these is the Luchriman, Lechrogan, or Brogmaker, otherwise known as Leprechaun. He is always found mending or making a shoe, and, if grasped firmly and kept constantly in view, will disclose hidden treasure to you, or render up his sparan na shillinge, or purse of the inexhaustible shilling. He can only be bound by a plough chain or woolen thread. He is the symbol of industry which, if steadily faced, leads to fortune, but if lost sight of, is followed by its forfeiture. Love in idleness is personified by another pygmy, the Gencanach, love-talker. He does not appear like the leprechaun, with a purse in one of his pockets, but with his hands in both of them, and a dudeen, short pipe in his mouth, as he lazily strolls through lonely valleys making love to the foolish country lasses and gostering with the idle boys. To meet him meant bad luck, and whoever was ruined by ill-judged love was said to have been with the Gencanach. Another evil sprite was the Clubberchan, a jolly, red-faced, drunken little fellow, always found astride of a wine-butt, singing and drinking from a full tankard in a hard drinker's cellar, and bound by his appearance to bring its owner to a speedy ruin. Then there were the Lanansheiks, or native muses, to be found in every place of note to inspire the local bard, and the banshees, fairy women, attached to each of the old Irish families and giving warning of the death of one of its members with piteous lamentations. Black Joanna of the Boyne, Shubanduch na Boyne, appeared on Halloween in the shape of a great black fowl, bringing luck to the home whose Banity, woman of the house, kept the dwelling constantly clean and neat. The Pooka, who appeared in the shape of a horse, and whom Shakespeare is by many believed to have adapted as Puck, was a goblin who combined horseplay with viciousness, but also at times helped with the housework. The Dooligan was a churchyard demon whose head was of a movable kind, Dr. Joyce writes. You generally meet him with his head in his pocket, under his arm, or absent altogether. Or if you have the fortune to light upon a number of the Dooligans, you may see them amusing themselves by flinging their heads at one another, or kicking them for footballs. An even more terrible churchyard demon is the fascinating phantom that waylays the widower at his wife's very tomb, and poisons him by her kiss when he has yielded to her blandishments. Of monsters the Irish had and still believe in, the Piast, Latin bestia, huge dragon or serpent confined to lakes by St. Patrick till the day of judgment, but still occasionally seen in their waters. In old Finian times, namely the days of Finn and his companion knights, the Piasts, however, roamed the country, devouring men and cattle in large numbers, and some of the early heroes are recorded to have been swallowed alive by them, and then to have hewed their way out of their entrails. Merrows, or mermaids, are also still believed in, and many folk tales still exist describing their intermarriage with mortals. According to Nicholas O'Kearney, it is the general opinion of many old persons versed in native traditional lore that before the introduction of Christianity, all animals possessed the faculties of human reason and speech, and old storytellers will gravely inform you that every beast could speak before the arrival of St. Patrick, but that the saint, having expelled the demons from the land by the sound of his bell, all the animals that, before that time, had possessed the power of foretelling future events, such as the black steed of Bianachlabra, the royal cat of Clomachrichcat, Cloch, and others became mute, and many of them fled to Egypt and other foreign countries. Cats are said to have been appointed to guard hidden treasures, and there are few who have not heard old Irish people tell about strange meetings of cats and violent battles fought by them in the neighbourhood. It was believed, adds O'Kearney, that an evil spirit in the shape of a cat assumed command over these animals in various districts, and that when these wicked beings pleased, they could compel all the cats belonging to their divisions to attack those of some other district. The same was said of rats and rat expellers, when commanding a colony of those troublesome and destructive animals to emigrate to some other place, used to address their billet to the infernal rat supposed to hold command over the rest. In a curious pamphlet on the power of bardic compositions to charm and expel rats, lately published, Mr. Eugene O'Curry states that a degraded priest who was descended from an ancient family of hereditary bards was enabled to expel a colony of rats by the force of satire. Hence, of course, Shakespeare's reference to rhyming Irish rats to death. It will thus be seen that Irish fairy lore well deserves to have been called by Mr. Alfred Nutt one of the leading authorities on the subject, as fair and bounteous a harvest of myth and romance as ever flourished among any race.
Irish Wit and Humour by Charles L. Graves. No record of the glories of Ireland would be complete without an effort, however inadequate, to analyze and illustrate her wit and humour. Often misunderstood, misrepresented, and misinterpreted, they are nevertheless universally admitted to be racial traits, and for an excellent reason. Other nations exhibit these qualities in their literature, and Ireland herself is rich in writers who have furnished food from earth. But her special preeminence resides in the possession of what, to adapt a famous phrase, may be called in anima naturaliter jocosa. Irish wit and Irish humour are a national inheritance. They are inherent in the race as a whole, independent of education or culture or comfort. The best Irish sayings are the sayings of the people. The greatest Irish humorists are the nameless multitude who have never written books or found a place in national dictionaries of biography. None but an Irishman could have coined that supreme expression of contempt. I wouldn't be seen dead with him at a pig fair, or rebuked a young barrister because he did not squander his carcass. For example, gesticulate enough. But we cannot trace the paternity of these sayings any more than we can that of the lightning retort of the man to whom one of the quality had given a glass of whiskey. "That's made another man of you, Patsy," remarked the donor. "'Deed it has, sor," Patsy flashed back. "And that other man would be glad of another glass." It is enough for our purpose to note that such sayings are typically Irish, and that their peculiar felicity consists in their combining both wit and humour. To what element is the Irish nature are we to attribute this joyous and illuminating gift? No one who is not a Gaelic scholar can venture to dogmatize on this thorny subject. But setting philology and politics aside, it is hard to avoid the conclusion that Ireland has gained rather than lost in this respect by the clash of races and languages. Gaiety, we are told, is not the predominating characteristic of the Celtic temperament, nor is it reflected in the prose and verse of the old ancient days that have come down to us. Glamour and magic and passion abound in the lays and legends of the ancient Gael, but there is more melancholy than mirth in these tales of long ago. Indeed, it is interesting to note in connection with this subject that the younger school of Irish writers associated with what is called the Celtic Renaissance have, with very few exceptions, sedulously eschewed anything approaching to jocosity, preferring the paths of crepuscular mysticism or sombre realism, and openly avowing their distaste for what they consider to be the denationalized sentiment of Moore, Lovar, and Lover. To say this is not to disparage the genius of Yeats and Synge. It is merely a statement of fact, and an illustration of the eternal dualism of the Irish temperament, which Moore himself realized when he wrote of Erin the tear and the smile in thine eye. A reaction against the Donnybrook tradition was inevitable, and to great extent wholesome, since the stage Irishman of the transpontine drama, or the music halls, was for most part a gross and unlovely caricature. But, like all reactions, it has tended to be obscure the real merits and services of those who showed the other side of the medal. Lever did not exaggerate more than Dickens, and his portraits of Galway fox hunters and duellists, of soldiers of fortune, and of Dublin undergraduates were largely based on fact. At his best was a most exhilarating companion, and his pictures of Irish life, if partial, were not misleading. He held no brief for the landlords, and in his later novels showed a keen sense of their shortcomings. The plain fact is that, in considering the literary glories of Ireland, we cannot possibly overlook the work of those Irishmen who were affected by English influences or wrote for an English audience. Anglo-Irish humorous literature was a comparatively late product, but its efflorescence was rapid and triumphant. The first great name is that of Goldsmith, and, though deeply influenced in technique and choice of subjects by his association with English men of letters and by his residence in England, in spirit he remained Irish to the end, generous, impulsive, and improvident in his life. genial, gay, and tender-hearted in his works. The Vicar of Wakefield was Dr. Primrose, but he might just as well have been called Dr. Shamrock. No surer proof of the preeminence of Irish wit and humor can be found than in the fact that, Shakespeare alone excepted, no writers of comedy have held the boards longer or more triumphantly than Goldsmith, and his brother Irishman, Sheridan. She Stoops to Conquer, The Rivals, The School for Scandal, and The Critic represent the sunny side of the Irish genius to perfection. They illustrate in the most convincing way possible how the debt of the world to Ireland has been increased by the fate which ordained that her choicest spirits should express themselves in a language of wider appeal than the ancient speech of Erin. On the other hand, English literature and the English tongue have gained greatly from the influence exerted by writers familiar from their childhood with turns of speech and modes of expression which, even when they are not translations from the Gaelic, are characteristic of the Hibernian temper. The late Dr. P. W. Joyce, in his admirable treatise on English as spoken in Ireland, has illustrated not only the essentially bilingual character of the Anglo-Irish dialect, but the modes of thought which it enshrines. There is no better known form of Irish humor than that commonly called the Irish bull, which is too often set down to lax thinking and faulty logic. But it is the rarest thing to encounter a genuine Irish bull which is not picturesque, and at the same time highly suggestive. Take, for example, the saying of an old Kerry doctor who, when conversing with a friend on the high rate of mortality, observed, "Bedad, there's people dying who never died before." Here a truly illuminating result was attained by the simple device of using the indicative for the conditional mood, as in Juvenal's famous comment on Cicero's second Philippe. Antoni gladios potit contemner, si sic omnia dixit. The Irish bull is a heroic and sometimes successful attempt to sit upon two stools at once. Or as an Irishman put it, Englishmen often make bulls, but the Irish bull is always pregnant. Though no names of such outstanding distinction as those of Goldsmith and Sheridan occur in the early decades of the 19th century, the spirit of Irish comedy was kept vigorously alive by Maria Edgeworth, William Magnan, Francis Mahoney, Father Prout, and William Carleton. Sir Walter Scott's splendid tribute to the genius of Maria Edgeworth is regarded by some critics as extravagant, but it is largely confirmed in a most unexpected quarter. Turgenev, the great Russian novelist, proclaimed himself her disciple, and has left it on record that but for example, he might never have attempted to give literary form to his impressions of the classes in Russia corresponding to the poor Irish and the squirings and the squires of County Langford. Maginn and Mahoney were both scholars. The latter happily called himself an Irish potato seasoned with Attic salt, wrote largely for English periodicals, and spent most of their lives out of Ireland. In the writings of all three of an element of the grotesque is observable, tempered, however, in the case of Mahoney, with the vein of tender pathos, which emerges in his delightful Bells of Shandon. Maginn was a wit, Mahoney was the hedge schoolmaster in Excelsis, and Carleton was the first realist in Irish peasant fiction, but all alike drew their best inspiration from essentially Irish themes. The pendulum has swung back slowly but steadily since the days when Irish men of letters found it necessary to accommodate their genius to purely English literary standards. Even Lever, though he wrote for the English public, wrote mainly about Ireland. So too with his contemporary Le Fanu, whose reputation rests on a double basis. He made some wonderful excursions into the realm of the bizarre, the uncanny, and the gruesome. But in the collection known as the Purcell Papers, we found 3 short stories which for exuberant drollery and diversion have never been excelled. That the same man could have written Uncle Silas and the Quargender is yet another proof of the strange dualism of Irish character. The record of the last 50 years shows an uninterrupted progress in the invasion of the English belles letters by Irish writers. Outside literature, perhaps the most famous sayer of good things of our times was a simple Irish parish priest, the late Father Healy. Of his humorous sayings the number is legion. His wit may be illustrated by a less familiar example. His comment on a very tall young lady named Lynch. Nature gave her an inch and she took an ell. In the House of Commons today there is no greater master of irony and sardonic humor than his namesake, Mr. Tim Healy. On one occasion he remarked that Lord Rosebery was not a man to go tiger shooting with, except at the zoo. On another, being anxious to bring an indictment against the Castle regime in Dublin, and finding the way blocked by a debate on Uganda, he successfully accomplished his purpose by a judicious geographical transference of names, and convulsed the House by a speech in which the nomenclature of Central Africa was applied to the government of Ireland, but wit and humour are the monopoly of no class or calling in Ireland. They flourish alike among car drivers, and Casey's, publicans and policemen, priests and parsons, beggars and peers. It is commonplace of criticism to deny these qualities in their highest form to women, but this is emphatically untrue of Ireland, and was never more conclusively disproved than by the recent literary achievements of her daughters. The partnership of two Irish ladies, Miss Edith Somerville and Miss Violet Martin, has given us in some experiences of an Irish R.M., for example, resident magistrate. The most delicious comedy, and in The Real Charlotte, the finest tragi-comedy that have come out of Great Britain in the last 30 years. The R.M., as it is familiarly called, is already a classic. But the Irish comedy humane, to use the phrase in the sense of Balzac, is even more vividly portrayed in the pages of The Real Charlotte. Humor, genuine, though intermittent, irradiates the autumnal talent of Miss Jane Barlow, and the long roll of gifted Irishwomen who have contributed to the gaiety of nations may be closed with the names of Miss Hunt, author of folk tales of Breffni, of Miss Perdone, and Miss Winifred Letts, who in prose and verse, respectively, have moved us to tears and laughter by their studies of Leinster peasant life, and of Maura O'Neill, Mrs. Scrine, the imperishable singer of the glens of Antrim, and to give a full list of the living Irish writers, male and female, who are engaged in the benevolent work of driving dull care away, would be impossible within the space at our command. But we cannot end without recognition of our exhilarating extravaganzas, of George A. Birmingham, Canon Hannay, the freakish and elfin muse of James Stephens, and the coruscating wit of F.P. Dunn, the famous Irish-American humorist, whose Mr. Dooley is a household word on both sides of the Atlantic.
The Irish Theatre by Joseph Holloway. The Irish theatre and secular drama may be said to begin with the production of James Shirley's historical play St. Patrick for Ireland in Werborough Street Theatre about 1636-7. And although Dublin was a great school for acting and supplied many of the best players to the English stage, such as Quinn, Macklin, Peg Woffington, Miss O'Neill, and hosts of others, it never really possessed a creative theatre, save at the Capel Street Theatre for a few years during the Grattan Parliament, until the modern movement in Ireland came into being and the Abbey Theatre became its headquarters. Of course, innumerable plays by Irish writers were written, but most of them were not distinctively Irish in character, and the names of Goldsmith, Sheridan, O'Keeffe, Farquhar, Sheridan Knowles, Oscar Wilde, and dozens of others will always be remembered as great Irish writers for the stage. And when fine impersonators of Irish character, like Tyrone Power, John Drew, or Barney Williams arrived, there were always to be found several clever writers to fit them with parts, the demand always creating the supply. Even before Dion Boucicault took to writing Irish dramas of a more palatable and less stage Irish character than those of his immediate predecessors, some excellent plays, Irish in character and tone, had from time to time found their way to the stage. However, Boucicault sweetened our stage by the production of the Colleen Bawn, Aranapog, the Chagrin, and showed by his rollicking impersonations of Miles, Sean, and Con how good-humoured, hearty, and self-sacrificing Irish boys in humble life can be. He had great technical knowledge of stagecraft, and that has helped to make his Irish plays live in the popular goodwill right up to today. A revolt against Boucicault's Irish boys, all fun and frolic, and charming colleens who could do no wrong, has made our modern playwrights go to the other extreme, so that now we find our stage peopled with peasants, cruel, hard, and forbidding for the most part, and with colleens who are the reverse of lovable in thought or act. Neither picture is quite true of our people. What is really wanted is the happy medium, which few, if any, of our new playwrights have yet given us. If our great popular Irish drama has yet to come, I think the Fays have made it possible to say that a distinct and really fine dramatic school has arisen in Ireland and evolved out of their wonderful skill in teaching, producing, and acting. And if we are not always really delighted with what our playwrights give us, the almost perfect way in which the plays are served up by the actors invariably wholly satisfies. It is the actors who have made the Abbey Theatre famous, and not the plays. Such acting as theirs cast a spell over all who see them. What pleasing memories do the names of W. G. Fay, Frank J. Fay, Dudley Diggs, Sarah Allgood, Arthur Sinclair, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Nishuilabach, J. M. Kerrigan, Fred O'Donovan, Eileen O'Doherty, Una O'Connor, Aithne McGee, Nora Desmond, and John Connolly recall. With the production of W. B. Yeats's poetic one-act play, The Land of Heart's Desire, at the Avenue Theatre, London, on March 29, 1894, began the modern Irish dramatic movement. When the poet had tasted the joys of the footlights, he longed to see an Irish literary theatre realized in Ireland. 5 years later, in the Ancient Concert Rooms, Dublin, on May 9, 1899, his play, The Countess Kathleen, was produced and his desire gratified. The experiment was tried for 3 years and then dropped. Plays by Yeats, Edward Martyn, George Moore, and Alice Milligan were staged with English-trained actors in the casts. And a Gaelic play, the first ever presented in a theatre in Ireland, was also given during the 3rd season. It was The Twisting of the Rope by Dr. Douglas Hyde, and was played at the Gaiety Theatre, Dublin, on October 21, 1901, by a Gaelic amateur dramatic society coached by W. G. Fay. The author filled the principal part with distinction. It was while rehearsing this play that the thought came to Fay. Why not have my little company of Irish-born actors, the Ormond Dramatic Society, appear in plays by Irish writers instead of in the ones they have been giving for years? And the thought soon ripened into realization. His brother, Frank, had dreamed of such a company since he read of the small beginnings out of which the Norwegian theatre had grown. And just then, seeing some of A.'s, George Russell's play, Deirdre, in the All-Ireland Review, he asked the author if he would allow them to produce it, and, consent being given, the company put it into rehearsal at once. A. got for them from Yeats Kathleen Ni Houlihan to make up the programme. Thus it was that this company of amateurs and poets, now known as the Abbey Players, came into existence, and at St. Teresa's Hall, Clarendon Street, Dublin, gave their first performance on April 2, 1902. Shortly afterwards, they took a hall at the back of a shop in Camden Street, where they rehearsed and gave a few public performances. On A declining to be their president, Frank Fay suggested the name of W.B. Yeats, and he was elected, and in that way came again into the movement in which he has figured so largely ever since. The company played occasionally in the Molesworth Hall, and produced there, among other pieces, Sings in the Shadow of the Glen, October 8, 1903, and Riders to the Sea, February 25, 1904. Yeats's The Hourglass, March 14, 1903, and The King's Threshold, October 8, 1903. Lady Gregory's 25, March 14, 1903, and Padre Colum's Broken Soil, December 3, 1903. On March 26, 1904, the company paid a flying one-day visit to the Royalty London, and Miss A.E.F. Horniman, who had given Shaw, Yeats, and Dr. John Todhunter their first real start as playwrights at the Avenue, London, in March-April 1894. Shaw had had his first play, Widowers' Houses, played by the Independence Theatre in 1892. Saw the performance, and was so impressed that she thought she would like to find a suitable home for such talent in Dublin, and fixed upon the Old Mechanics' Institute and its surrounding buildings, and there the Abbey Theatre soon afterwards, on December 27, 1904, came into existence. In writing of this Irish dramatic movement, one must always bear in mind that it was Yeats who first conceived the idea of such a movement, the Fays who founded the School of Irish Acting, and Miss Horniman who, like a fairy godmother, waved the wand and gave it a habitation and a name, the Abbey Theatre, and endowed it for 6 years. Play followed play with great rapidity, and dramatic societies sprang up all over the country, playing homemade productions in Gaelic and English. All Ireland seemed to be play-acting and play-writing, so much so that Frank Fay was heard to say that he thought everyone had a play in his pocket, and that anyone in the street could be picked up and shaped into an actor or actress with a little training. Ireland was so teeming with talent. Dramatic Ireland had slumbered for a long while, and awoke with tremendous vigour for work. New dramatists sprang up in all parts of Ireland. The Ulster Literary Theatre started in Belfast, the Cork Dramatic Society in Cork, the Theatre of Ireland in Dublin, and others in Galway and Waterford soon followed. In Dublin at present, more than half a dozen dramatic societies are continually producing new plays and discovering new acting talent. There are also 2 Gaelic dramatic societies, and nearly every town in Ireland now has its own dramatic class and its own dramatists. All this activity has come about within the last 10 or 12 years, where before, in many places, drama and acting were almost unknown. Many Gaelic societies throughout the country put on Gaelic plays by Dr. Douglas Hyde, Pierce Beasley, Thomas Haynes, Canon Peter O'Leary, and others. And the Oireachtas, the Gaelic musical and literary festival held each year in Dublin, usually presents several Irish plays and offers prizes for new ones at each festival. Of all the Irish playwrights who have arisen in recent years, Lady Gregory has produced most, and W.B. Yeats is the most poetic. He is more a lyric poet than a dramatist, and is never satisfied with his work for the stage, but keeps eternally chopping and changing it. His Kathleen Ní Houlihan, though a dream play, always appeals to an audience of Irish people. Perhaps his one-act, Deirdre, is the nearest approach to real drama he has done. Some of Lady Gregory's earlier one-act farces, such as The Workhouse Ward, are very amusing. The Rising of the Moon is a little dramatic gem, and The Gale Gate is touched with genuine tragedy. Synge wrote only one play, Riders to the Sea, that acts well. The others are admired by critics for the strangeness of their diction and the beauty of the nature pictures scattered through them. His much-discussed Playboy of the Western World has become famous for the rows it has created at home and abroad from its very first production on January 26, 1907. William Boyle, who gets to the heart of those he writes about, has produced the most popular play of the movement in The Eloquent Dempsey, and a perfectly constructed one in The Building Fund. W. F. Casey's two plays, The Man Who Missed the Tide and The Suburban Groove, are both popular and actable. Padre Colum's plays, The Land and Broken Soil, the latter rewritten and renamed The Fiddler's House, are almost idyllic scenes of country life. Lennox Robinson's plays are harsh in tone, but dramatically effective, and T.C. Murray's Birthright and Maurice Hart are fine dramas, well constructed and full of true knowledge of the people he writes about. Seamus O'Kelly has written two strong dramas in The Schuler's Child and The Bribe, and Seamus O'Brien one of the funniest Irish farces ever staged in duty. R.J. Ray's play, The Casting Out of Martin Whelan, is the best this dramatist has as yet given us, and George Fitzmaurice's The Country Dressmaker has the elements of good drama in it. St. John G. Irvine has written a very human drama in Mixed Marriage. He hails from the north of Ireland, but Rutherford, Maine is the best of the northern playwrights, and his plays, The Drone and The Turn of the Road, are splendid homely county down comedies. Bernard Shaw's John Bull's Other Island, as Irish plays go, is a fine specimen. Canon Hannay has written two successful comedies, Eleanor's Enterprise and General John Reagan, the latter not wholly to the taste of the people of the West. James Stephens and Jane Barlow have also tried their hands at playwriting, with but moderate success. Perhaps the modern drama that made the most impression when first played was The Heatherfield by Edward Martyn. It gripped and remains a lasting memory with all who saw it in 1899. But I think I have written enough to show that the Irish theatre of today is in a very alive condition, and that if the great national dramatist has not yet arrived, he is sure to emerge. When that time comes, the actors are here, ready to interpret such work to perfection. An article, however brief, on the Irish theatre would be incomplete without mention of the world-famous tragedians John Edward McCullough, Lawrence Patrick Barrett, and Barry Sullivan, of genial comedians like Charles Sullivan and Hubert O'Grady, of sterling actors like Shiel Barry, John Brougham, Leonard Boyne, J.D. Beveridge, and Thomas Nerney, or of operatic artists like Dennis O'Sullivan and Joseph O'Mara, many of whom have passed away, but some, fortunately, are with us still.
Irish Journalists by Michael MacDonagh. The most splendid testimony to the Irish genius in journalism is afforded by the London press of the opening decades of the 20th century. One of the greatest newspaper organizers of modern times
is Lord Northcliffe. As the principal proprietor and guiding mind of both the Times and the Daily Mail, he directly influences public opinion, from the steps of the throne and the door of the cabinet to the errand boy and the servant maid. T.P. O'Connor, MP, is the most popular writer on current social and political topics, and so amazing in his versatility that every subject he touches is illumined by those fine qualities, vision and sincerity. The most renowned of political writers is J. L. Garvin of the Pall Mall Gazette and The Observer. By his leading articles he has done as much as the late Joseph Chamberlain by his speeches to democratize and humanize the old Tory party of England. The authoritative special correspondent, studying at first hand all the problems which divide the nations of Europe, and knowing personally most of its rulers and statesmen, is E. J. Dillon of the Daily Telegraph. And when the quarrels of nations are transferred from the chancelleries to the stricken field, there is no one among the war correspondents more enterprising and intrepid in his methods, or more picturesque and vivid with his pen, than M. H. Donohoe of the Daily Chronicle. All these men are Irish. Could there be more striking proof of the natural bent and aptitude of the Irish mind for journalism? Dean Swift was the mightiest journalist that ever stirred the sluggish soul of humanity. Were he alive today, and had he at his command the enormous circulation of a great daily newspaper, he would keep millions in a perpetual mental ferment. Such was the ferocious indignation into which he was aroused by wrong and injustice, and his gift of savage, ironical expression. Swift, as a young student in Trinity College, Dublin, saw the birth of the first offspring of the Irish mind in journalism. The Dublin Newsletter made its appearance in June 1685, and was published every 3 or 4 days for the circulation of news and advertisements. Only one copy of the first issue of this, the earliest of Irish newspapers, is extant. It is included in the Thorpe collection of tracts in the Royal Dublin Society. Dated August 26, 1685, it consists of a single leaf of paper printed on both sides, and contains just one item of news, a letter brought by the English packet from London, and 2 local advertisements. As I reverently handled it, I was thrilled by the thought that from this insignificant little seed sprang the great national organ, the Freeman's Journal, the press of the United Irishmen, the nation of the Young Irelanders, the United Ireland of the Land League, the Irish World, and the Boston Pilot of the American Irish, and the Irish Independent, the first halfpenny Dublin morning paper, and the most widely circulated of Irish journals. If Swift did not write for the Dublin Newsletter, he certainly wrote for the Examiner, a weekly miscellany published in the Irish capital from 1710 to 1713, and the first journal that endeavored to create public opinion in Ireland. It was at Swift's instigation that this paper was started, and he was doubtless encouraged to suggest it by the success that attended his articles in the contemporary London publication of the same name, the Tory Examiner, in which his journalistic genius was fully revealed. As it has been expressively put, he wrote his friends, Harley and St. John, into a firm grip of power, and thus, as in other ways, contributed his share to the inauguration and maintenance of that policy which, in the last 4 years of Queen Anne, so materially recast the whole European situation. About the same time, there appeared in London the earliest forms of the periodical essay in the Tatler and the Spectator, which exhibit the comprehensiveness of the Irish temperament in writing by affording a contrast between the Irish force and vehemence of Swift and the Irish play of kindly wit and tender pathos in the deft and dainty periods of Richard Steele. Dr. Charles Lucas was, even more than Swift perhaps, the precursor of that type of Irish publicist and journalist of which there have been many splendid examples since then in Ireland, England, and America. Lucas first started the Censor, a weekly journal, in 1748. Within 2 years his paper was suppressed for exciting discontent with the government, and to avoid a prosecution he fled to England. In 1763 the Freeman's Journal was established by 3 Dublin merchants. Lucas, who had returned from a long exile and was a member of the Irish Parliament, contributed to it, sometimes anonymously, but generally over the signature of a citizen or civis. The editor was Henry Brooks, novelist, poet, and playwright. His novel, The Fool of Quality, is still read. His tragedy, The Earl of Essex, was, wrongly, supposed to contain a precept: "Who rules our freeman should himself be free," which led to the more famous parody of Dr. Samuel Johnson: "Who drives fat oxen should himself be fat." The object of Lucas and Brooke as journalists was to awaken national sentiment by teaching that Ireland had an individuality of her own, independently of England. But they were more convinced with the assertion of the constitutional rights of the Parliament of the Protestant colony as against the domination of England. Therefore, the first organ of Irish nationality, representative of all creeds and classes, was the Press, the newspaper of the United Irishmen, which was started in Dublin in 1797 by Arthur O'Connor, the son of a rich merchant who had made his money in London. Its editor was Peter Finnerty, born of humble parentage at Lowray, afterwards a famous parliamentary reporter for the London Morning Chronicle, and its most famous contributor was Dr. William Drennan, the poet, who first called Ireland the Emerald Isle. Irishmen did not become prominently associated with American journalism until after the famine and the collapse of the Young Ireland movement in 1848. The journalist whom I regard as having exercised the most fateful influence on the destinies of Ireland was Charles Gavan Duffy, the founder and first editor of The Nation, a newspaper of which it was truly and finely said that it brought a new soul into Erin. Among its contributors, who afterwards added luster to the journalism of the United States, was John Mitchell. In the Southern Citizen and the Richmond Enquirer, he supported the South against the North in the Civil War. The Reverend Abram Joseph Ryan, who was associated with journalism in New Orleans, not only acted as a Catholic chaplain with the Confederate Army, but sang of its hopes and aspirations in tuneful verse. Serving in the Army of the North was Charles G. Halpine, whose songs signed Private Miles O'Reilly were very popular in those days of national convulsion in the United States. Halpine's father had edited the Tory newspaper, the Dublin Evening Mail, and Halpine himself, after the war, edited the Citizen of New York, famous for its advocacy of reforms in civic administration. Perhaps the two most renowned men in Irish-American journalism were John Boyle O'Reilly of the Boston Pilot and Patrick Ford of the Irish World. O'Reilly was a troop sergeant in the 10th Hussars, Prince of Wales' own, and during the Fenian troubles of 1866 had 80 of his men ready armed and mounted to take out of Island Bridge Barracks, Dublin, at a given signal to aid the projected insurrection. Detected, he was brought to trial, summarily convicted, and sentenced to be shot. This sentence was commuted to 25 years penal servitude. But O'Reilly survived it all to become a brilliant man of letters and make the Boston Pilot one of the most influential Irish and Catholic newspapers in the United States. Ford, who had served his apprenticeship as a compositor in the office of William Lloyd Garrison at Boston, founded the Irish World in 1870. This newspaper gave powerful aid to the Land League. A special issue of 1,650,000 copies of the Irish World was printed on January 11, 1879, for circulation in Ireland, and money to the amount of $600,000 altogether was sent by Ford to the headquarters of the agitation in Dublin. A journalist of a totally different kind was Edwin Lawrence Godkin. Born in County Wicklow, the son of a Presbyterian clergyman, Godkin in 1865 established The Nation in New York as an organ of independent thought, and for 35 years he filled a unique position, standing aside from all parties, sects, and bodies, and yet permeating them all with his sane and restraining philosophy. In Canada, Thomas D'Arcy McGee won fame as a journalist on the New Era before he became even more distinguished as a parliamentarian. When the history of Australian journalism is written, it will contain two outstanding Irish names. Daniel Henry Dennehy, who died in 1865, was called by Bulwer Lytton the Australian Macaulay, on account of his brilliant writings as critic and reviewer in the press of Victoria. Gerald Henry Supple, another Dublin man, is also remembered for his contributions to The Age and The Argus of Melbourne. In India, one of the first, if not the first, English newspapers was founded by a Limerick man named Charles Johnstone, who had previously attained fame as the author of Chrysal, or The Adventures of a Guinea, and who died at Calcutta about 1800. Stirring memories of battle and adventure leap to mind at the names of those renowned war correspondents William Howard Russell, Edmund O'Donovan, and James J. O'Kelly. Russell, a Dublin man, was the first newspaper representative to accompany an army into the field. He saw all the mighty engagements of the Crimea, Alma, Balaclava, Inkerman, Sebastopol, not from a distance of 60 or 80 miles, which is the nearest that correspondents are now allowed to approach the front, but at the closest quarters, riding through the lines on his mule and seeing the engagements vividly, so that he was able to describe them in moving detail for the readers of the Times. O'Donovan, son of Dr. John O'Donovan, the distinguished Irish scholar and archaeologist, was in the service of the London Daily News. That dashing campaigner, as his famous book, The Merv Oasis, shows him to have been, perished with Hicks Pasha's army in the Sudan in November 1883. At the same time, James O'Kelly, also of the Daily News, was lost in the desert, trying to join the forces of the victorious Sudanese under the Mahdi. 10 years before that, he had accomplished for the New York Herald the equally daring and hazardous feat of joining the Cuban rebels in revolt against Spain. He escaped the perils of the Mambi land and the Sudan, and survived to serve Ireland for many years as a nationalist member in the British Parliament. John Augustus O'Shea, better known perhaps as the Irish Bohemian, also deserves remembrance for his quarter of a century's work as special correspondent in Europe, including Paris during the siege, for the London Standard. Indeed, no matter to what side of journalism we turn, we find Irishmen filling the foremost and the highest places. John Thaddeus Delane, under whose editorship the Times became for a time the most influential newspaper in the world, was of Irish parentage. The first editor of the Illustrated London News, 1842, one of the pioneers in the elucidation of news by means of pictures, was an Irishman, Frederick Bailey, among the projectors of Punch, and one of its earliest contributors was a King's County man, Joseph Sterling Coyne. The founder of the Liverpool Daily Post, 1855, the first penny daily paper in Great Britain, was Michael Joseph Whitty, a Wexford man. His son, Edward M. Whitty, was the originator of that interesting feature of English and Irish journalism, the sketch of personalities and proceedings in Parliament. Of the editors of the Athenaeum, for many years the leading English organ of literary criticism, one of the most famous was Dr. John Doran, who was of Irish parentage. Dodd is a familiar household word in the British Parliament. It is the name of the recognized guide to the careers and political opinions of Lords and Commons. Its founder was an Irishman, Charles Roger Dodd, who for 23 years was a parliamentary reporter for the Times. And what name sheds a brighter light on the annals of British journalism for intellectual and imaginative force than that of Justin McCarthy, novelist and historian, as well as newspaper writer? At home in Ireland, the name of Gray is inseparably associated with the Freeman's Journal. Under the direction of Dr. John Gray, this newspaper became in the 60s and 70s the most powerful organ of public opinion in Ireland. And in the 80s, it was raised still higher in ability and influence by his son and successor, Edmund Dwyer Gray. In the south of Ireland, the most influential daily newspaper is the Cork Examiner, which was founded in 1841 by John Francis Maguire, who wrote in 1868 The Irish in America. It is doubtful whether any country ever produced a more militant and able political journal than was United Ireland, in the stormy years during which it was edited by William O'Brien as the organ of the Land League. The Irish mood is gregarious, expansive, glowing, and eager to keep in intimate touch with the movements and affairs of humanity. That, I think, is the secret of its success in journalism.
The Irish Literary Revival by Horatio S. Cranz, Ph.D. In the closing decade of the 19th century and in the opening years of the 20th, no literary movement has awakened a livelier interest than the Irish Literary Revival, a movement which, by its singleness and solidarity of purpose, stood alone in a time of confused literary aims and tendencies. Movements, like individuals, have their ancestry, and that of the Irish Literary Revival is easily traced. It descends from Callanan and Walsh, and from the writers of '48. It is to this descent that the lines in William Butler Yeats's To Ireland in Coming Times allude. Know that I would accounted be true brother of that company, who sang to sweeten Ireland's wrong, ballad and story, ran and song. With the passing of the mid-19th century writers, the old movement waned, and in the field of Irish letters there was, in the phrase of a famous bull, nothing stirring but stagnation. A witty critic of the period, commenting upon this unhappy state of affairs, declared that, though the love of learning in Ireland might still be, as the saying went, indestructible, it was certainly imperceptible. But after the fall of Parnell, a new spirit was stirring. Politics no longer absorbed the whole energy of the nation. Groups of men inspired with a love of the arts sprang up here and there. In 1890, Yeats proved himself a real prophet when he wrote, quote, "A true literary consciousness, national to the centre, seems gradually to be forming out of all this disguising and prettifying, this penumbra of half-culture. We are preparing, likely enough, for a new Irish literary movement, like that of '48, that will show itself in the first lull in politics." End quote. Responsive to the need of the young writers associated with Yeats, the National Literary Society was founded in Dublin in 1892, and a year later London Irishmen, among them men already distinguished in letters, founded in the English metropolis the Irish Literary Society. From the presses in Dublin, in London, and in New York as well, books began to appear in rapid succession. slender volumes of verse, novels, short stories, essays, plays, translations, and remakings of Irish myths and legends, all inspired by and closely related to the past or the present of Ireland, voicing an essentially national spirit and presenting the noblest traits of Irish life and character. Not content with the organization of two literary societies, Yeats, with courage and relentless tenacity, cast about to realize his long-cherished dream of a theatre that should embody the ideals of the revival. In Lady Gregory and in Edward Martyn, an Irishman of large means, who with both pen and purse lent a willing hand, he found two ardent labourers for his vineyard. George Moore, who in the event proved a fish out of water in Ireland, Yeats and Martyn contrived to lure from his London lodgings and his cosmopolitan ways, and to enlist in the theatrical enterprise. The practical knowledge of the stage, which this gifted enfant terrible of literature contributed, was doubtless of great value in the early days of the dramatic adventure, though Moore's frank thoughts, frank speech, and mordant irony brought an element of discord into Dublin literary circles, which may well have left Yeats and his associates with a feeling that they had paid too dear for a piper to whose tunes they refused to dance. Be that as it may, in 1899 Yeats's dream was measurably realized, and the Irish Literary Theatre established, to be succeeded a little later by the Irish National Theatre Society. Enough, however, of the dramatic aspect of the revival, which receives separate treatment elsewhere in these pages, as does also the dramatic work of certain of the authors considered here. From what has been already said, it should be plain that in the last decade of the last century, the ranks of the Irish literary revivalists filled rapidly, and that the movement was really underway. The Renaissance spirit took various forms. To one group of poets, the humour, pathos, and tragedy of peasant life deeply appealed, and found expression in a poetry distinctively and unmistakably national, from which a kind of pleasure could be drawn unlike anything else in other literatures. In this group, Alfred Percival Graves and Moira O'Neill cannot pass unmentioned. Who would ask anything racier in its kind than the former's Father O'Flynn? A priest we can offer a charming variety, far renowned for learning and piety, still I'd advance you without impropriety. Father O'Flynn is the flower of them all. Here's a health to you, Father O'Flynn, slancha and slancha and slancha again, powerfulest preacher, and tenderest teacher, and kindliest creature in old Donegal. Or was the homing instinct, the homesick longing for the old sod, ever more truly rendered than in Moira O'Neill's Song of the Irish Labourer in England? Over here in England I'm helping with the hay, and I wish I was in Ireland the livelong day, weary on the English, and sorry take the wheat. Oh, Corrymeela and the blue sky over it. Do you mind me now? The song at night is mortal hard to raise. The girls are heavy going here, the boys are ill to please. When once I'm out of this working have, 'tis I'll be back again. Aye, Corrymeela, in the same soft rain. Here too should be named Jane Barlow, whose poems and stories are faithful imaginative transcripts of the face of nature and the hearts of men as she knew them in Connemara. Finally, there is William Butler Yeats, who, on the whole, is the representative man of the revival. Except in the translator's sphere, his writings have given him a place in almost all the activities of this movement. As a lyric poet, he has expressed the moods of peasant and patriot, of mystic, symbolist, and quietist, and it is safe to say that in lyric poetry no one of his generation writing in English is his superior. We cannot resist the pleasure of quoting here from his Innisfree, which won the praise of Robert Louis Stevenson, and which, if not the high mark of Yeats's achievement, is still a flawless thing in its way. I will arise and go now, and go to Innisfree, and a small cabin build there, of clay and wattles made. 9 bean rows will I have there, a hive for the honeybee, and live alone in the bee-loyd glade. And I shall have some peace there, for peace comes dropping slow, dropping from the vays of the morning to where the cricket sings. There midnight's all a glimmer, and noon a purple glow, and evening full of the linnet's wings. In this place, and for convenience sake, it may be permitted to speak of aspects of Yeats's work other than that by virtue of which he is to be classed with the group we have just considered. In his narrative poem, The Wanderings of Oisin, as well as in his plays and lyrics, he is the best of those, among whom we may mention by the way Dr. John Todhunter, Nora Hopper, Mrs. W. H. Chesson, and William Larminie, who have revealed to our day the strange beauty of the ancient creations of the Gaelic imagination. In prose he has written short stories, a novelette, John Sherman and Dhoya, and essays that reveal a subtle critical insight and a style of beautiful finish and grace suggestive of the style of Shelley's defensive poetry. Yeats's plays constitute a considerable and an important part of his work, but these must be reserved for treatment elsewhere in this book. In prefaces to anthologies of prose and verse of his editing, in the pages of reviews, and elsewhere, he appears as the chief apologist of the aims of the literary revival, and in particular of the methods of the dramatists of the revival. Whatever he has touched, he has lifted into the realm of poetry, and this is in large measure true of his prose, which proceeds from the poet's point of view and breathes the poetic spirit. A man of rare versatility, a finished artist with a scrupulous artistic conscience, he has done work of high and sustained quality and is certain to exert a good and lasting influence upon the literature of his country. In a literary movement in the Isle of Saints, we look naturally for religious poetry, and we do not look in vain. This poetry, chiefly Catholic, has a quality of its own as distinctive as that of the writers of the group we have just left. Now it voices a naive, devoted simplicity of Christian faith. Now it attains to a high and keen spirituality. Now it is mystic and pagan. Among the religious poets, Lionel Johnson easily stands first, perhaps the Irish poet of firmest fibre and most resonant voice of his generation. A note of high courage and of spiritual triumph rings through his verse, even from the shadow of the wings of the dark angel that gives a title to one of the saddest of his poems. Often he strikes a note of genuine religious ecstasy and exaltation, rarely heard in English, as in Te Martyrum Candidatus. Ah, see the fair chivalry come, the companions of Christ, white horsemen who ride on white horses, the knights of God. They for their Lord and their lover who sacrificed all save the pleasure of treading where he first trod. These through the darkness of death, the dominion of night, swept, and they woke in white places at morning tide. They saw with their eyes, and sang for the joy of the sight. They saw with their eyes, the eyes of the crucified. Among the men of the revival, no personality is stronger or more attractive than that of G. W. Russell, A.E. as he is always called, who may be regarded as the hero of George Moore's Hail and Farewell, and who alone in that gallery of wonderful pen portraits looks forth with complete amiability. He is a pantheist, a mystic, and a visionary, with what would seem a literal and living faith in many gods, though strongly prepossessed in favour of the ancient divinities of the Gael, now long since in exile. Impressive and striking by a certain spiritual integrity, so to say, A.E. unites gifts and faculties seldom combined. He is a poet of rare subtlety, a painter in whose genius so good a judge as George Moore believed, and a most practical man of affairs, who, as assistant to Sir Horace Plunkett, held up the latter's hands in his labours on behalf of cooperative dairies and the like. His poems have their roots in a pantheism which half reveals the secrets of an indwelling spirit, speaking alike, quote, from the dumb brown lips of earth, end quote, and from the passions of the heart of man. Of novelists, both men and women, the Irish revival can, in the words of Father O'Flynn, offer a charming variety, and among their novels and short stories are some books of high quality, and not a few in a high degree interesting and entertaining. To Standish O'Grady we turn for tales, with a kind of bardic afflatus about them, of the hero age of legendary Ireland, tales which drew attention to the romantic Celtic past of myth and saga, and must have been an inspiration to more than one writer of the younger generation. In contrast to the broad epic sweep and remote romantic backgrounds of O'Grady are the stories of Jane Barlow, whose genre pictures of peasant life in the west of Ireland, like her poems mentioned above, show how sympathetically she understands the ways of thinking, feeling, and acting of her humble compatriots. A like minute and faithful knowledge is evident in the work of two storytellers of the North, Seamus MacManus and Sian Bullock. The former's outlook is humorous and pathetic. He tells fairy and folk tales well, and is a past master of the dialect and idiom that combine to give his old wives' yarns an honest smack of the soil. Let him who doubts it read Through the Turf Smoke or Donegal fairy stories. If Sian Bullock walks the same fields as Seamus MacManus, he does so with a different air and with a more definite purpose. Sometimes he turns to the squireens, small farmers, or small country gentry, and lays bare the hardness and narrowness that are part of their life. Or again, in pictures whose sadness and gloom are lightened, to be sure, with humour, or warmed with love, he studies the necessitous life of the poor. The Squireen, the Barrys, and Irish Pastorals are some of his representative books. In the novel, as in poetry, the ladies have worked side by side with their literary brethren. Miss Hermione Templeton, in her Darby O'Gill and elsewhere, has written pleasantly and gracefully of the fairies. In a very different vein are the novels of the collaborators Miss Somerville and Martin Ross, Miss Violet Martin, over which English and American readers have laughed as heartily as their own fellow countrymen. The Experiences of an Irish R.M. remains perhaps their best book. The work of these ladies, be it said by the way, is in the line of descent from that group of older Irish novelists who wrote in the spirit of the devil-may-care gentry, the novelists from Maxwell to Lover and Lever, who were ever questing divilment and diversion, and who in their moods of boisterous fun forgot the real Irishman, and presented in his place a caricature, him of the Celtic screech and the exhilarating whack of the shillelagh, the famous stage Irishman who has made occasional appearances in English literature from the time of Shakespeare's Henry V on through the works of Fielding and the plays of Sheridan to the present moment of writing. Of a very different stripe from the works of the collaborating ladies just mentioned are the novels of the recently deceased Canon Sheehan, notable among them Luke Delmege and My New Curate, rambling, diffuse, and a trifle provincial from the artistic standpoint, but interesting as studies of manners, and for the pictures they afford of the priesthood of modern Ireland in the pleasantest light. If the stories of Miss Somerville and Martin Ross are related to the comic stories of the old novelists of the gentry, those of Canon Sheehan must be associated with the work of the older novelists who wrote more or less in the spirit of the peasantry, that is, with Gerald Griffin, the Banim brothers, and William Carleton, less famous than he deserves to be by his traits and stories, and a long line of novels and tales. No survey of Irish novelists, however brief, can afford to forget the Reverend James Owen Hannay, George A. Birmingham, canon of St. Patrick's Cathedral, Dublin, whose work is as distinctively Protestant in its point of view as Father Sheehan's is Catholic. His more substantial novels are a careful transcript of the actualities of Irish life today, and in them one meets, incognito but easily recognizable, many Irishmen now prominent in literature or politics in Ireland. Of his numerous books may be mentioned The Seething Pot, Hyacinth, and Northern Iron. Finally, there is George Moore, whose enlistment in the revival was responsible for the novel The Lake and the short stories of The Unfilled Field, and for a largely autobiographic and entirely indiscreet trilogy entitled Hail and Farewell, the separate volumes appearing as Ave, Salve, Vale, and the last of them as late as 1914. George Moore's anti-Catholic bias is strong, but his is the pen of an accomplished artist. He is the storyteller's beguiling gift, and he bristles with ideas which his books cleverly embody, and to which the dramatic moments of his novels give point and relief. Not the least important work of the Irish literary revival has been done by translators, who have put into English the old Gaelic romances and the folklore still current among the little remnant of Irish-speaking country folk. Dr. Douglas Hyde is in the forefront of this group. He it was who organized the Gaelic League, a band of enthusiasts zealous for the revival of the Irish language, both as a spoken tongue and as the medium for a national literature, and eager also to breed up a race of Celtic scholars. The lyrics in his Love Songs of Connacht are full of grace, tenderness, and fire, and indicate the kind of gems which he and his fellow labourers have added to the treasury of poetry in English. But it is Lady Gregory, especially in her Cuchulainn of Muirthemne and Gods and Fighting Men, who more than any other has found a way to stir the blood of readers of today by the romantic hero tales of Ireland. From the racy idiom of the dwellers on or about her own estate in Galway, she happily framed a style that gave her narratives freshness, novelty, and a flavour of the soil. Upon the work of scholars she drew heavily in making her own renderings, but she has justified all borrowings by breathing into her books the breath and the warmth of life, and her adaptation to epic purposes of the dialect of those who still retain the expiring habit of thinking in Gaelic was a real literary achievement. She has, indeed, in sins of commission and of omission, taken liberties with the old legends, but this may render them not less, and perhaps more, delightful to the general reader, however just complaints may be from the standpoint of the scholar. Even so brief a sketch as this may suffice to bring home to those not already aware of it a realization of the delights to be drawn from the creations of a living literary movement, which is perhaps the most notable of its generation, and which has gathered together a remarkable group of poets, novelists, and dramatists, who, as men and women, are a most interesting company, a fact to which even George Moore's Hail and Farewell, with its quick eye for defects and foibles, and its ironic wit, bears abundant testimony. Irish Writers of English, by P. J. Lennox, B.A. Lit. D. The Gaelic literature of Ireland is not only of wonderful volume and priceless worth, but is also of great antiquity, whereas the English literature of Ireland, while also of considerable extent and high value, is of comparatively modern origin. The explanation of this fact is that for more than 6 centuries after the Anglo-Norman invasion of 1169, the Irish language continued to be both the spoken and, with Latin, the written organ of the great mass of the Irish people, and that for nearly the whole of that period those English settlers who did not become, as the well-known phrase has it, more Irish than the Irish themselves by adopting the native language, customs, and sentiments, were kept too busy in holding, defending, and extending their territory to devote themselves to literary pursuits. Hence we need not wonder if, leaving out of account merely technical works like Lionel Power's Treatise on Music, written in 1395, we find that the English literature of Ireland takes its comparatively humble origin late in the 16th century. For more than 2 centuries thereafter, owing to the fact that the native Irish, because they were Catholics, were debarred by law from an education, the writing of English remained almost exclusively in the hands of members or descendants of the Anglo-Irish colony, who, with scarcely an exception, were Protestants and had as their principal Irish seat of learning the then essentially Protestant institution Trinity College, Dublin. Alien in race and creed though these writers mainly were, they have nevertheless spread a halo of glory around their adopted country, and have won the admiration, and often the affection, of Irishmen of every shade of religious and political belief. For example, there is no Irishman who is not proud of Molyneux and Swift, of Goldsmith and Burke, of Grattan and Sheridan. From the 19th century onward, Irish Catholics have taken their full share in the production of English literature. Here, however, it will be necessary to consider the writers of none but the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, as in other pages of this volume considerable attention has been given to those of later date. 1. 16th century. Richard Stanihurst, 1547 to 1618, born in Dublin but educated at Oxford, is the first representative of the 16th century with whom we are called upon to deal. He belonged to a family long settled in or near Dublin, and of some note in municipal annals. Under the direction of the Jesuit martyr Edmund Campion, Stanihurst wrote a description, as well as a portion of the history, of Ireland for Holinshead's Chronicles, published in 1577. He also translated, 1582, the first 4 books of Virgil his Aeneas into quantitative hexameters, on the unsound pedantic principles which Gabriel Harvey was at that time trying so hard to establish in English prosody. But the experiment, which turned out so badly in the master's hands, fared even worse in those of the disciple, and Stanihurst's lines will always stand as a noted specimen of inept translation and ridiculous versification. Equally inartistic was his version of some of the Psalms in the same metre. In Latin, he wrote a profound commentary on Porphyry, the Neoplatonic mystic. Stanihurst, who was uncle to James Ussher, the celebrated Protestant Archbishop of Armagh, was himself a convert to Catholicity, and on the death of his second wife became a priest, and wrote in Latin some edifying books of devotion. 2 of his sons joined the Jesuit order. He died at Brussels in 1618. Stanihurst viewed Ireland entirely from the English standpoint, and in his description and history is, consciously or unconsciously, greatly biased against the native race. If we may take it as certain that modern investigation is correct in asserting that Thomas Campion was a native of Dublin, a notable addition will have been made to the ranks of Irish-born writers of English at this period. Thomas Campion, 1567 to 1620, wherever born, spent most of his life in London. He was a versatile genius, for after studying law he took up medicine, and although practising as a physician, he yet found time to write 4 masques and many lyrics, and to compose a goodly quantity of music. Some of his songs appeared as early as 1591. Among his works is a treatise entitled Observations in the Art of English Poesy, 1602, in which, strange to say, he, a born lyrist, advocated unrhymed verse and quantitative measures, but fortunately his practice did not usually square with his theory. His masques were written for occasions, such as the marriage of Lord Hayes, 1607, the nuptials of Princess Elizabeth and the Elector Palatine, 1613, and the ill-starred wedding of Somerset and the quondam Countess of Essex in the same year. In these masques are embedded some of his best songs. Others of his lyrics appeared in several books of airs between 1601 and 1670. Many of them were written to music, sometimes music of his composing. Such dainty things as Now hath Flora robbed her bowers, and Hark all ye ladies that do sleep, possess the charms of freshness and spontaneity, and his devotional poetry, especially Awake, awake, thou heavy sprite, and Never weather-beaten sail more willing bent to shore, makes almost as wide an appeal. 2. 17th century. Passing by with regret the illustrious 17th century names of Philip O'Sullivan Bear, Sir James Ware, Luke Wadding, Hugh Ward, John Colgan, and John Lynch, because their bearers wrote in Latin, and those of the Four Masters and Geoffrey Keating, because they wrote in Irish, we are first brought to a pause in the 17th century by the imposing figure of him whom, in a later day, Johnson justly called the, quote, great luminary of the Irish Protestant Church, end quote, none other than the Archbishop of Armagh and Primate of Ireland, James Ussher himself. James Ussher, 1581 to 1656, born in Dublin and among the earliest students of the newly founded Trinity College, was in intellect and scholarship one of the greatest men that Ireland has ever produced. Selden describes him as learned to a miracle, ad miraculum doctus, and Canon Dalton, in his History of Ireland, says of him that, quote, he was not unworthy to rank even with Duns Scotus, and when he died he left in his own church neither an equal nor a second, end quote. Declining the high office of Provost of Trinity, Ussher was made Bishop of Meath, and was afterwards promoted to the primatial see. His fine intellect was unfortunately marred by narrow religious views, and in many ways he displayed his animus against those of his countrymen who did not see eye to eye with him in matters of faith and doctrine. For example, it was he who in 1626 drew up the Irish Protestant bishops' protest against toleration for Catholics, therein showing a bigotry which consorted badly with his reputation as a scholar. On account of his well-known attitude towards Catholicism, he was naturally unpopular with those who professed the ancient creed, and hence, when the rebellion of 1641 broke out, much of his property was destroyed by the enraged insurgents. His person escaped violence, for he happened to be in England at the time, engaged in the vain task of trying to effect an accommodation between Charles I and the English Parliament. He never returned to his see, and died in London. Usher's collected works fill 17 stately volumes. His magnum opus is undoubtedly the Annales Veteris et Novi Testamenti. It is written in Latin, and is a chronological compendium of the history of the world from the creation to the dispersion of the Jews under Vespasian. Published at Leiden, London, Paris, and Oxford, it gained for its author a European fame. His books, written in English, deal mostly with theological or controversial subjects, and while they display wide reading, great acumen, and keen powers of argumentation, they yet do not do full justice to his genius. Those which he published in Dublin are A Discourse of the Religion Anciently Professed by the Irish and British, 1622, in which he tried to show that the ritual and discipline of the Church, as originally established in the British Isles, were in agreement with the Church of England, and opposed to the Catholic Church on the matters in dispute between them. An answer to a challenge made by a Jesuit in Ireland, 1624, in which his aim was to disprove the contention set forth earlier in the same year by a Jesuit that uniformity of doctrine had always been maintained by the Catholic Church, and Emmanuel, or the Mystery of the Incarnation. He published in England The Original of Bishops, A Body of Divinity, The Principles of Christian Religion, and other works. So great was Usher's reputation that when he died, Cromwell relaxed in his favour one of the strictest laws of the Puritans, and allowed him to be buried with the full service of the Church of England, and with great pomp, in Westminster Abbey. Among Usher's other claims to distinction, it should be noted that it was he who, in 1621, discovered the celebrated Book of Kells, which had long been lost. This marvel of the illuminator's art passed, with the remainder of his collection of books and manuscripts, to Trinity College, Dublin, in 1661, and to this day it remains one of the most treasured possessions of the noble library of that institution. Sir John Denham, 1615 to 1669, a Dublin man by birth, took an active part on the side of Charles I against the Parliament during the Civil War, and subsequently was conspicuous in the intrigues that led to the restoration of Charles II. In his own day he had a great reputation as a poet. His tragedy The Sophie, and his translation of the Psalms are now forgotten, but he is still well remembered for one piece, Cooper's Hill, in which occur the well-known lines addressed to the River Thames. "Oh, could I flow like thee, and make thy stream my great example, as it is my theme, though deep, yet clear, though gentle, yet not dull, strong without rage, without o'erflowing, full." Another Dublin-born man was Wentworth Dillon, Earl of Roscommon, 1633 to 1684. He had the good fortune to win encomiums both from Dryden and from Pope. One of his merits, as pointed out by the latter, is that, "in all Charles's days, Roscommon only boasts unspotted bays." He translated from Virgil, Lucan, Horace, and Guarini, wrote prologues, epilogues, and other occasional verses, but is now principally remembered for his poetical Essay on Translated Verse, 1681, in which he develops principles previously laid down by Cowley and Denham. To his credit be it said, he condemns indecency, both as want of sense and as bad taste. He was honoured with a funeral in Westminster Abbey. Johnson records that, at the moment of his death, Roscommon uttered with great energy and devotion the following 2 lines from his own translation of the Dies Irae: "My God, my Father, and my friend, do not forsake me in my end." Robert Boyle, 1627 to 1691, one of the great founders of the Royal Society, 1662, was the son of the great Earl of Cork, and was born at Lismore, County Waterford. He takes rank among the principal experimental philosophers of his age, and he certainly rendered valuable services to the advancement of science. Most of his writings, which are very voluminous, are naturally of a technical character, and therefore do not belong to literature. But his occasional reflections on several subjects, 1665, a strange mixture of triviality and seriousness, was germinal in this sense that it led to 2 celebrated jeux d'esprit, namely Butler's Occasional Reflection on Dr. Charlton's Feeling a Dog's Pulse at Gresham College, and Swift's Pious Meditation upon a Broomstick, in the style of the Honourable Mr. Boyle. Indeed, one of Boyle's reflections, that upon the eating of oysters, is reputed to have rendered a still more signal service to literature, for in its 2 concluding paragraphs is contained the idea which, under the transforming hand of the master satirist, eventually took the world by storm when it appeared, fully developed, as Gulliver's Travels. His brother, Roger Boyle, 1621 to 1679, who figures largely as a soldier and statesman in Irish and English history under his title of Lord Broghill, was an alumnus of Trinity College, Dublin. During the Civil War, he was a royalist until the death of Charles I, when he changed sides and aided Cromwell materially in his Irish campaign. When the Lord Protector died, Broghill made another right-about-face, and, crossing to his native country, worked so energetically and successfully that he made Ireland solid for the restoration of Charles II. For this service he was rewarded by being created Earl of Orrery. He was the author of 6 tragedies and 2 comedies, some of which, when produced, proved gratifyingly popular. He is noted for having been the first to write tragedy in rhyme, thereby setting an example that was followed with avidity, for a time, by Dryden and others. He also wrote poems, a romance called Parthenissa, 1654, and a treatise on the art of war, 1677. From whatever point of view considered, Lord Orrery was a remarkable member of a remarkable family. His son, John Boyle, Earl of Cork and Orrery, 1707 to 1762, in virtue of his translation of Pliny's letters, his remarks on the life and writings of Swift, and his letters from Italy, has some claims to recognition in the field of literature. Charles Leslie, 1650 to 1722, a Dubliner by birth, was son of that John Leslie, Bishop of Raphoe and Clogher, who lived through a whole century, from 1571 to 1671, and who was 79 years of age when Charles, his 6th son, was born. Educated first at Enniskillen, and afterwards at Trinity College, Dublin, Charles Leslie studied law in London, but eventually abandoned that profession and entered the ministry. He was of a disputatious character, and in particular went to great lengths in opposing the pro-Catholic activities of James II. Nevertheless, when the Revolution of 1688 came, he took the side of the deposed monarch, and loyally adhered to his Jacobite principles for the remainder of his life. He eventually joined the Old Pretender on the continent, and endeavoured to convert him to Protestantism, but failing therein, he returned to Ireland, where he died at Glaslough in County Monaghan. Many years of Leslie's life were devoted to disputes with Catholics, Quakers, Socinians, and Deists, and the 7 volumes which his writings fill prove that he was an extremely able controversialist. His best-known work is the famous treatise A Short and Easy Method with the Deists, published in 1698. The Irish note, tone, or temper is not conspicuous in any of the writings so far named, unless when it is conspicuous by its absence. But it appears plainly for the first time in Molyneux's Case of Ireland being bound by laws made in England, stated, 1698. William Molyneux has always ranked as an Irish patriot. His was one of the spirits invoked by Grattan in his great speech, 1782, on the occasion on which he carried his celebrated Declaration of Independence in the Irish Parliament. When the English Act of 1698, which was meant to destroy, and did destroy, the Irish woolen industry, came before the Irish House of Commons for ratification, Molyneux's was the only voice raised against its adoption. His protest was followed by the publication of his Case Stated, which is a classic on the general relations between Ireland and England, and contained arguments so irrefutable that it drove the English Parliament to fury, and was by that body ordered to be burned by the common hangman. It is a remarkable coincidence that Molyneux opens his argument by laying down, in almost identical words, the principles which stand at the beginning of the American Declaration of Independence. John Toland, 1669 to 1722, was born near Redcastle in County Derry, and was at first a Catholic, but subsequently became a freethinker. His Christianity Not Mysterious, 1696, marks an epoch in religious disputes, for it started the deistical controversy, which was so distinctive a feature of the first half of the 18th century. It shared a similar fate to that of the Case Stated, though on very different grounds, and was ordered by the Irish Parliament to be burned by the hangman. Toland wrote many other books, among which are Amintor, 1699, Nazarenus, 1702, Pantheisticon, History of the Druids, and Hypatia. All his books show versatility and wide reading, and are characterized by a pointed, vigorous, and aggressive style. George Farquhar, 1678-1707, a dairyman, and Thomas Southern, 1660-1746, born near Dublin, were distinguished playwrights who began their respective careers in the 17th century. Farquhar left Trinity College Dublin as an undergraduate and became an actor, but owing to his accidental killing of another player, he left the stage and secured a commission in the army. He soon turned his attention to the writing of plays, and was responsible in all for 8 comedies. He has left us some characters that are very humorous, and at the same time true to life, such as Scrub the Servant in The Beau's Stratagem, and Sergeant Kite in The Recruiting Officer. His Boniface, the landlord in the former of these 2 plays, has become the type, as well as the ordinary quasi-facetious nickname, of an innkeeper. He was advancing in his art, for his last comedy, The Beau's Stratagem, 1707, is undoubtedly his best, and had he lived longer, he died before he was 30, he might have bequeathed to posterity something even more noteworthy. As Leigh Hunt says of him, quote, "He was becoming gayer and gayer, when death, in the shape of a sore anxiety, called him away as if from a pleasant party, and left the house ringing with his jest." End quote. Southern was also a student of Trinity College Dublin. At the age of 18, however, he left his alma mater and went to London to study law. This profession he in turn abandoned for the drama. His first play, The Persian Prince of the Loyal Brother, had a remarkable success when performed, and secured him an ensign's commission in the army, 1685. Here promotion came to him rapidly, and by 1688 he had risen to captain's rank. The revolution of that year, however, cut off all further hope of advancement, and he once more turned his attention to the writing of plays. His productions number 10. His tragedies Isabella, or The Fatal Marriage, 1694, and Oruniko, 1696, both founded on tales by Mrs. Aphra Bain, are powerful presentations of human suffering. His comedies are amusing but gross. Southern had business ability enough to make playwriting pay, and the amounts he received for his productions fairly staggered his friend Dryden. It is to this faculty that Pope alludes when he says that Southern was one whom heaven sent down to raise the price of prologues and of plays. He was apparently of amiable and estimable character, for he secured and retained the friendship not only of Dryden, a comparatively easy matter, but also that of Pope, a much more difficult task. Known as the poet's Nestor, Southern spent his declining years in peaceful retirement and in the enjoyment of the fortune which he had amassed by his pen. Nahum Tate, 1652-1715, a Dubliner by birth, and Nicholas Brady, 1659-1726, a Bandon man, have secured a certain sort of twin immortality by their authorized metrical version of the Psalms, 1696, which gradually took the place of the older rendering by Sternhold and Hopkins. Tate became Poet Laureate in 1690, in succession to Shadwell, and was appointed Historiographer Royal in 1702. He wrote the bulk of the second part of Absalom and Achitophel, with a wonderfully close imitation of Dryden's manner, besides several dramatic pieces and poems. Between Tate, Shadwell, Eusden, and Pye lies the unenviable distinction of being the worst of the laureates of England. Brady was a clergyman who, after the pleasant fashion of that day, was a pluralist on a small scale, for he had the living of Richmond for 30 years from 1696, and while holding that, held also in succession the livings of Stratford-on-Avon and Clapham. He added further to his income, and doubtless to his anxieties, by keeping a school at Richmond. He wrote a tragedy entitled The Rape, a history of the Goths and Vandals, a translation of the Aeneid into blank verse, and an ode for St. Cecilia's Day, but unless for his share in the version of the Psalms, his literary reputation is well nigh as dead as the dodo. Ireland somewhat doubtfully claims to have given birth to Mrs. Susanna Centlivre, circa 1667 to 1723, who, after a rather wild youth, set down to literary pursuits and domestic contentment, when in 1706 she married Queen Anne's head cook, Joseph Centlivre, with whom she lived happily ever after. Her first play, The Provoked Husband, a tragedy, was produced in 1700, and then she went on the stage as an actress. She wrote in all 19 dramatic pieces, some of which had the honour of being translated into French and German. Her most original play was A Bold Stroke for a Wife, 1717.
18th century. We have now fairly crossed the border of the 18th century, and as we met Usher early in the 17th, so we are here confronted with the colossal intellect and impressive personality of Swift, one of the greatest, most peculiar, and most original geniuses to be found in the whole domain of English literature. Jonathan Swift, 1667 to 1745, born in Dublin, was educated at Trinity College, where he succeeded in graduating only by special favour. After some years spent in the household of Sir William Temple in England, he entered the ministry of the Irish Church. During the early years of the century, he spent much time in London and took an active part in bringing about that political revolution which seated the Tories firmly in power during the last 4 years of the reign of Queen Anne. His services in that connection on the Examiner newspaper were so great that it would be difficult to dispute the assertion, which has been made, that he was one of the mightiest journalists that ever wielded a pen. He also stood loyally by his party in his great pamphlets, The Conduct of the Allies, 1711, The Barrier Treaty, 1712, and The Public Spirit of the Whigs, 1714. When the time came for his reward, he received not, as he had hoped, an English bishopric, but the deanery of St. Patrick's in Dublin. On resuming his residence in Ireland, he was at first very unpopular, but his patriotic spirit, as shown in the Drapier Letters, 1723 to 1724, written in connection with a coinage scheme known as Wood's halfpence, not only caused the withdrawal of the obnoxious project, but also made Swift the idol of all classes of his countrymen. In many others of his writings he showed that pro-Irish leaning which caused Grattan to invoke his spirit along with that of Molyneux on the occasion already referred to. Nothing more mordant than the irony contained in his modest proposal has ever been penned. In his plea for native manufactures he struck a keynote that has vibrated down the ages when he advised Irishmen to burn everything English except coal. Swift's greater works are The Battle of the Books, his contribution to the controversy concerning the relative merits of the ancients and the moderns, The Tale of a Tub, in which he attacked the 3 leading forms of Christianity, and above all Gulliver's Travels. In this last work he let loose the full flood of his merciless satire and lashed the folly and vices of mankind in the most unsparing way. He also wrote verses which are highly characteristic, and some of them not without considerable merit. His life was unhappy, and for the last 5 years of it he was to all intents and purposes insane. His relations with Stella, Hester Johnson, and Vanessa, Esther Van Roming, have never been quite satisfactorily explained. The weight of evidence would seem to show that he was secretly married to Stella, but that they never lived together as husband and wife. Many novels and plays have been written round those entanglements. He lies buried in his own cathedral, St. Patrick's, Dublin, and beside him lies Stella. Over his tomb there is an epitaph in Latin, written by himself, in which, after speaking of the seva indignatio which tore his heart, he bids the wayfarer to go and imitate, if he can, the energetic defender of his native land. Contemporary with the Dean, there was another Anglo-Irishman, who fills a large space in the history of English literature, and of whom his countrymen are justly proud. Sir Richard Steele, 1672 to 1729, who was born in Dublin and educated at the Charterhouse in London and afterwards at Oxford, started the Tatler in 1709, and thereby popularized, though he did not exactly originate, the periodical essay. Aided by his friend Addison, he carried the work to perfection in The Spectator, 1711 to 1712, and The Guardian, 1713. Since then, these essays have enlightened and amused each succeeding generation. Of the two, Addison's is the greater name, but Steele was the more innovating spirit, for it is to him, and not to Addison, that the conception and initiation of the plan of the celebrated papers is due. Steele had had a predecessor in Defoe, whose review had been in existence since 1704, but the more airy graces which characterized the Tatler and the Spectator gave the lucubrations of Isaac Bickerstaff and of Mr. Spectator a greater hold on the public than Defoe's paper was ever able to establish. Steele was responsible for many more periodicals, such as The Englishman, The Lover, The Reader, Town Talk, The Tea Table, Chit Chat, The Plebeian, and The Theatre, most of which had a rather ephemeral existence. Among his other services to literature, he helped to purify the stage of some of its grossness, and he became the founder of that sentimental comedy which in the days of the early Georges took the place of the immoral comedy of the Restoration period, when, in Johnson's famous phrase, intrigue was plot, obscenity was wit. Steele's four comedies are The Funeral, or Grief à la Mode, 1701, The Lying Lover, 1703, The Tender Husband, 1705, and The Conscious Lovers, 1722. Although he held various lucrative offices, Steele was never really prosperous and was frequently in debt. Like most of the contemporary Englishmen with whom his lot was thrown, he was rather addicted to the bottle. But on the whole, it may fairly be advanced that unnecessary stress has been laid on these aspects of his life by Macaulay, Thackeray, and others. After a checkered career, he died near Carmarthen in Wales on September 1st, 1729. Member of a family and bearer of a name destined to secure immense fame in later Irish history, Thomas Parnell, 1679 to 1718, was born in Dublin and educated at Trinity College. Entering the ministry in 1700, he was rapidly promoted to be Archdeacon of Clogher, and some years later he was made rector of Finglas. An accomplished scholar and a delightful companion, he was one of the original members of the famous Scriblerus Club, and wrote or helped to write several of its papers. He contributed to The Spectator and The Guardian, and he rendered sterling assistance to Pope in the translation of Homer. As will be inferred, he spent much of his time in England, and on one of his journeys to Ireland he died in his 39th year at Chester, where he was buried. He wrote a great deal of verse, songs, hymns, epistles, eclogues, translations, tales, and occasional trifles. But 3 poems, a hymn to contentment, which is fanciful and melodious, a night piece on death, in which inquisitorial research seems to have found the first faint dawn of romanticism, and The Hermit, which has not been inaptly styled the apex and chef d'oeuvre of Augustan poetry in England, constitute his chief claim to present remembrance. Francis Hutcheson, 1694 to 1746, the son of a Presbyterian minister, was born at Armagh and studied at Glasgow University. He opened in Dublin a private academy which succeeded beyond expectation. The publication of his Inquiry into the Original of Our Ideas of Beauty and Virtue, 1720, and his Essay on the Nature and Conduct of the Passions, 1728, brought him great fame, and in 1729 he was elected to the professorship of moral philosophy in the University of Glasgow. Others of his works are a treatise on logic and a system of moral philosophy, the latter not published till 1755, 9 years after his death. Hutcheson fills a large space in the history of philosophy, both as a metaphysician and as a moralist. He is in some respects a pioneer of the Scotch school and of common sense philosophy. He greatly developed the doctrine of moral sense, a term first used by the 3rd Earl of Shaftesbury. Indeed, much of his whole moral system may be traced to Shaftesbury. Hutcheson's influence was widely felt. It is plainly perceptible in Hume, Adam Smith, and Reid. He was greater as a speaker even than as a writer, and his lectures evoked much enthusiasm. George Berkeley, 1685 to 1753, Bishop of Cloyne, was born at Dysart Castle near Thomastown, County Kilkenny, and was educated first at Kilkenny School and afterwards at Trinity College, Dublin. Having taken Anglican orders, he visited London, where he wrote 9 papers for The Guardian and was admitted to the companionship and friendship of the leading literary men of the age, Swift, Pope, Addison, Steele, and Arbuthnot. This connection proved of great assistance to him, for Pope not only celebrated him as possessing every virtue under heaven, but also recommended him to the Duke of Grafton, Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, who appointed him his chaplain and subsequently obtained for him the deanery of Derry. In furtherance of a great scheme for converting the savage Americans to Christianity, Berkeley and some friends armed with a royal charter came to this country, landing at Newport in Rhode Island in January 1729. All went well for a while. Berkeley bought a farm and built a house, but when the hard-hearted Prime Minister refused to forward the £20,000 which had been promised, the project came to an end, and Berkeley returned to London in February 1732. In 1734 he was appointed Bishop of Cloyne, and later refused the see of Clogher, though its income was fully double that of his own diocese. In 1752 he resigned his bishopric and settled at Oxford, where he died in 1753. Berkeley's works are very numerous. His Essay Towards a New Theory of Vision, 1709, which was long regarded in the light of a philosophical romance, in reality contains speculations which have been incorporated in modern scientific optics. In his Three Dialogues between Hylas and Philonius, 1713, he sets forth his famous demonstration of the immateriality of the external world, of the spiritual nature of the soul, and of the all-ruling and direct providence of God. His tenets on immateriality have always been rejected by common-sense philosophers, but it should be remembered that the whole work was written at a time when the English-speaking world was disturbed by the theories of skeptics and deists, whose doctrines the pious divine sought as best he could to confute. In 1732 appeared his Alciphron, or the Minute Philosopher, in which, dialogue-wise, he presents nature from a religious point of view, and in particular gives many pleasing pictures of American scenery and life. These dialogues have frequently been compared to the dialogues of Plato. To Berkeley's credit be it said that while he ruled in Cloyne he devoted much thought to the amelioration of conditions in his native land. Many acute suggestions in that direction are found in the Querist, 1735 to 1737. By some extraordinary ratiocinative process, he convinced himself that tar water was a panacea for human ills, and in 1744 he set forth his views on that subject in a tract called Cyrus, and returned to the charge in 1752 in his Further Thoughts on Tar Water. Whatever may be thought of the value of Berkeley's philosophical or practical speculations, there is only one opinion of his style. It is distinguished by lucidity, ease, and charm. It has the saving grace of humor, and it is shot through with imagination. Taken all in all, this 18th century bishop is a notable figure in literary annals. Charles Macklin, circa 1697 to 1797, whose real name was McLaughlin, was a Westmeath man who took to the stage in early life and remained on the boards with considerable and undiminished reputation for some 70 years, not retiring until 1789 when he was at least 92 years old. To him we are indebted for what is now the accepted presentation of the character of Shylock in The Merchant of Venice. He wrote a tragedy and many comedies and farces. Those by which he is now best remembered are the farce Love à la Mode, 1760, and his masterpiece, the farcical comedy The Man of the World, 1764. In Sir Pertinax Mac Sycophant, Macklin has given us one of the traditional burlesque characters of the English stage. Thomas Amory, 1691 to 1788, if not born in Ireland, was at least of Irish descent and was educated in Dublin. He is known in literature for two books, the first with the very mixed title of Memoirs Containing the Lives of Several Ladies of Great Britain, A History of Antiquities, Observations on the Christian Religion, was published in 1755, and the second, The Life of John Buncle, Esquire, came out in 2 volumes in 1756 to 1766. It appears to have been the author's aim in both works to give us a hodgepodge in which he discourses de omnibus rebus et quibusdam aelis. We have dissertations on the cause of earthquakes and of muscular motion, on the Athanasian Creed, on fluxions, on phlogiston, on the physical cause of the deluge, on Irish literature, on the origin of language, on the evidences for Christianity, and on all other sorts of unrelated topics. Hazlitt thought the soul of Rabelais had passed into Armory, while a more recent critic can see in his long-winded discussions naught but the light-headed ramblings of delirium. If we try to read John Buncle consecutively, the result is boredom, but if we open the book at random, we are pretty sure to be interested and even sometimes agreeably entertained. The bizarre figure of Lawrence Sterne, 1713 to 1768, next claims our attention. The son of a captain in the British Army, he was born at Clonmel, County Tipperary. Of him, almost more than any of the other writers so far dealt with, it may be said that he was Irish only by the accident of birth. His parents were English on both sides, and practically the whole life of their son was spent out of Ireland. He was sent to school at Halifax in Yorkshire, and thence went on to Cambridge University, where he graduated in due season. Taking Anglican orders in 1738, he was immediately appointed to the benefice of Sutton in the Forest, near York, and on his marriage in 1741 with Elizabeth Lumley, he received the additional living of Stillington. He was also given sundry prebendal and other appointments in connection with the chapter of the Archdiocese of York. He spent nearly 20 years in the discharge of his not very onerous duties, and in reading, painting, shooting, and fiddling, without showing the least sign of any literary leanings. Then suddenly, in 1760, he took the world by storm with the first 2 volumes of Tristram Shandy. He at once became the lion of the hour, was feted and dined to his heart's content, and had his nostrils tickled with the daily incense of praise from his numerous worshippers. He repeated the experiment with equal success in the following year with 2 more volumes of Tristram, and so at intervals until 1767, when he published the 9th and last volume of this most peculiar story. In 1768 he brought out A Sentimental Journey, and within 3 weeks he died in his lodgings in London. His other publications include sermons and letters. Tristram Shandy is unique in English literature. It stands sui generis for all time. There is scarcely any consecutive narrative, and what there is used merely as a peg on which to hang endless digressions. But while there are many faults of taste and morals, there are also genuine humour and pathos, and without Walter Shandy, Dr. Slop, the widow Wadman, Yorick, Uncle Toby, and Corporal Trim, English literature would certainly be very much the poorer. Hugh Kelly, 1739 to 1777, born in Dublin, was the son of a publican, and himself became a staymaker, a trade from which he developed through the successive stages of attorney's clerk, newspaper writer, theatrical critic, and essayist, into a novelist and playwright. His novel, Memoirs of a Magdalen, 1767, was translated into French. His first comedy, a sentimental one entitled False Delicacy, 1768, achieved a remarkable success on the stage and was even a greater success in book form, 10,000 copies being sold in a year, so that its author was raised from poverty to comparative affluence. In addition, it gave him a European reputation, for it was translated into German, French, and Portuguese. Strange to say, his later comedies, A Word to the Wise, A School for Wives, and The Man of Reason, were practically failures, and the same is true of his tragedy, Clementina. Kelly ultimately withdrew from stage work, and for the last 3 years of his life practiced as a barrister, without, however, achieving much distinction in his new profession. Charles Coffey, death 1745, an Irishman, was the author of several farces, operas, ballad farces, and farcical operas, the best known of which was The Devil to Pay, or The Wives Metamorphosed, 1731. Henry Brooke, 1703 to 1783, a county Cavan man and the son of a clergyman, was educated at Trinity College, Dublin, and afterwards studied law in London. Becoming guardian to his cousin, a girl of 12, he put her to school for 2 years and then secretly married her. Of his large family of 22 children, 3 of whom were born before their mother was 18 years old, but 1 survived him. Appointed by Lord Chesterfield barrack master at Mullingar, Brooke afterwards settled in County Kildare. It was there that he wrote his celebrated work, The Fool of Quality, or The History of the Earl of Morland, 5 volumes, 1766 to 1770, which won the commendations of men so widely different as John Wesley and Charles Kingsley. It is indeed a remarkable book, combining, as it does, many of the characteristics of Sterne, Mackenzie, Borrow, and George Meredith. It is not very well known nowadays, but it will always bear, and will well repay, perusal. Brooke also wrote a poem on Universal Beauty, 1735, and the tragedies Gustavus Vasa, 1739, the production of which was forbidden in London, but which was afterwards staged in Dublin as The Patriot, and The Earl of Essex, 1749, which was played both in London and in Dublin, and has been made famous by the parody of one line in it by Samuel Johnson. Another novel, Juliet Grenville, or The History of the Human Heart, published in 1774, was not nearly up to the standard of The Fool of Quality. Brooke was a busy literary man. He made a translation of part of Tasso, drafted plans for a history of Ireland, projected a series of old Irish tales, wrote one fragment in a style very like that subsequently adopted by Macpherson in his Ossian, and for a while was editor of the Freeman's Journal. In the beginning, Brooke was violently anti-Catholic, but as time progressed, he became more liberal-minded and advocated the relaxation of the penal laws and a more humane treatment of his Catholic fellow countrymen. Like Swift and Steele, he fell into a state of mental debility for some years before his death. His daughter, Charlotte Brooke, 1740 to 1793, deserves mention as a pioneer of the Irish literary revival, for she devoted herself to the saving of the stores of Irish literature which in her time were rapidly disappearing. One of the fruits of her labors was The Relics of Irish Poetry, published in 1789. She also wrote Emma, or The Foundling of the Wood, a novel, and Belisarius, a tragedy. Charles Johnstone, circa 1719 to 1800, a County Limerick man, was educated in Dublin and called to the English bar, but owing to deafness was more successful as a chamber counsel than as a pleader. Emigrating to India in 1782, he became joint proprietor of a newspaper in Calcutta, and there he died. He wrote several satirical romances, such as Chrysal, or The Adventures of a Guinea, The Reverie, or A Flight to the Paradise of Fools, and The History of Arsace, Prince of Betlis. Of these, the first was the best. Samuel Johnson, who read it in manuscript, advised its publication, and his opinion was vindicated, for it proved a huge success. Sir Walter Scott afterwards said that the author of Chrysal deserved to rank as a prose Juvenal. Johnstone also wrote The Pilgrim, or A Picture of Life, and a picaresque novel, The History of John Juniper Esquire, alias Juniper Jack. Arthur Murphy, 1727 to 1805, born at Clunquin, County Roscommon, was educated at St. Omer. At first an actor, he afterwards studied law and was called to the English bar in 1762. He made a translation of Tacitus, and wrote several farces and comedies, among which may be mentioned The Apprentice, The Spouter, The Upholsterer, The Way to Keep Him, and All in the Wrong. He also wrote 3 tragedies, namely The Orphan of China, The Grecian Daughter, and Arminius. For the last named, which was produced in 1798, and which had a strongly political cast, he received a pension of £200 a year. His plays long held the stage. Oliver Goldsmith, 1728 to 1774, essayist, poet, novelist, playwright, historian, biographer, and editor, was a many-sided genius who, as Johnson said in his epitaph, left scarcely any kind of writing untouched, and touched none that he did not adorn. Born, probably, in County Longford, the son of a poor clergyman, he was educated at various country schools until, in 1744, he secured a sizarship in Trinity College, Dublin. There he had a somewhat stormy career, but eventually took his degree in 1749. He then lounged at home for a while in his widowed mother's cottage at Ballymahan, until he was persuaded to take orders, but spoiled his already sufficiently poor chances of ordination by appearing before the Bishop of Elphin in scarlet breeches. After other adventures in search of a profession, he went to Edinburgh in 1752 to study medicine, and 2 years later transferred himself to Leyden for the same purpose. It was from Leyden that, with 1 guinea in his pocket, 1 shirt on his person, and a flute in his hand, he started on his celebrated walking tour of Europe, during which he gained those impressions which he afterwards was to embody in some of his greater works. In 1756 he arrived in England, where for 3 years he had very varied experiences. as a strolling player, an apothecary's journeyman, a practicing physician, a reader for the press, an usher in an academy, and a hack writer. In 1759 he published anonymously his Inquiry into the Present State of Polite Learning in Europe, which was well received and helped him to other literary work. The Bee, a volume of essays and verses, appeared in the same year. He was made editor of the Ladies' Magazine. He published Memoirs of Voltaire, 1761, a History of Mecklenburg, 1762, and a Life of Richard Nash, 1762. In 1762 also he brought out his Citizen of the World, a collection of essays which takes an extremely high rank. In 1764 his poem, The Traveller, or A Prospect of Society, made its appearance, and in 1766 he gave to the world his famous novel, The Vicar of Wakefield. His reputation as a writer was now established. He was received into Johnson's circle and was made a member of the Literary Club. Reynolds and Burke were proud to call him a friend. In 1768 he had his comedy, The Good-Natured Man, produced at Covent Garden Theatre, where it achieved a fair measure of success and brought him in £400. In 1770 he repeated his triumph as a poet with The Deserted Village. He wrote a history of animated nature, a history of England, and a history of Rome, all compilations couched in that easy style of which he was master. He also wrote a Life of Parnell and a Life of Bolingbroke. Finally, in 1773, his great comedy, She Stoops to Conquer, was staged at Covent Garden, and met with wonderful success. A little more than a year later, Goldsmith died of a nervous fever, the result of overwork and anxiety, and was buried in the burial ground of the Temple Church. His unfinished poem, Retaliation, a series of epigrams in epitaph form on some of his distinguished literary and artistic friends, was issued a few days after his death, and added greatly to his reputation as a wit and humorist, a reputation which was still further enhanced when, in 1776, The Haunch of Venison made its appearance. In the latter year a monument, with a medallion and Johnson's celebrated Latin epitaph attached, was erected to his memory in Westminster Abbey. Goldsmith's renown, great in his own day, has never since diminished. His essays, his novel, and his poems are still read with avidity and pleasure. His comedy is still acted. It is his statue that stands along with Burke's at the entrance gate to Trinity College, Dublin, the alma mater, seeking to commemorate in a striking manner two of her most distinguished sons by placing their effigies thus in the forefront of her possessions and in full view of all the world. Personally, Goldsmith was a very amiable and good-hearted man, dear to his own circle and dear to that Mr. Posterity to whom he once addressed a humorous dedication. He had his faults, it is true, but they are hidden amid his many perfections. Everyone will be disposed to agree with what Johnson wrote of him. Let not his frailties be remembered. He was a very great man. Edmund Burke, 1729 to 1797, born in Dublin, the son of a Protestant father and a Catholic mother whose name was Nagle, was educated first at a Quaker school in Ballator, County Kildare, and afterwards at Trinity College, Dublin. He became a law student in London, but he did not eventually adopt the law as a profession. He brought out in 1756 a Vindication of Natural Society, in which he so skillfully imitated the style and the paradoxical reasoning of Bolingbroke that many were deceived into the belief that Vindication was a posthumously published production of the Viscount's pen. In the following year, Burke published in his own name a philosophical inquiry into the origin of our ideas of the sublime and beautiful, which attracted widespread attention, was translated into German and French, and brought its author into touch with all the leading literary men of London. He was instrumental with Dodsley, the publisher, in starting the Annual Register in 1759, and for close on 30 years he continued to supply it with the Survey of Events. He entered public life in 1760 by accompanying Single Speech Hamilton to Dublin when the latter was appointed Chief Secretary for Ireland. In 1765 he was made private secretary to the Prime Minister, the Marquis of Rockingham, and as member for Wendover entered Parliament, where he speedily made a name for himself. During Lord North's long tenure of office, 1770 to 1782, Burke was one of the minority and opposed the splendid force of his genius to the corruption, extravagance, and maladministration of the government. To this period belong, in addition to lesser works, his great speeches on American Taxation, 1774, and On Conciliation with America, 1775, as well as his spirited letter to the Sheriffs of Bristol, 1777. He had been elected Member of Parliament for Bristol in 1774, but he lost his seat in 1780 because he had advocated the relaxation of the restrictions on the trade of Ireland with Great Britain and of the penal laws against Catholics. In the second administration of Rockingham, 1782, and in that of Portland, 1783, he was paymaster of the forces, a position which he lost on the downfall of the Whigs in the latter year, and he never again held public office. His speech on the impeachment of Warren Hastings in 1788 is universally and justly ranked as a masterpiece of eloquence. When the French Revolution broke out, he opposed it with might and main. His Reflections on the French Revolution, 1790, had an enormous circulation and reached an 11th edition inside of a year, was read all over the continent as well as in the British Isles, and helped materially not only to keep England steady in the crisis, but also to incite the other powers to continue their resistance to French aggression. He continued his campaign in Thoughts on French Affairs and Letters on a Regicide Peace. He was given 2 pensions in 1794 and would have been raised to the peerage as Lord Beaconsfield, had not the succession to the title been cut off by the premature death of his only son. He himself died in 1797 and was buried at Beaconsfield, where, as far back as 1768, he had purchased a small estate. As an orator and a deep political thinker, Burke holds a foremost place among those of all time who distinguished themselves in the British Parliament. His keen intellect, his powerful imagination, his sympathy with the fallen, the downtrodden, and the oppressed, and his matchless power of utterance of the thoughts that were in him have made an impression that can never be effaced. His wise and statesman-like views on questions affecting the colonies ought to endear him to all Americans, although, if his counsels had been hearkened to, it is probable that the separation from the mother country would not have occurred as soon as it did. For his native land he used his best endeavors when and how he could, and although as her defender he was faced by obloquy as well as by the loss of that parliamentary position which was as dear to him as the breath of his nostrils, he did not flinch or shrink from supporting her material and spiritual interests in his own generous, manly, whole-hearted way. Trinity College, Dublin, has done well in placing his statue at her outer gates as representing the greatest Irishman of his generation. A political associate of Burke's for many years was Richard Brinsley Sheridan, 1751 to 1816, of County Cavan descent. Sheridan was born in Dublin and was educated partly in his native city and partly at Harrow, and the remainder of his life was spent in England. He was distinguished first as a playwright and afterwards as a parliamentary orator. In 1775, his comedy, The Rivals, was produced at Covent Garden Theatre. His farce, St. Patrick's Day, or The Scheming Lieutenant, and his comic opera, The Duenna, were staged in the same year. His greatest comedy, The School for Scandal, was acted at Drury Lane Theatre in 1777, and it was followed in 1779 by The Critic. His last dramatic composition was the tragedy Pizarro, produced in 1799. Elected to Parliament in 1780, Sheridan was made Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs in the Rockingham administration of 1782, and in 1783 he was Secretary to the Treasury in the Coalition Ministry. He sprang into repute as a brilliant orator during the impeachment of Warren Hastings, 1787 to 1794. His speech on the Begums of Aud was one of the greatest ever delivered within the walls of the British Parliament. In 1806, on the return of the Whigs to power, he was appointed Treasurer in the Navy. In 1812, his long parliamentary career came to a close when he was defeated for the borough of Westminster. He died in 1816 and was honored with a magnificent funeral in Westminster Abbey. To give an idea as to how Sheridan's oratorical powers impressed his contemporaries, it is perhaps enough to repeat what Burke said of his second speech against Warren Hastings, namely, that it was the most astonishing effort of eloquence, argument, and wit united of which there is any record or tradition. And to add that, when, after 3 hours of impassioned pleading, he brought his first speech against Hastings to an end, the effect produced was so great that it was agreed to adjourn the House immediately and defer the final decision until the members should be in a less excited mood. As a dramatist, Sheridan is second in popularity to Shakespeare alone. The School for Scandal and The Rivals are as fresh and as eagerly welcomed today as they were 140 years ago. Like Burke, he was true to the land of his birth and his oppressed Catholic fellow countrymen. Almost his last words in the House of Commons were these: "Be just to Ireland. I will never give my vote to any administration that opposes the question of Catholic emancipation." Sheridan belonged to a family that was exceptionally distinguished in English literature. Among those who preceded him as littérateurs were his grandfather, the Reverend Thomas Sheridan, D.D., his father, Thomas Sheridan, and his mother, Frances Sheridan. Reverend Dr. Sheridan, 1684 to 1738, the friend and confidant of Dean Swift, kept a fashionable school in Dublin, edited the Satires of Persius in 1728, wrote a treatise on the art of punning, and figures largely in Swift's correspondence. Thomas Sheridan, 1721 to 1788, was at first an actor of considerable reputation, both in Dublin and in London, was next a teacher of elocution, and finally came forward with an improved system of education in which oratory was to have a conspicuous part. In this connection, he published an elaborate plan of education in 1769, but his ideas, some of which are in accord with modern practice, were not taken up. He also compiled a pronouncing dictionary of the English language with a prosodic grammar, and in 1784 published an entertaining Life of Swift. Frances Sheridan, 1724 to 1766, wife of Thomas and mother of Richard Brinsley, who, as Frances Chamberlain had been known as a poetess, wrote after her marriage 2 plays, The Discovery and The Droop, and 2 novels, the memoirs of Miss Sidney Biddulph, which was a great success and was translated by the Abbé Prévost into French, and The History of Nourjahad, an Oriental tale. In 1775, the singular spectacle was presented of the son's play running at Covent Garden, while the mother's was being acted at Drury Lane. Among Sheridan's descendants who earned a niche in the temple of literary fame were his granddaughters, the Countess of Dufferin, 1807 to 1867, and the Honourable Mrs. Norton, afterwards Lady Sterling Maxwell, 1808 to 1877, and his great-grandson, the first Marquis of Dufferin, and Ava, 1826 to 1902. Lady Dufferin's Lament of the Irish Emigrant, I'm sittin' on the stile, Mary, has moved the hearts and brought tears to the eyes of countless thousands since it was published more than 50 years ago. Sir Philip Francis, 1740 to 1880, born in Dublin, was the son of a clergyman of like name, who attained some literary eminence as a translator of Horace and as a political writer. After filling various important government positions, Philip Francis, the son, was in 1773 made a member of the Council of Bengal, where his relations with the Governor-General, Warren Hastings, were of an extremely strained character, amounting at times almost to a public scandal. He returned to England in 1781, entered Parliament, made a name as a speaker, took part in the impeachment of Hastings, and composed numerous political pamphlets. He is generally supposed to have been the writer of the celebrated Letters of Junius, which appeared at intervals in the Public Advertiser between January 21, 1769, and January 21, 1772. These letters are distinguished for their polished style, their power of invective, their galling sarcasm, their knowledge of state secrets, and their unparalleled boldness. Every prominent man connected with the government was attacked. Even the king himself was not spared. As revised by their pseudonymous writer in a reprint made in 1772, they number 70. A later edition in 1812 contained 113 more. Their authorship has been the subject of much controversy, nor is the question yet finally settled. In his essay on Warren Hastings, written in 1841, Macaulay went to considerable trouble to prove, by the cumulative method, that Francis was the writer, and since then that opinion has been generally, but not universally, maintained. Isaac Bickerstaff, circa 1735 to circa 1812, was an Irishman whose name, strange to say, had no connection with the nom de guerre of the same style under which Swift had masqueraded in his outrageously satirical acts on Partridge the Almanac Maker, or with the more celebratory imaginary Isaac Bickerstaff, under cover of whose personality Steele conducted the Tatler. The real Bickerstaff was a prolific playwright. His best-known pieces are The Sultan, The Maid of the Mill, Lionel and Clarissa, and Love in a Village. In the last mentioned occurs the famous song beginning, We all love a pretty girl under the rose. William Drennan, 1754 to 1820, who has been called the Tertius of the United Irishmen, was the son of a Presbyterian clergyman, was born in Belfast, and was educated at Glasgow and Edinburgh universities, taking a medical degree from the latter. He practiced his profession in the north of Ireland. When the Irish Volunteers were established, Drennan entered heart and soul into the movement. Removing to Dublin in 1789, he associated with Tone and other revolutionary spirits, and became one of the founders of the Society of United Irishmen, the first statement of whose objects was the product of his pen. His letters of Oriana helped materially to enlist the men of Ulster in the ranks of the society. He also wrote a series of stirring lyrics which, voicing as they did the general sentiment in Ireland at the time, became extremely popular and had a widespread effect. These were afterwards, 1815, collected under the title of Fugitive Pieces. All his political hopes being blasted with the failure of the rebellion of 1798 and of Emmet's insurrection in 1803, Drennan returned in 1807 to Belfast, and there founded the Belfast Magazine. The Wake of William Orr, a series of noble and affecting stanzas commemorating the judicial murder of a young Presbyterian Irish patriot in 1798, is one of his best-known pieces. He also celebrated the ill-fated brothers Shears. His song Erin was considered by Moore to be one of the most perfect of modern songs. It was in this piece that he fixed upon Ireland the title of the Emerald Isle. When Erin first rose from the dark swelling flood, God blessed the green island and saw it was good. The emerald of Europe, it sparkled and shone, in the ring of the world, the most precious stone. Mary Tiggy, 1772 to 1810, whose maiden name was Blashford, was born the daughter of a clergyman in County Wicklow. She contracted an unhappy marriage with her cousin who represented Kilkenny in the Irish House of Commons. By all accounts, she was of great beauty and numerous accomplishments. She wrote many poems. Her best and best known is Psyche, or The Legend of Love, an adaptation of the story of Cupid and Psyche from the Golden Ass of Apuleius. The metre she employed in this piece was the Spenserian stanza, which she handled with great power, freedom, and melody. Psyche, which first appeared in 1795, had a wonderful vogue, running rapidly through edition after edition. Among others to whom it appealed, and who were influenced by it, was Keats. Mrs. Tiggy's talent drew from Moore a delicate compliment in Tell Me the Witching Tale Again, and in The Grave of a Poetess, and I Stood Where the Life of Song Lay Low. Mrs. Hemans bewailed her untimely death. Edmund Malone, 1741 to 1813, the son of an Irish judge, was born in Dublin and studied at Trinity College. He was called to the Irish bar in 1767, but coming into a fortune, he abandoned his profession and gave himself over to literary work. In 1790, he brought out an edition of Shakespeare which was deservedly praised for its learning and research. His critical acumen led him to doubt the genuineness of Chatterton's Rowley poems, and he was one of the first to expose Ireland's Shakespearean forgeries in 1796. Among other services to literature, he wrote A Life of Sir Joshua Reynolds and edited Dryden. He also left a quantity of materials afterwards utilized for the Variorum Shakespeare by James Boswell the Younger in 1821. John O'Keefe, 1747 to 1833, a Dublin man, was at first an art student, but soon became an actor, and then developed into a playwright. His pen was most prolific. He published a collection of over 50 pieces in 1798. His plays are mostly comic operas or farces, and some of them had great success. Lingo, the schoolmaster in The Agreeable Surprise, is a very amusing character. The Positive Man, The Son-in-Law, Wild Oats, Love in a Camp, and The Poor Soldier are among his compositions. His songs are well known, such as I Am a Friar of Orders Grey, and there are few schoolboys who have not sooner or later made the acquaintance of his Amo, Amas, I Loved, Alas. For the last 52 years of his life, O'Keefe was blind, an affliction which he bore with unfailing cheerfulness. In 1826 he was given a pension of 100 guineas a year from the King's privy purse. George Canning, 1770 to 1827, Prime Minister of England, properly belongs here, for although born in London, he was a member of an Irish family long settled at Garvaugh and County Derry. Entering Parliament on the side of Pitt in 1796, he was made Secretary of the Navy in 1804, and in 1812 Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs. He became Prime Minister in 1827, but died within 6 months, leaving a record for scarcely surpassed eloquence. In addition to his speeches, he is known in literature for his contributions to the Anti-Jacobin, or Weekly Examiner, which ran its satirical and energetic career for 8 months, November 1797 to July 1798. Some of the best things that appeared in this ultra-conservative organ were from Canning's pen. Few there are who have not laughed at his Loves of the Triangles, in which he caricatured Erasmus Darwin's Loves of the Plants, at The Needy Knife Grinder, or at the Song of Rogero in the Rovers, with its comic refrain of the University of Göttingen. Like most of the great Anglo-Irishmen of his time, Canning favored Catholic emancipation. It is interesting to note that it was a letter of Canning's that led to the formulation of the Monroe Doctrine. Henry Grattan, 1746 to 1820, the hero of Grattan's Parliament, was born in Dublin and studied at Trinity College. His history belongs to that of his country. Suffice it here to say that not only did he, by great eloquence and real statesmanship, secure a free parliament for Ireland in 1782, but also that he fought energetically, if unavailingly, against the abolition of that parliament in 1800, and that thenceforward he devoted his abilities to promoting the cause of Catholic emancipation. Dying in London, he was honoured by being buried in Westminster Abbey. In an age of great orators, he stands out among the very foremost. His speeches have become classics and are constantly quoted. Another brilliant Irish orator, as well as an eminent wit, of this period was John Philpot Curran, 1750 to 1817, who, born at Newmarket, County Cork, and educated at Trinity College, Dublin, achieved a wonderful success at the Irish bar. He defended with rare insight, eloquence, and patriotism those who were accused of complicity in the rebellion of 1798. As a member of Grattan's Parliament, he voiced the most liberal principles, and, though a Protestant himself, he worked hard in the Catholic cause. He held the great office of Master of the Rolls in Ireland from 1806 to 1814. The memory of few Irish orators, wits, or patriots is greener today than that of Curran. His daughter Sarah, whose fate is so inextricably blended with that of the ill-starred Robert Emmet, has been rendered immortal by Moore in his beautiful song, "She is far from the land where her young hero sleeps." Mary Wollstonecraft Godwin, 1759 to 1797, the first advocate of the rights of women, though born in London, was of Irish extraction. Into the details of her extraordinary and checkered career it is not possible or necessary here to enter. Her published works include Thoughts on the Education of Daughters, 1787, Answer to Burke's Reflections on the French Revolution, 1791, Vindication of the Rights of Women, 1792, and an unfinished Historical and Moral View of the French Revolution, Volume 1, 1794. Having in August 1797 born to her husband William Godwin a daughter who afterwards became Shelley's second wife, Mary Godwin died in the following month. Whatever her faults, and they were perhaps not greater than her misfortunes, she had something of the divine touch of genius, and, in a different environment, might easily have left some great literary memento which the world would not willingly let die. Maria Edgeworth, 1767 to 1849, though born at Blackbourton in England, belonged to a family which had settled in different parts of Ireland, and finally at Edgeworthstown, County Longford, for nearly 200 years. She was the daughter of Richard Lovell Edgeworth, 1744 to 1817, who was distinguished for his inventions, for his eccentricity, and for his varied matrimonial experiences, and who himself figures in literature as the author of memoirs, posthumously published in 1820, and as the partner with his daughter in Practical Education, 1798, and in an essay on Irish bulls, 1802. Maria had a busy literary career and was before the public for 52 years, from 1795 to 1847. She wrote moral tales, popular tales, tales from fashionable life, and Harrington, but she is now best remembered for her three masterpieces dealing with Irish life and conditions, namely Castle Rackrent, 1800, The Absentee, 1812, and Ormond, 1817. By these works she inspired Scott, as he himself tells us, to attempt for his own country something of the same kind with that which she had so fortunately achieved for Ireland. And in a later day, she inspired Turgenev to do similarly for Russia. She excels in wit and pathos and gives a true and vivid presentation of the times and conditions as she viewed them. Andrew Cherry, 1763 to 1821, born in Limerick, became an actor, a theatrical manager, and a playwright. He wrote 9 or 10 plays, several of which were moderately successful. The one that is now remembered is The Soldier's Daughter. Some of his songs, such as The Bay of Biscay, Tom Moody the Whipper-in, and especially The Green Little Shamrock of Ireland, bid fair to be immortal. Other Irish songwriters were Thomas Duffet, living 1676, author of Come All You Pale Lovers; Arthur Dawson, 1700 to 1775, author of Bumper's Squire Jones; George Ogle, 1742 to 1814, author of Molly Ashthore; Richard Alfred Milliken, 1767 to 1815, author of the grotesque Groves of Blarney; Edward Lycett, 1763 to 1811, author of Our Ireland, the gallant man who led the van of the Irish Volunteers, and Kate of Garnavia; George Nugent Reynolds, 1770 to 1802, author of Kathleen O'More; Thomas Dermody, 1775 to 1802, author of the collection of poems and songs known as the Harp of Erin; James Orr, 1770 to 1816, author of The Irishman; Henry Brereton Coad, died 1830, author of The Sprig of Shillelagh; Charles Wolfe, 1791 to 1893, author of If I Had Thought Thou Couldst Have Died, and of The Burial of Sir John Moore; and Charles Dawson Shanley, 1811 to 1875, author of Kitty of Coleraine. Theobald Wolfe Tone, 1763 to 1798, born in Dublin, educated at Trinity College, and called to the Irish bar in 1789, fills a large space in the history of his country from 1790 to his death in 1798. Intrepid, daring, and resourceful, he was one of the most dangerous of the enemies to English domination in Ireland that arose at any time during the troubled relations between the two countries. Taken prisoner on board a French ship of the line bound for Ireland on a mission of freedom, he committed suicide in prison rather than submit to the ignominy of being hanged, to which he had been condemned. He sleeps his last sleep in Bodenstown churchyard, in that county of Kildare to which he was connected by many ties. His grave is still the mecca of many a pilgrimage, and the cornerstone of a statue to his memory has been laid for some years on a commanding site in the city of his birth. He is known in literature for his journals and his autobiography, both containing sad but inspiring reading for the Irishman of today. Here, this rapid survey of Irish writers of English must close. To tell in any sort of appropriate detail the story of the English literature of Ireland in the 19th and 20th centuries would require a separate volume, a volume which is now underway and will, it is hoped, be speedily forthcoming. There is all the less need to attempt the agreeable task here, because in other portions of this book much more than passing reference is made to the chief Irish authors who, in the last 115 years, have distinguished themselves and shed luster on their country. During that period, Irish poets, playwrights, novelists, essayists, historians, biographers, humorists, critics, and scholars have fully held their own, both in the quantity and the quality of the work produced, and have left an impression of power and personality, of graceful style and vivifying imagination, that in itself constitutes, and must forever constitute, one of the distinctive glories of Ireland. End of the Glories of Ireland, edited by Joseph Dunn and P.J. Lennox.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.